Good flipping afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is 86 degrees in South Florida, and the heat is about to turn up even more. We got Chris Grier. We are eagerly awaiting Chris Grier press conference where he will be speaking on Lord knows what. We got defensive players quitting on us, retiring, going out. We got defensive guys coming in for workout, and we are eagerly awaiting any news on a possible contract extension for Tua. We'll get into all that and plus more. I'll open it up for everybody to talk about, and we'll sit here and wait. And when Chris Grier goes live, we'll find out what he has to say. All that and more after this.
Turner Yell makes the stop in the secondary for Denver. 1st and 10. The fake. Good block in there, and down it goes. Caught at the 30. This is the dynamic Hill. He's in for 6. Tyreek Hill. Touchdown. What a block.
Take into your hands a plan. Your own hands can land your own brand. And damn, I feel like no one takes accountability. They want the credibility, convincingly unwilling to put in the hours it takes to get some power. Don't be f***ing sour. Take a cold shower. Scream until you're louder. Work until you're prouder. And f*** all the doubters. They're just your downers. I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm off, it's these fucking clowns who were all taught they deserve an ounce. It's only worth it if you work for it.
Once again, good afternoon, everybody. This is yours truly, Color Commentary. You all know me. I know you all. We're going to have fun talking about this. We're going to have fun waiting on any news from a possible extension from Tua. I find it quite interesting to be we got a little grape in the grapevine from Community Insider that Chris Grier will be going live today. I don't know about you guys, but I don't recall anybody ever having their GM go live to announce a contract extension. We usually just get the news. Most quarterbacks the news just comes along the wire and we all see about it. But Chris Grier will be speaking according to a Community Insider. Let me know if my volume is okay for everybody. My bouncer is not bouncing as much as it usually bounces, and I want to make sure y'all can hear me. Look at that feedback from the other channel. All right. So anyway, look, I we'll hear what he has to say. I'm sure he's got a lot to talk about with the recent departure of Shaq Barrett, who decided to retire. We got a couple guys coming in to look at. We got Ogbah coming back for a workout. As far as people talking about camp underway today, but camp should be starting tomorrow. That was the schedule, July 23rd. But I think it's officially open, so we'll find out what Grier has to say about all that. I'm sure he wants to address it. And of course, if he has anything to say about Tua, that could definitely turn the heat up quite a bit. We got storms rolling in from the west already and from the east. Clouds are getting dark. Temperature is cooling off a little bit, but it's going to get a lot hotter. And we'll be here for it. We're going to try to, if you guys notice that the presser starts before I do or something, because I'm just refreshing the YouTube page for the Dolphins, let me know and we'll get it started. In the meantime, we'll talk about all the news rolling in. As you all heard, Shaq Barrett retiring, calling it quits. Plenty of people have speculated about why and all that. I don't think we have to look past what happened in his personal life last year to get answers, and I'll leave that alone because that's his personal life. And knowing what happened to the guy, there's no way to speculate any other reason, but he just doesn't have it in his heart anymore. And maybe he should have come to that conclusion earlier for our benefit. but I'm not going to trash the guy. We need to get a replacement for him, though, and at least more defensive guys coming in. And we have already heard reports that former Miami Dolphin Emmanuel Ogbah likely be coming in for a workout. Obviously, he, was serviceable for us and likely could be again. I don't think anybody thought he probably didn't work out as the world beater that we wanted him to be, but I think he's a stout defensive guy, does all right, and will be perfectly fine in Weaver's system if that's the way we go. The other player people are talking about, Josh Houtz, had mentioned a guy, tweeted about a guy, Yannick. I don't want to mispronounce his last name. I'll give it my best shot. Ngakui was drafted 69th overall in the 2016 NFL draft, so he's got a little bit of longevity on him. 69 career sacks, visiting with the Dolphins on Monday, per his agent, Drew Rosenhaus, who happens to also be Tyreek Hill's agent. The last picture they have him in is a Chicago Bears uniform, so he should be coming from the Bears. Also, if anybody from the TFTG team listening, go ahead and I'm going to open it up for an open panel eventually after I go through some of this news and talk. But if you got guys that want to come up and say something before we open it up to everybody, go ahead and send your links out. And I'll certainly let get some of the guys up here to say what they think about things. Maybe after we listen to the press conference, during, whatever. And then, of course, I'll definitely open it up for anybody else that wants to talk about it. Yeah, C. Heffel, I'll definitely be going to camp. First day is this Sunday coming up, the 28th. And that's going to be fun. They likely opened it up on Sunday because that gives the best opportunity for most of the, a lot of the fans to show up. So it should be pretty packed for the opening public day. Also, I've got extra tickets. If anybody needs any, just hit me up on Twitter. That's at Colorcom. And, we could work out transferring something over to you if we have to. I grabbed up a couple extra for each day in case anybody needed any. There's plenty of other people that probably also grabbed up extras, so just ask and we'll try to make it happen for you. I've got tickets for every single day extra, so just hit me up. And the other thing I wanted to mention, moving on to the Tua talk. Oh, by the way, this Yannick, or was it Yannick? Yeah, I mean, the guy, from what I understand, is pretty consistent with his sack totals being close to the double digits. He usually averages like 8 per year from the quick look that I've seen people posting about. Obviously, we're, it's looking more and more like people were right that Phillips and Chubb, at least Chubb, won't be ready. Likely Phillips won't be ready either, even if it's overkill by Mike McDaniel. So we'll likely need to be finding some guys to fill that role. But I do think we'll be all right. I mean, look, how much more than 23 points per game can we give up? I mean, for real, we put up 29.5 on offense. We've got a lot of room to work with. What it really comes down to is getting pressure on those elite quarterbacks and elite teams like Josh Allen. We don't have to play Mahomes in the regular season this year. We're fortunate for that. the Aaron Rodgers of the world, CJ Stroud. We got to get pressure on these guys. And those are going to be the big games. And we've got a lot of them this year. We don't have a lot of, there's no 11 trash teams to play this year, unfortunately. So we're a day away from camp. Practice starting, I should say. And there's still no new contract for Tua. I mean, we've been talking about it since the season ended. I predicted everything that's happened so far up to this point. It's like clockwork. It's like watching a rerun of a TV show that you've seen 1,000 times. I knew we would be here. I knew we would be a day before camp with no new contract signed. And I knew the question would be whether Tua's going to practice or not. Now, I'm of the belief, whether he practices in camp or whatever or not, the man, contract or not, is going to be taking the first snap from center when the season starts. There's no doubt in my mind. There's no way that a person is going to lay down $23.7 million that's already guaranteed. No way. Shout out to the rabid Dolphin Lewis, who has been consistent with that take. And I add it to my toolbox as far as the things I look at when I predicted the fact that we would be right where we're at right now. Now, that doesn't mean anything. Chris Grier could come out today and say, and announce new contract. We finally came to an agreement. But there was another report that came out a few days ago, another update that said we're still far apart, that the Dolphins and Tua are still far apart. And that's kind of concerning because I don't know what they're far apart on. Are they far apart on Miami's low ball offer? Are they far apart on how much on Miami's top ultimate offer? Because again, Darlington reported that their ultimate offer would be Jared Goff money. And I just can't understand how either Tua wouldn't sign that, or two, the Dolphins wouldn't give him $1 more for his bravado. And for those of you just showing up, yes, we are expecting a press conference from Chris Grier today. That was reported by a community insider. You all know him. Co-host of the Dive Bar, I believe. There's no official report that he's going to be speaking today, but I think we all can agree that the source is trusted. So we're on that watch. We're waiting for Chris Grier to speak. We'll carry it here, maybe in a little bit of a delay so they don't hit us too hard for copyright. Plus, it's a reaction, and we're allowed to do it, YouTube. So we're going to react to Chris Grier's press conference. I suspect there'll be a lot to talk about after it's done, either from what he says or what he doesn't say. Now, getting to all the surrounding circumstances regarding whether Tua should sign or is going to sign or whatever else. We know his agent is athletes first. We know that the two quarterbacks other than Tua that are still left to be signed, when it comes to the guys that anybody talks about, that's going to be Dak Prescott and Jordan Love. Fans like to speculate whether those two contracts affect what we're doing, whether they affect the timing of what we're doing, whether it matters at all what those guys do. But Aaron Nagler, Green Bay Packers beat writer, blue check on Twitter, 120,000 followers, co-founder of Cheesehead TV, one half of the Motel Men, whoever that is, probably some Green Bay fan thing. Aaron Nagler tweets today, Jordan Love won't practice until a deal gets done. How do you like that? That's a quarterback coming out telling his agent or his beat writers, whatever, flat out, we're not even messing around. The speculation is done. Jordan Love will not practice until a deal gets done, according to Aaron Nagler. Who produces content for the Green Bay Packers, non-officially. That tweet was reposted by a few other prominent members of the media. So I generally err on the side of believing that. Ari Myroff, think y'all have heard of Ari. 750,000 followers. This is not a holdout by Jordan Love. He is in the building and will participate in meetings. He just isn't taking the field until both sides can finalize a contract extension, which would happen very soon. Love's extension is expected to exceed $50 million per year. So it's effectively what people would call a hold in. He doesn't want to risk anything without new money, not even a stub toe, which is understandable. So we could be looking at a similar play by Tua. But whether that happens or not, Tua will be taking a check for 23-7 and taking a snap from the center if no deal gets done. Mark those words. I'm in total agreement with Lewis, the rabid Dolphin. Total agreement. I don't know how a man turns down $24 million to play a sport, knowing that if he really shines, he's going to have more money than anybody in the history of the NFL. Don't you want to go for that? Or do you just want to take almost that right now? And, well, I guess that depends on how you feel about yourself. If you're the player. When Tua looks in the mirror, what does he say to himself now? 3 years removed from what he used to say when he looked in the mirror. Does he trust his own body? I mean, you're talking about if he signs now and gives up a little, he's still signing for generational money. He's still, however, if you trust your body and you trust yourself and you trust your abilities, man, oh man, you can, whether it's the Dolphins that pay it or somebody else, you have a chance to be the highest paid player in the NFL, in NFL history for a moment. Because we all know that Patrick Mahomes will immediately want to redo his contract after that gets done. I don't think it's a bad thing. I don't think the fans should look at it as a failure if the contract doesn't get done. When it, in all likelihood, Tua could very well bet on himself. Or at least if the Dolphins don't budge, he could save face and say, oh, well, I'm betting on myself. Well, good old South Florida. I don't know if y'all can hear the sirens or not, but if it bothers you, I'll close the window. Yeah, absolutely, Heffel. The best option, and I would argue the best option for him is to play on the 5th year if, of course, big if, You're talking about no injuries, and playing at the level he's been playing against these, on this type of schedule. Because let's be real, this ain't the type of schedule that you just cakewalk into 5,000 yards. It just isn't. I don't think that should be the litmus test this year. Our schedule is really jumbled up with some really good powerhouse teams, all up and down the thing. So I think people need to already pump the brakes in evaluating Tua this coming up season based solely on quantitative numbers. Because look at Mahomes last year. They had a pretty tough schedule. They had a diminished wide receiver room. Mahomes only threw for 4,100 yards. That's crap for him. But still got the job done. But we can say, look, that is what it is. He wasn't going to, there's just some schedules you can't rack up those numbers on. So we have to look to other things. If you're rolling through those teams, if we're sitting at, 8-3 at one point in the season, well, that would be week 11 or 12, I guess. We're sitting at 8-3. Every one of those 8 games was won by 4 points or less. Tua's putting up 250 yards a game. That's pretty damn good. That's pretty damn solid. If you look at the schedule we have, if let's say the schedule plays out to the best of these teams' abilities, and we're not talking about a bunch of frauds. Now, there will be a couple teams that don't play up to their aspirations, but there's also going to be teams that play better than what they expect. So bottom line is our schedule, regardless of what the winning percentage of it is, our schedule is tough. The whole dang thing. And we have to evaluate what Tua does this year based on that. However, if we're falling on our face every game and the defense is barely eking us out a win every week or not, we also can't turn around and use that strength of schedule as an excuse either. Because the fact of it is, when people put out there that, we have this terrible record against the quote-unquote good teams, well, we got nothing but good teams on our schedule this year. And I don't know anybody predicting a 5-12 record. Not even Pete. So that whole argument's going to be right out the window at some point, because we're going to have to get the job done. Now, all those wins could come early, and we could still have a problem beating those teams in pressure situations. We'll find out. But there's no doubt in my mind that we're getting the job done when it comes to getting some good quality wins under our belt against some good quality teams. It's just inevitable, unless you think we're going 5-12. And even then, 3 of those 5 wins would be against good teams, because really the only terrible team is the Patriots. And we still don't know how they're going to come out for their new coach and how far ahead of the game they'll be. I'm sure they'll play teams tough. But I just don't, Jordan Love is setting the example. That's obviously what his agent is would likely advise him. Why, I don't know why his agent would advise Love to do one thing and Tua to do another. I just don't think it's going to happen. I think Tua is going to play on his 5th year if a deal ain't done. I don't know what the breaking news is. Let me see. Anybody see any breaking news that I don't, other than Jordan Love coming out saying he ain't practicing? Yeah, right, Nene. By the way, I was remiss. I didn't say hi to everybody. How you doing, Nene? Shake Money. First one I see in chat. Actually, it was Finn Sanity. Oh, no, it was Shake Money, then Finn Sanity. How you doing, Finn Sanity? Raphael. Ryan AP. Raul Parata. Happy Monday to you too. Michael K., resident Bill fan. Table jumper. Snotty covered white t-shirt wearing Buffalo Bills fan, Michael K. Bishop 13, how's it going? Appreciate you, Bishop. Andrew Silveria. Of course, C. Heffel. And Adam Sadowski. Got a chance to meet Adam Sadowski in person. Really cool dude. Yeah, I see you, AB. Yes, good question. A good question, AB. We do get back the Shaq money. From what I hear, it's like $8 million, roughly $7 or $8 million we'll be able to utilize. And I'm not sure how much is going to be held against our cap. Otherwise, like dead money or whatnot. I'm sure one of Cap or somebody will bring those details soon. Vamos Gatos, aka Canes Fins 89. How's it going? Chris Kells, how you doing? Good name. And then Deuce Goose from Seattle. Still hanging around. I knew you couldn't get away. We got Day One in here, who's a Day One. And Cat for Life. Appreciate you all watching today. And Moss up in Canada. Check out Moss Sports World. He's a huge, big-time soccer fan and very knowledgeable in that department. True Blazer, how you doing? And Tua Tuesday, what is up to you too? Tua Tuesday. Maybe it'll be Tua Tuesday this week. We'll see. It might have to be Tua Monday or Money Monday before it's Tua Tuesday. But I appreciate every one of you tuning in, watching here on YouTube. Hit the like button. Make sure you're sharing the video out to get more people in here to talk about it. What's up, Big Philly? And of course, make sure you're using it in the links in the description below for places like Fanatics, where, of course, you can find all kinds of great gear for our beloved Finns. New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics, officially licensed everything. And of course, TFTGnetwork.com, your centralized location for all that is TFTG. Links to everything, our social handles, all of our YouTube content, and of course the TFTG shop where you can find great products like the Cooking Folk apron. Because when you're cooking folk like Lewis cooks folks, you need an apron because it's going to get really messy. So go get a Cooking Folk apron from the TFTG store. And of course, all of our other great gear for all of your favorite TFTG characters, hosts, co-hosts, contributors, Everybody. All of it can be found there. And we appreciate every one of you who have frequented our website. We're one day that'll be the place. None of these platforms last forever. You know how things are in the world. YouTube wanted to shut everybody down for everything and prop up the worst people in the world and all of that. So, eventually we're going to be centralized right out of our website and be able to bring you all the tailgate no matter what happens in the hosting world. And we appreciate every one of you for following us, showing up on game day, afterwards, talking, coming up on the panels. We appreciate every one of you. How's it going, Bill's fake crowd noise? Who is the purveyor of Bill's fake crowd noise? Ooh, y'all hear that thunder? Let me know if you can hear the thunder. See how good this microphone is. Anyway, so we're eagerly awaiting. I'm refreshing the Dolphins YouTube page to see if we got any presser started from Grier yet. Nope, it doesn't look like anything's started yet. So we will continue the talk. I guess we could probably open it up the panel. There's not much other news going around other than, of course, Emmanuel Ogbah set to come in and work out for the Dolphins. But I want to hear some of y'all's thoughts. I mean, how do you think this idea, this news that Jordan Love holding in, refusing to play until a deal gets done? And we don't even know what the nature of their negotiations have been. Do you think it has any effect on what's going on with Tua and Grier? Do you think Grier is going to say anything about the Tua contract situation other than we're still working on it? I came here to talk about Shaq Barrett and Ogbah and all that. What's up, Timothy? Well, according to the people over in Green Bay, Timothy, Jordan Love is not holding out. He's coming to meetings. He's showing up at camp. He's just not doing any physical activity, which means holding in, basically, is what the term these days would be. But I'll drop the link. I expected the presser a little, to be timed a little around noon, and it looks like none of the guys want to say their piece before the melee starts. So I'll go ahead and post the link and keep talking until y'all want to come up and yell at me. I've been real low energy lately. I know I haven't been doing quite as many shows as you guys are used to. I've been trying to heal up. It's been a very energy taxing past couple of seasons starting up this Finn's tailgate. I didn't start it up. Cap started it up, but I've been kind of I kind of jumped out of the gate to really run hard for it for the last 3 seasons, and it's it's taken its toll. Recently lost my dog. Just picked up his remains from the vet. I've just been dealing with life, man, and it's been a little rough to keep shows up consistently. But that's going to change as the training camp ramps up and as the season ramps up. It becomes a lot easier to get shows in the books because there's a lot more to talk about as well. I mean, look, y'all know me. My takes haven't changed on Tua. There wasn't much this season, a slight improvement, but there in certain areas, but there wasn't much to change my overall opinion. And I just look, I just it seems redundant, and it's been really hard to put the energy into coming up and telling you the same things that I've been telling you all for 3 seasons. And until any of that changes, I just took the opportunity. Hey, I gotta get to the doctor, gotta heal up, you know what I mean? Been getting things fixed, and starting to feel a lot better. So, I mean, there's still a little bit of work I gotta do on myself, but it's getting a lot easier to get back in the swing of things and, go live for y'all more often. I'm sitting here, I heard about the possible press conference. Cap called me up, said, "Get on." I'm like, you're right. I should just start it up. Worst comes to worst, I'll let y'all come up here and yell at each other. Everybody loves that, right? Oh, thank you, True Blazer. I mean, and I appreciate the condolences. He was it was of old age, so he did live a pretty full life. Quite a longer life than is expected for your smaller dogs. Um, and Well, Lawrence money, if you look at Willzone says, and I would assume it's Lawrence money or no deal, maybe for the Dolphins, but I think Tua would see that as a low ball because if you look at the actual guarantees on the Lawrence thing, it's really kind of a low ball contract for Tua. And if they do believe, or if they don't believe that Tua is valued any higher than that, then that could be, and that would be why Tua would turn it down. It would also be why they're so far apart. Now, again, I don't want to diminish what Darlington said because everybody believes Darlington. But for some reason, nobody is talking up the fact that he said the Dolphins' ultimate was likely, and the word he used was ultimate, comes from the word ultimatum, would be Jared Goff money. And based on the way the fans talk about Tua, whether they're right or wrong, most fans see it as a slap in the face to pay Tua Goff money. I don't. I think that's the top amount of fairness. I'd like a little lower than that, but if it was about $1 million more than Goff, the Dolphins would have already done it. Tua wants the big bag now. He wants the big one, and if hey, I don't. You could talk about the human aspect. Go get yours if you can, but from the organizational aspect and player and all that and value, bro, you're not even close, man. Come on, you're not even close. Even your other than your Alabama fans that have no interest in being Dolphin fans, even your most staunch supporters say that that's over the top to it. You know what I mean? So if that's what it is, then no, he's going to play on the 5th year because bravado will only carry you so far. But I mean, and this idea that it's like next man up or it's his turn or look, another thing that we haven't considered very heavily is the fact that the NFL just lost that huge lawsuit and has to pay like a whole billions of dollars out. That could actually put a dent in the rate of inflation for the salary cap. I mean, I why wouldn't it? It's a lot of money. It's like 4.5 billion they got to pay out. That money's got to come from somewhere. And these teams could very well have put the brakes on, like, whoa, wait a second. Because it seems like right after the news came out about that lawsuit, all 3 of these teams left to pay their quarterbacks have put on the brakes. As if they're making a united front against agents like Athletes First because of what they're seeing now in their projections having to factor in that $4.5 billion. I'm not saying the salary cap won't continue to go up. I'm saying that the rate at which it goes up will be diminished. And that's just the same as losing money when they've already made their projections on certain percentages. These teams have already spent money based on projecting a percentage of increase in the salary cap over the next 2 to 5 years. So if the salary cap doesn't go up as much as they projected, that's literally the same thing as losing money. So people have to take that into consideration. Yeah, I know, Pete, everybody's live, man. Appreciate you all, whoever's sticking with me. I know it's tough because everybody wants to jump back and forth. But we're going to go until we find out anything, or until this Chris Grier presser goes. So if y'all want to come up and talk, there's the link. I'll pin it. And maybe I'll start a poll or something. Let's see here. Refresh the Dolphins page real quick. Uh-oh. I knew it wouldn't take long. What's up, Cat?
Oh, Color, how are you, my friend? How are you?
Pretty good. I saw you watching Tobin earlier.
Yeah, man. It's starting to pick up.
You got any tidbits from their show? I saw they were talking about all this.
No, yeah, just hearing Tobin, he's he wants to push in a scenario where, the holdout becomes reality. Like they're really trying to force a holdout, knowing now what they're hearing from Green Bay, to try to make a cohesion with athletes first, type of like a silent protest deal. So it's interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out today and tomorrow. But the public relations battle has officially begun.
I think it's been going on in earnest. That's why we're at the point we're at. But I agree. But same difference. Pete, what's up, man? I mean,
good afternoon, fellas. Shout out to you, Cap.
Now nobody's gonna come and talk, man, because you're here now. You know that, right?
Is that true?
Yeah, they're all gonna be like, Color's a Pete guy now.
Isn't the link for anybody? Come on, this is TFTG. The link is for everybody.
Yeah, man. This isn't politics, all right? This isn't Democrats or Republicans. This is Dolphin talk.
Wait a minute. I stand corrected. We just got a lovely guest in back, and I'll bring her up right away.
And let me say this, Color, because of what you said, right?
Good afternoon, Nene. Real quick, Pete, say hi to Nene.
I don't want to interrupt.
Nene? I'm glad she's here. I actually got Nene, I got a comment yesterday on a comment. I commented on something, and then they responded, and it had nothing to do. I'm going to screenshot it, and I'm going to send it to you on DM. They said, this take is worse than Nene and her Flores takes. So I put a take out there, and they went under that comment, and they said, this take is worse than Nene's Flores take.
I
don't know who it had to be Batman.
I don't know who it was.
So what's good, Nene? What do you got to say about all this going on now? Jordan Love holding in?
Well, I think this is why the owners have put out that information maybe a couple of weeks ago about it's kind of getting out of hand with what these quarterbacks are asking for. And it's just like everything in life. Things will change when the powers that be feel you're doing too much. So I think Jordan Love and Tua and Dak, they all fall under athletes first. I think that's interesting that they're all under the same agency. I don't know if they're going to get what they want, or if the team's going to, all three of those teams, us included, will be the last teams to buckle down to this next guy up resets the market narrative. I'm hearing all types of
Well,
rumors
to
from
that
Trevor.
point, I'm sorry to interrupt, but to that point, I find it kind of interesting. The three teams we're dealing with here are all like highly traditional teams. The Dallas Cowboys, the Green Bay Packers, the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, but
Precisely the teams you would want to be making a stand if, let's say, the NFL was making a stand against this agent.
yeah, but Nene, you're correct on what you said, but let's not perceive it as they're all in the same realm. And the example I'm giving you by saying that is Tua came out and said the market is the market. To me, that is someone that wants money. Jordan Love, in fact, is breaking news today. He says he will hold out or in whichever one they're doing if he doesn't get paid.
It's
But the funny thing, and they're all the same agency, but the funny thing is there's one weird one in that name of the three that it makes no sense. Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott spoke up and says, I play this game. I don't play this game for money. So he's the odd guy out, making this whole situation with them all three being an athlete's first like an employee, I guess they hired them.
Right.
Out of the three, only two are begging for money. One isn't. So there's a strange situation that has been affecting me how I think about this whole situation. And that's what I think has everybody else confused a bit, even though they don't want to talk about it. But that is a major factor in the ball race right now for the money, because people could perceive it as Dak screwed it up.
Hold on, but see, I look at that from another lens, Pete, respectfully. Dak has already gotten a deal outside of his rookie contract. Tua and Love are on their rookie deals. This is their first bag. So, of course, I can stand from my moral stance of point and say, hey, I'm not worried about the money because I've gotten paid before. All these guys.
Yeah, he's been playing for them for 9 years, yeah.
Right. So I wouldn't think he's doing anybody a solid. He's already gotten his payday outside of the rookie deal.
Real quick, guys. Pete, you're fired, man. Lewis is here, bro.
Shout out to Lewis. I can't. I'm not gonna be able to be up. My phone is already low battery, so you guys keep it running.
What up, fellas? Color, appreciate the afternoon show. Nene, what's good?
Hello.
Cap,
you see, I got that banner up, right?
Yeah, that's that summer league championship. I get it.
That's tonight, baby, tonight.
But real quick, when I first got up here, the first thing I heard was there's 2 out of the 3 that's looking for money, and Dak Prescott came out and said he only plays the game because he loves the game. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't it a couple of years ago that Dak Prescott held Dallas hostage to turn out to be the highest paid quarterback in the league? And it was like 80 million for 1 year or something like that. It was something crazy. Like, come on, bro. Like,
wasn't that after he made that huge mistake in the playoff game?
Absolutely, Color. So this narrative that Dak Prescott is not looking for the bag, there's a reason why he's not signed either, because he's not trying to use his words, Pete. I'm not saying he didn't say that. What I'm saying is when he said it, he was lying. Not only to himself, but to everybody else. Because he's not playing this game just for the money. He's playing this game. That's why he's not signed yet. Because if that was the case, he would have signed for $20 and he would be the quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys moving forward. So it just is what it is.
Lewis, I think, in my honest opinion,
$20 and a bottle of maple syrup.
In my honest opinion, I think the Cowboys are realizing they probably made a mistake signing Dak to that first major contract. In my honest opinion, that of 5-year deal after his rookie year and stuff like that.
Let me ask you guys this, Anthony. Let me ask you this, and everybody else on the panel, because we were talking about it with Pete yesterday.
Dak win the division last year, Anthony. Did Dak not lead the NFL in passing touchdowns last year, Anthony, with one receiver? These guys be having opinions these days that these opinions need to be they need to get checked, man. Go ahead, Cap. I'm sorry for cutting you off.
No.
Remember we were discussing yesterday.
Hold on, Anthony. Let Cap get in here.
And real quick, and then you get back, and we were just, because you brought that up, I was just like saying to myself, what if the 49ers decide to throw a monkey wrench in this act and say, hey, man, we got this guy under a rookie deal and we want to lock him up. What if they get involved and screw everything up too? Is that a possibility, you think?
Yes.
Say that again.
They haven't signed Ayuk yet. No, remember we were talking about the 49ers and then they haven't committed to Ayuk and they haven't signed Purdy yet. Don't you think the 49ers will want to take advantage of this now before the quarterback market blows up or goes down or gets reset?
RG3 said it's a spit to the face about the Tua contract. If Purdy gets a deal before Tua, I don't know what that will be considered.
That's gonna be pretty harsh to take and swallow, man.
But Purdy's made it to the Super Bowl. That's the difference.
No, I get that, but you're gonna have a guy in Lawrence who was a draft class before your draft class got paid, and then Mr. Irrelevant gets paid before you. That's a very that's nasty work, man.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's disrespectful, but let's be honest. I hope I'm not giving Grier too much credit. Maybe he's looking at what's happening with the other quarterbacks in the draft classes before and after, and he's maybe second guessing giving Tua that big $50 million a year contract, maybe. Or am I giving way too much credence or credit for being intelligent, Louis?
Well, in my opinion, I don't think it's about giving out. I think Chris Grier is willing to give Tua $500 million because that $500 million don't matter, right? So when I hear again, well, can we give Tua $55 million? Hell, give him 65. I don't really give a shit. That's not what he's going to be making a year, though, right? I think a big factor in this holdup is the guaranteed money.
Any contract they give Tua is hurting the team, and that's what people like Lewis fail to realize.
Well, again,
any contract,
I wasn't
anyone
debating,
you want to bring up.
I wasn't debating that, Pete. I'm just saying when we talk about the average numbers, right? Like, oh, Tua has to be
$23 million on his 5th-year deal is a little
Pete,
too much to some.
Hey, Pete, I'm just trying to finish my point, bro. That's it.
I got
I'm
you.
not trying to. I'm not trying to scream over people today, yell or whatever.
No, I know, but you're okay with $45 million.
I didn't say
There's
I
other
was
people
okay
that are
with
not even
anything.
okay with 23. So
okay, I'm just trying to
just
finish
letting
my
that
point.
be out there.
Right, I'm just trying to finish my point, right? Because that's how a conversation works, Pete. Don't derail the conversation. Cap for Life brought up a good question about Brock Purdy, and what I'm saying is, in my opinion, no, that wouldn't affect the Tua deal at all. Because if Brock Purdy, let's say, gets a deal, what did Trevor Lawrence just get? What, $55 million to make him the highest paid by the annual where people lose their minds about? Let's say Brock Purdy gets 56. Okay, cool. Tua gets 57 now. What does that matter if that guaranteed money doesn't dictate the 57 million? If that guaranteed money dictates 40 million, I could care less what number Chris Grier wants to put in front of that contract, because all that is fluff. What's really holding up this negotiation, in my opinion, is the guaranteed money, right? And I'm sure that there's protection or language or whatever you want to call it in the contract that Tua is trying to play hardball with. And I agree with the approach the Miami Dolphins and Chris Grier is taking. But I'm just saying, for me, I don't care what number they put in that fluff number everybody's talking about. Hell, make it 75 million. I could care less.
Right.
Okay, but okay. With that being said, though, real quick, if you're going to guarantee somebody, if you're going to guarantee somebody, if you're going to guarantee somebody 150 million out of a contract for 4 years, that's guaranteed money. That's great. But if you're talking about, we're worrying about the guaranteed aspect of it. If you get franchise tag for 50 million, isn't that better than getting 150 million guaranteed if we don't know what we don't know yet, and that's why they haven't signed?
1,000%, absolutely.
So isn't it more beneficial to the team to sign for a franchise tag plus the 5th year that equals out to 78 million for 1 year, as opposed to guaranteeing another 100 million without knowing what you have under center?
Well, I didn't say that I agree with that move. I'm just saying that's a possibility. They can do that. Right. I'm telling you that for me, no, I wouldn't agree with the salary, the franchise tag, because that would be 40+ million at one time. Like we get
Exactly,
Tua a
but
contract.
that's a hard hit of 40 million plus, but you're gonna get a hard hit of 150 million plus if you sign a guaranteed 4-year deal or 5-year deal.
But you can move that money away, Cap. It's not all 40 plus
I
on
get
1
that,
year.
Right.
1 year.
The
It's
team's
not.
already set. The team's already set. You even heard Barry Jackson say we don't need to put any more cap space into this team because it's already completed.
Well, Barry Jackson is a little bit wrong on that, though, because there's a lot of 1-year contracts on here that a lot of players are going to be gone. So if you're telling me you're putting 40 to almost 50 million on one player next year, all these nice little new toys that the Miami Dolphins got and all that will be gone next year. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and now
no,
you're
Right.
paying.
that's
And
at
now
least
you're
we
paying.
got right now 7 guys that are over the age of 30, so they'll probably be gone. That's granted. But if you decide to do trades, then you can get your capital back. It's all depending on what Cheeto wants to do too, in order for us to keep him or get more capital
Every
next
time
year.
a player is gone, a player is replaced. You lose a veteran, they replace it with a veteran. That's what they do. That's why there's free agency and off season. It's crazy.
I mean, I get it. I'm with it both ways. Like I've been telling for about the past week and a half, almost 2 weeks now, whether he gets a deal for me or whether he plays on the 5th-year option for me, it doesn't matter. In 2024, barring injury, Tua's the quarterback. So all this to me is nonsense. We're going to figure it out one way or another. We'll know if he's going to play on the 5th-year option or we know he's going to be here for the next 4 to 5 years. But one way or another, whether you like him or not, or you love him or not, he's playing in 2024.
No, yeah, he needs to play. He needs to play, or it's going to be a very bad look on their end. So he needs to play.
No, he's playing. Absolutely. Well,
his,
Jordan, again,
his starting
Tua,
job in the
Jordan
Dolphins
Love,
is not guaranteed. If he pulls a Jordan Love move
is
like what
playing.
happened today, the Dolphins can try to find a way to trade him. Right now, they can trade him.
I mean, that's cool, Pete. That's a cool story, bro.
Yeah,
that's
I
not
know,
happening.
but you're making it seem like we have to play this guy. He's the one doing this. The organization told him, "Here's your contract.
What I'm
We're picking up your
if he's on the contract,
You're holding out. Okay, we'll
it's
trade
guaranteed
you. Bye.
money. Pete, stop. Let's not start.
Y'all don't
want to
hear that,
don't
but
have
you're
to
making.
play him.
Is that all right? Don't tell me to stop. Is that an option? Yes or no?
No, it's not an option.
So
If
no
Tua's
player
on the
can get traded
team in 2020,
if they don't get paid by the team. They won't demand a trade.
if Tua is on the
Brandon
5th-year
Ayuk in San
option,
Francisco
playing
is not
on this
demanding
team,
a
he'll be
trade 'cause he
playing
ain't
in
getting paid, right?
2024 on
But
the
you just
5th-year
sat here and
option.
said no. But you just sat here and said no. But yet players are demanding
What
trades
in the hell
NFL.
are you talking about?
The question I just asked you, you said no. I said if he's holding in and he's deciding not to play because of a contract, can the team trade him or can he request a trade? You said no. Yes, they
What
can.
I'm telling you, Pete, is
Only because
this
you don't
again.
like that, don't mean that that's not the case.
Jesus
It could
Christ.
very well happen today. It could very well happen tomorrow.
You're
Not out
right,
of the
Pete.
question.
I know you're right, Pete. You just want to again derail conversations. This is a cute story. What I'm trying to tell you is you and all these other suckers that walk around the world, right? Y'all can believe that Jordan Love is going to be holding in. Jordan Love's going to sit his happy ass at camp, right? And let's say he doesn't do 11 on 11s. Oh my God! Week 1 he's starting.
He's not going to sit
playing
because Jordan Love is going to break the NFL media.
Tua
today,
might not
tomorrow.
throw one pass on 11 and 11, and Collar might sit there and watch Skylar Thompson throw every pass on 11 on 11. When Collar shows up, week 1, Pete, Tua Tagovailoa without throwing a pass.
Look at the optics of how both. Go ahead.
Hey, Pete, can I finish my point? What I'm telling you is,
like you
forget a contract. Tua is going to hold in. I'm playing your game. Tua is going to hold in.
Tua is not going to. Don't play no game. Play your mind.
Can I finish, Pete, without having you here to hear you? Can I just finish? Tua's not going to get a contract extension. Tua's not going to throw one pass at OTAs and training camp. Tua's not going to play one snap in the preseason. Every time Collar goes to practice, he's going to see Skylar Thompson, Mike White, and Gavin Hardison throw passes. When Collar shows up week 1 to the Jaguar game, Tua Tagovailoa is going to be the starting quarterback for the Miami Dolphins. So fuck what the fuck you're talking about. That shit ain't happening. He's not getting traded. He's not going to be, oh my God, he's going to hold out in the season. Stop.
And you know what I got to say about that? You know what I got to say about that?
Zach Prescott.
Fuck
That's what I'm
y'all
telling you.
were talking about when y'all were talking big contracts. $55 million, $60 million, high-paid quarterback. Where is that at? So ain't none of that happening what y'all were saying. So right now, as we stand, you can deny and you can neglect and you can narrate whatever cute story you want to create. That's your beliefs on what you've been standing on, and guys like yourself that carry those same sentiments. It's a big, large group of you guys. There's only a handful of us that be telling y'all, and this is funny. I love how Tua ears are starting to flip that the problem is the Tua haters. And in fact, the only thing the Tua haters are doing is going against what you guys are saying. A lot of the Tua ears been telling us for months, payday, payday, payday. Some of the doctors said, slow down and let's question it. Y'all were so confident. It was a bunch of BS. For 5 months we heard. Training camp starts tomorrow. Look at the optics since you guys want to bring up Jordan Love. Did Jordan Love come out in March, early off season, and say, the market is the market, I'm going to hold in? We didn't get none of that. Jordan Love played it like a man. He waited until today or yesterday to say, I'm not going to sign on that unless I'm paid. 1 or 2 days before the season, Tua had to create this whole offseason controversy. Everybody wants to blame the fan base. Now the finger points back at the quarterback, Tua. This is all Tua's fault why the fan base is divided this way. People could bring up other quarterbacks' names, other quarterbacks' contracts. You could bring up whatever the case you want to bring up. At the end of the day, these athletes are individual persons with their own abilities. Every quarterback has a different ability. That's why there's levels to this at quarterback. None of these Tua-ears understand that. They just think statistics is all it. And that's where it's been a huge controversy. So for people like me to sit here and think, wow, look, the whole offseason, everything that has been going, the Tua-ears been saying, has been the opposite. So since it's been the opposite based on what the Tua-ears been saying, it's crazy for me to sit here and think that the organization, the Miami Dolphins, right now come into camp. They see Tyreek, they see Waddle, they see. You know what I love about this? Tua is sitting out. He needs guaranteed money. Tyreek Hill's not sitting out. He needs more guaranteed money. That's it. It's the same stuff. So now the organization can sit here and say, man, you know what? We need to make a trade. Tua's not it. He's not biting. We're not paying. We're at a standstill. Let's trade him. That's the possibility where we can land that. So for anybody thinks that it's unbelievable, like Lewis, you're off your rockers. And you're just so heavy into the Tua-ear hill that you can't, there's no way you know how to find yourself to mentally climb out of. That's the reality.
I appreciate that. Now I stayed quiet that whole time. I didn't say not one word. I didn't open my mouth. You cut me off like 3 or 4 times. So again, I'm just going to ask you for the same respect I just gave you. Now, since you always want to point out what people said and what you heard and this and that, it's funny. I want to point out some things that I've heard as well. See, last year, you were the one in this community saying Skylar Thompson was coming to save the day. Skylar Thompson didn't dress not one game all last season. You were the one during this draft saying that Miami was going to trade Tua before the draft to trade up J.J. McCarthy. J.J. McCarthy plays for the Minnesota Vikings. You are the one that told everybody that Jacoby Brissett, Teddy Bridgewater, Skylar Thompson, Mike White, anybody else was going to remove Tua Tagovailoa from his starting job as the Miami Dolphin quarterback. You have been wrong on every time you have opened your mouth. But now it's funny. You want to start pointing out things. Again, no one's trying to debate anything you're saying. All I'm saying is, let's not try to swing the conversation
elsewhere.
No.
Go ahead.
Did I cut you off?
Say whatever you want. Go.
I didn't cut you off. I didn't cut you off. No. What I'm saying is, you could be right. Tua is going to play on this 5th-year option. I'm giving you credit. I'm giving Cap for Life credit. I'm giving everybody that said that credit. I'm not even pushing back. I could care less if he gets a contract or not. What I'm saying is, if you think Tua's getting traded, you're absolutely wrong. In 2024,
it's impossible to trade
I'm not
Tua,
talking about 2025, 26,
wrong.
27, 28. I'm not talking about if he's getting the deal and he's going to be here long term. What I'm telling you is, Pete, In 2024, Tua is going to be the starting quarterback of the Miami Dolphins.
I didn't say he was going to get traded. All I said there's a high
You're
possibility
saying he's going to get benched and he's not going to play.
I said there's a huge possibility.
What I'm saying is
if
you
he
are
plays it like
absolutely
Jordan Love, it's over for that guy.
might,
He will get traded.
what I'm saying is Jordan Love might not throw a pass, Pete, in OTAs in an 11-11 work, right? He might
Jordan
not
Love
do
will.
that.
He's gonna get signed, bro. Didn't you hear his GM today?
If he gets
Didn't
signed,
you hear his coach today? The guy's gonna get signed today or tomorrow.
And that's fine. If he gets signed, then that's fine. I'm talking about if he don't get signed, right? What
Look
I'm telling you
how quick
is
the Packers signed their quarterback after the quarterback said he'll sit.
Pete,
you don't think that's the
Pete,
problem?
can you let anybody finish when they're talking? It's not for you just to start talking when someone else is talking. What I'm telling you is Jordan Love, if he plays on the 5th-year option, if they don't give him a deal and he don't throw any pass on 11-11, what I'm telling you is at the end of the day, bro, he's still going to play week 1. That's not going to hold no bearing if he plays. Like this narrative that, oh, he's going to hold in. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah,
Again, in training camp.
But it doesn't necessarily have to be for the Packers. The same case goes over there.
Do you think
Jordan Love could turn around and request a trade?
Do you think he's getting traded?
You think that's impossible? If there's a desperate team willing to give up 2 to 3 first-round draft picks, the Packers will trade them. 100%.
Absolutely.
100%.
If there's a team to get, and absolutely, if there was a team willing to give a 2nd and 3rd round pick, now I'll just ask you the question. And again, it's not about if you like Tua or not. I know you have both, me and you, Pete, have heard the same thing about Tua. He's only done it for 1 year, right? I think me and you could probably even agree with that. Let me ask you a question. How many years has Jordan Love did it?
He didn't play his first 2 years.
Okay, so he has 1 year. I don't care if he didn't play or not. He's only had 1 year production, correct?
But he's been in the league for 4.
Okay, he's been in the league for 4. He's played for 1. So again, let's not argue semantics. I don't see crypto up here. What I'm asking you is, on the field production, Jordan Love has only had 1 year production in the NFL, correct?
Yeah, but he bypassed his 5th-year option so he can get more money.
I don't know if he bypassed or not. I don't know about bypass surgeries or not. What I'm asking
let me ask you a question,
1 year production,
because you keep asking the same question that everybody knows the answer to, and you repeat
well, then why
it,
ain't no one answering it?
And you
if everybody knows it, why is not everybody answering it?
Bro. So what is the real
if
question?
Everybody knows it, why is not everybody answering it?
Let me ask you the real question that everybody can have their own opinion on. Not everybody knows the answer to, and you repeat it. Can you easily see for your own eyes that Jordan Love is a better quarterback than Tua, despite how many years they played, right? Does Jordan Love look like a better quarterback than Tua Tagovailoa? Yes or no?
In my opinion, I would say no.
You see, everybody's going to say their own opinion. That's a better question. And in my opinion, Jordan Love is elite if you compare him to Tua. Now, he ain't an elite if you compare him to the rest of the league, because that's when you get to use that conversation you're trying to bring up. Jordan Love
wait. I didn't bring up who was better of nothing. I brought up that he's only had 1 year of production.
I just saw a comment. Real quick, I just saw a comment. Real quick, I just saw a comment. Green Bay had trash receivers. So if Green Bay had trash receivers and Jordan Love still put up those touchdown numbers, what's that say about Jordan Love?
Cap. Green Bay had the youngest roster in the entire NFL.
What it tells me about Jordan Love, he won 9 games in the NFC. That's what it told me.
Yeah, he was
the youngest roster in the NFL?
I know as productive as he was, he won. And again, I think we can all agree that the AFC is much stronger than the NFC. He won 9 games. That's what I know.
I get that. You got in the top 10 quarterback list, you got 7 guys from the AFC and maybe 2 in the NFC. Maybe 2. But that still doesn't pass the fact that Dak and Jordan Love had the most touchdowns in the NFL. Not passing yards don't mean shit. Passing yards don't mean shit. It's about touchdowns.
Well, again, I know it, and no one is debating that. And with all those touchdowns he had,
Justin Herbert. People hate on Justin Herbert because Justin Herbert got paid, but he broke the touchdown record his 2nd year, and that's why he got a contract in his 2nd year.
And with all that being said, he has a losing record as a starting quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, but he still got paid. That's my point.
And
because he threw touchdowns, not passing records.
I'm trying to follow the conversation. I don't know. I'm not here to debate if Tua's getting paid or not. I could care less. All I'm saying is when we talk about all these things,
not hurting the team.
None of
I just want to shout out to I just want to shout out real quick to Trucker Sean. He ain't been around in a while, man. How's it going, Trucker Sean? Continue, Lewis. Sorry about that.
Now they don't care about the contract,
we're
but
good.
everybody was talking contract for 6 months. People were clueless to question his contract.
Hey, Pete, before you go on, because I'm not going to be up here long, and I'm sure y'all going to do this for a while.
Too.
But did y'all just hear the Adam Schefter's report on
No,
Tua and Love's contracts?
What's up?
I put in the chat about.
Just say what it is, Nene.
No, just say it. Just say it.
Right here it says Adam Schefter told. I'm sorry, Nene. It says Adam Schefter told Pat McAfee show that Tua and the Dolphins aren't as far along in contract talks as Jordan Love and the Packers. Quote, the Dolphins have been very open that Tua is their guy into the future. Question, Nene, and I just wanted to make sure I understood that correctly. It's saying they aren't as far along or aren't as far away. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, it's
public relations battle has begun.
Hold on, Captain. This is why I didn't want to say nothing, because y'all always like talking over people. I ain't trying to do all that, but I quoted exactly what was posted, word for word. So whatever's in there is word for word quote. That's
all right. So I take that to mean that they're not as close as Jordan Love and the Packers. Would y'all agree with that? I mean, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that's how I read it. I read it a couple of more times because other people in the community have said that their deal is getting ready to happen in 2 or 1. But then it seems, if that report is true, that he's sitting in, right?
What did that
Lewis
report say?
This, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I didn't hear. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it said that Adam Schefter told Pat McAfee show that Tua and the Dolphins aren't as far along in contract talks as Jordan Love and the Packers.
He also came and said that in regards to Miami, like what Nene had posted, that they already know that Tua is their guy. It's just a matter of what number.
The number.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to.
And that's perfect. There's nothing wrong with that. I agree with that.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
I agree with that. I stand behind the organization with that.
Yeah.
Me too.
But Lewis, can I ask you something? Because I know you're a fair guy and appreciate you coming on during your vacation. I know you're very passionate. What you feel is your absolutes. But what in the event that Tua does pull that card and sit? Then what? And I agree with you. It's not good for him or the organization if he sits, because there's not really a contingency plan. It hurts him because teams will look at him. You know, the NFL is not afraid of blackballing people. We got a lot of examples of that. And if durability is the question for the Dolphins, I'm sure it's the question for other teams as well, to see him do it another year. But what if he does, like, listen to that agent and say, just sit? What? How do you think this works, like, for us?
Well, real quick before he answers, is the NFL rescind?
What was that, Cap for Life? I think you cut out.
Oh, what I'm saying is, I heard that the NFL are not rescinding fines anymore. So if he sits out and it's $50,000 a day, the Dolphins are not going to give him his money back. Can somebody confirm that for me? Is that what I'm asking?
Well, I heard the way it works. If he shows up, then they can't call it technically taking his money. Like if he still reports, but he just doesn't get on the field. Someone explain it to where it's not.
No, you just answered it. You just answered your own question.
Yeah, I think how it works is that there's a certain minimum that he's required to participate in without getting fined. And I think it's going to be like you see him on the field, maybe doing 7-on-7 work, or maybe him on the bike while they're having 11-on-11s. So you might see stuff like that.
Yeah. He's just not gonna perform doing 11-on-11.
Yeah, here's where I'm at, Lewis, and I'm glad that Nene kind of proposed this question. What does this mean for us? I'm gonna change the question a little bit because I haven't really gotten your opinion on this. Let's say Tua does hold out, right? Or hold in, for example, and doesn't put in his full effort. Do you think, regardless if Miami signs him, let's say they don't sign him, right? They let him play out the whole 5th year without signing him. Do you think it's a bigger risk for him because of the fact if you're holding out, and let's say you don't play half the season, what's going to make other teams want to fork up that whatever crazy 55 million plus whatever number that people think he deserves? What's going to make those teams want to pay him in the event he does become a free agent? You know what I'm saying? Because
absolutely.
the same reasons you argue that he can sit out, I can make the same argument on why he can't afford to sit out. And that's how I'm sitting in it. So I don't really think one party, let it be the Dolphins or Athletes First, really has any leverage in this. They got to get a deal done because it hurts either side equally, in my opinion. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a little loud where I'm at. So, but yeah, I think you're spot on, Ali. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't benefit Tua in any way to miss games. He already has the injury concerns, right? People have concerns about the injury. People talk about his play has been inconsistent and stuff. So with all that being said, you have to go out there and earn it. Like, again, what people are failing to realize, if Tua plays on the 5th-year option, right? I think, Ali, you just hit it over the head. You're not only auditioning for the Miami, auditioning for.
Right. You're breaking up a little loose.
At the end of the day, bro, Tua can't afford to.
Right. What Lewis is saying, for those that couldn't hear it, he's auditioning for, have to be auditioning for other teams too. So it's not like, he don't want to put bad film down or none at all.
Yeah, I mean, for me, how I look at it is he's had one solid season. He played start to finish, rock and roll there, right? Now, in a sense, you can't afford to have another full solid season again and still expect to get paid. That's kind of where I'm at. The flip side of it is that you look at guys like Jared Goff. Jared Goff has put in multiple full seasons and had solid seasons. That's why he got paid, and I kind of think that's another reason why Tua has to play. Yeah, he might be a hold-in during training camp, but this is his 5th year? Do we really need to have him, show us what he got in training camp? I don't think so. I think people will make a mountain out of a molehill when it comes to not getting the practice in. But I think you're right about that, Ali. Go ahead, Nene. Go ahead, Nene. I want to know what you think. Go ahead.
I differ a little bit because you got some new players on this team that's going to be adding some significant changes. And if the offense is still timing based, right? That whole time in the office, I think you need him out there to make sure that you have as much time with the newer players, the Odell, the rookies, the running backs, and so on and so forth. Because you don't want to use game 1, game 2, game 3, and then that gives another excuse, in my opinion. Oh, we're looking bad because Tua set out. Because remember that happened with Wilkins, right? You remember that happened with Wilkins when he didn't do well the first couple of games, and everybody, because he held in. I just think cooler heads have to prevail, and both sides got to come to a common ground. And I blame the organization. Remember, I said this last summer. More the color, nose, and spaces more than on this platform here, is that you got to get ahead of these things. Whether you're gonna we're the Miami Dolphins and I'm your boss and we have the leverage, that's what you're gonna do. Then you have to have some contingency plans, and I just don't see it unless I want to throw this question, particularly the color. What if the contingency plan is we believe that Mike McDaniel can do the same thing for another quarterback, just like
that's not an illogical, irrational thought process. You know what I mean? It's likely that McDaniel, look, all these people they're the most type A people on the planet, all of them. So if you isolate Mike McDaniel and say, hey, can you be a good coach? He's not even going to think about who the players on the team. He's going to say, yeah, give me anybody.
I just say, to me, it's just, again, it's and you laughed at the comment. It's the most Miami Dolphin thing ever, what's going on right now. The most common sense thing would have been, we got knocked out early. This should have been done as early as possible and make it a deal to where if you have these concerns, there's an out somewhere in the contract, right?
Well,
to where it works
and
for
that
both
being
sides,
said,
right?
you're right, because that being said, they could have said both things could be true. In other words, they could have said, yeah, Tua is our guy, but look what just happened. We're not sure yet. This is how much we're willing to pay him, not $1 more, and we're not talking about it the rest until, we're not, in other words, table the contract talks right away while saying, yes, he's our guy, but acknowledging it when the iron was hot, when they had the most political capital to say, we're not doing a contract yet this year. That would have had to been at the end of the season. You know what I mean? They let too much time go by for everybody to Mandela affect what happened at the end of this season and start making excuses and rationalizations for it. And now we're back to where we were last season, where everybody forgets how they felt at the end of last season.
Hey,
the
this
Dolphins
might be a
could have
good thing
said
for
at that
Skyler.
point, no contract talks this year. Everybody would have cried and whined and moved on from it, and we would have Tua showing up at camp tomorrow and be clear as to where we're at. Or they could have said, this is how much money we're willing to pay. If you don't sign it, we're not talking anymore. And Tua may have signed that at that time. You know what I mean?
A color, and I always go back to last summer, because remember when I brought up this exercise when we were talking about Wilkins, and a lot of people, in the community it was a split, kind of like how it is now. Some people say pay Wilkins, other people say make him play on the 5th year, yada yada, swada. And I said to those people that was like, to pay him, I said Chris Grier has given you enough of his negotiation tactics. We could date this all the way back to Xavier Howard, right? And granted, Xavier Howard, after he got, those interceptions, that historic record, you saw the decline. But even in that, there was some pushback as to what the athlete felt was going to happen, and then what actually happened, to where he requested a trade. I think people forget about that. That actually happened under the Chris Grier era. And I told people, is it going to take Tua for people to realize Chris Grier has a number that is blessed off by whoever you want to name, Brandon Shore, Garfinkel, another name we don't know, Ross, whoever you want to, as the person that blessed off on it. And whatever that number is, just like the market is the market, the number is the number. The only problem I have with that approach is it can cause discord in that locker room, because there have been guys, unlike the Wilkins situation, that have voiced their opinions about Tua getting paid. There's been a lot of guys that's been on the record saying that.
I apologize, Nene. I just want to make this comment in regards to what was questioned about what's to say that Mike McDaniel can't do this with another quarterback. Technically, he has. He's gotten the best out of pretty much every quarterback he's worked with, including Jimmy Garoppolo. The one season that they put up, being going 13-3, that was really good season for Jimmy Garoppolo. That's the best I've ever seen him.
Well, I'd also say that
I gotta go, Color. I gotta go. Sure. I really think he can do it with another quarterback. So that's another reason why I think that, if I'm Chris Grier and I'm the Miami Dolphins, stick to your guns. If you think that he has a number and you don't want to go above it, don't go above it. Do what you got to do. My only point is that make sure you did your due diligence, you verified everything, and saw everything that was on the table before you do it. That's all I ask.
Yeah, and that goes to the point that it really only matters as to whether Mike McDaniel believes he can do that or not. So if you were to ask Mike McDaniel, can you do X, Y, and Z? he's going to say, absolutely, I can do X, Y, and Z. Because again, he's a student of the West Coast. I know I keep hammering this to people because everybody wants to believe that this is some special system when it's not. Mike McDaniel is a student of the West Coast. The entire principle of the West Coast is to not have to rely on any one player to be elite and to get the best out of every single player, including your quarterback. The system is designed for the coach to be able to plug anybody of average to above average ability in any position.
Connor, let me ask you a question.
What the system is designed to do.
So what's the system for the elite quarterbacks? What system do they use?
What happens, Pete, is when you have a system like the West Coast, it becomes a conveyor system where you're going along and eventually a guy like Patrick Mahomes comes along. And now you're running in the West Coast like Kansas City does, where it's like, yeah, it's technically a West Coast, but it's really Patrick Mahomes.
So Patrick Mahomes in his rookie season, because his rookie year he didn't get to play, so his second season was really his rookie season. So in that system, in his rookie season, he threw 50 touchdown passes in a simple West Coast offense, is what you're telling me, Color?
And nobody got like going forward. This is what I'm coming to kill.
Real quick, Rico, I'm going to let you have the full floor. And just one more point I needed to make is that the RPO itself is a variation of a West Coast. Okay, so it's a case where this is what you do until you graduate to this point where you understand all aspects and all language of the West Coast. You can move in and out between an RPO, a read option, a run pass, an air raid, all kinds of different things. You can run into 50-50 run pass play. You can all kinds of stuff you can run out of it.
So Lamar Jackson gets that deal in what type of system, Color?
They're listed as an Air Coryell.
Air Coryell.
Which kind of like
they emphasize passing a little bit more.
Predated an RPO pretty much.
Lamar Jackson,
are
you saying Lamar?
Hold on, it's a little more complex than an RPO. It's very similar to an air raid system, basically.
So air raid system is considered a quick passing game, right? Like a super fast to the line of scrimmage.
Well, it's basically there's a lot of spread, but because of his ability to run, they won't run spread like they do in college, but it is pretty much the receivers blast out, raid the secondary, and if one of them ain't open, there's going to be a wide open piece of field for Lamar Jackson to run into.
It sounds like that's the system the Dolphins should be implementing, if you ask me. Spread them out. You got the best weapons in the world. Why aren't we running the Air Coryell offense like you just mentioned, Color? Seems like that one's more ideal for our team, if you ask me.
I mean, some could argue it's kind of predates the West Coast, but it has a lot of similar concepts. So some people kind of think it's, see it as a variation of a West Coast or a subspecies. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Crypto.
No, I was just going to kill this stupid narrative about conferences, but I don't know how many times I got to do it, but the data simply shows that there's more parity in this league than has ever been before. So this notion that when just because Kansas City and the Patriots have been winning all the Super Bowls doesn't mean the AFC is that much better than the NFC. That's just freaking nonsense. You're talking about two teams that's been winning most of the Super Bowls, but the rest of the teams fall in line with the AFC's best teams. The NFC's best teams. Philadelphia had no problem beating Buffalo. Even though Dallas fell short beating them, but when you pair them all the other tier teams, when we played against San Francisco, how did that fare well last year? San Francisco's was the second best team in the NFC last year. What place were we? I mean, it goes on and on. Outside of Kansas City and Baltimore, as far as dominating the other conference, this parity across the board. So this notion that freaking the NFC is that much weaker than the NFC is just complete nonsense. I'll just put this one stat out there. The only win that the Carolina Panthers had, which was the worst team in the league and in the NFC, came against a playoff AFC team. So I'll just leave it
Crypto.
there.
Well, you could leave it there, but then I'll take over from here. Crypto, the
Mm.
reason what I think you're failing to realize is when you go down the best quarterbacks in the NFL,
Yeah, those are
list.
quarterbacks, those are positions. I'm talking about
Okay,
teams.
but listen. Okay, but you're talking about team. The NFL
But
fans.
no,
This is a
but no, I'm
quarterback-driven
not
league.
comparing the quarterbacks.
So
Pete, you
this
conflating the argument. That's my
no,
argument about who's the best, which conference has the best quarterback.
you're
I'm
going
talking
by
about as far as
team.
teams. Don't
Okay,
change my argument. My argument is
you're
simply
going by
based on
teams, and
team
I'm telling
power
you
and
why.
team strength.
And you're wondering why the people would sit here and mention that the AFC is more of a dominant because your
Because they're
excuse to this
delusional.
is because and they're delusional. And I'm gonna sit here and tell you why guys like me aren't delusional, and you guys like you that think that way need to wake up. Okay, so let me explain to you. When you go down the list, your own very list, Crypto, and you put in top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL, whether you want to hear the word quarterback or not, Crypto, that's just the reality of it.
It's half
The
and half.
NFL
Go look
is
at the new list.
driven by a quarterback. Look
Yeah,
at
it is. But
Patrick
go look at the
Mahomes.
new list.
So
I
when
bet
you
you
go,
half of them come from the NFC.
okay, look at your list. Tell me your top 10, and there's only going to be a max of 2 to 3 NFC quarterbacks there, dude.
No, it's
There's
5.
7. It outweighs. It's not 5. Name them. Give me your top 10 right now.
Well, I'm saying the new list that's been put out. I did, and once again, you're steering the argument. I'm not falling for that damn trap. I'm talking about teams. Teams win football games, not necessarily quarterbacks. Outside of Patrick Mahomes and freaking Lamar's just total dominance over the other conference. He has a better record than Patrick Mahomes versus the NFC. So that's just the total outlier. He's like 22-1. He only lost one game ever against the conference. So outside of that, that's
and
the only
that
thing
lets you
I
know
can
the
say.
NFC is weak right there.
No, that
Lamar
just means
hasn't won
Lamar.
anything in the AFC.
That means Lamar
hasn't
Jackson's
won
just a good
anything in the
quarterback.
AFC. What has Lamar won in the AFC?
If you got to play Patrick Mahomes, the best quarterback every time, then it's going to skew your numbers against you. So that's neither here nor there. Just like everybody, when they have to play Tom Brady in the playoffs, their record's going to look bad.
Joe Burrow's
So
up there. He beat Mahomes in the playoffs.
So that's nonsense. That's the only person in the whole league, Pete.
Real quick, on Sports Illustrated's list, top 10, the ratio is 7-3 AFC to NFC.
That's what I said. 7-3.
Yeah, but look, if you're going by team record versus team records outside of the Baltimore Ravens and Kansas City, it will prove otherwise.
Okay, but the NFC is beating up on the NFC. The AFC is beating up on the AFC.
And the AFC is beating up on teams like the Jets and Patriots and Titans.
So when you got teams, because that Baltimore take that you said doesn't help your case. What is the AFC's record versus NFC?
It does. I said outside of Baltimore. You're not listening. So you get into your feelings.
Yeah, but you can't leave out Baltimore. That's the AFC. You're trying to discredit. Okay, you leave out Baltimore.
Outside of those Cowboys two teams. Outside of those two teams.
Yeah, he's saying, Pete, what he's saying is those two teams skew it really hard towards the AFC. If you take
I get it, Color. It makes sense. But at the end of the day, he's leaving out teams like the Bengals. He's leaving out teams like the Browns. He's leaving out teams that are projected like the Jets. He's leaving out Buffalo.
Yeah. And then, you want to know what? I'm leaving out. You know why I'm leaving out the freaking Bengals and Buffalo?
Out the Dolphins?
Because guess what? You want to know why? Let me just go to the Bengals and Buffalo. When the Bengals played the Vikings, what happened? They lost. The Vikings. Hey, what rank is the Vikings in the NFC? When the Buffalo Bills played that same Viking team at home, what happened last year to the and then the same Buffalo Bills barely beat the Detroit Lions?
Okay, so I got a question for you, Crypto.
Team.
I got a question for you, Crypto. Let me ask you a question. Do you have Jordan Love as one of the top NFC quarterbacks? Yes or no? Real quick.
Yes.
Oh, really? Guess who beat Jordan Love last year? Mr. Sprinkles, Tommy DeVito.
You want to know
Jordan Love really needed a win.
You know why you put
about to get paid big bucks.
You know what you about to put your foot in your mouth at? Who Jordan Love didn't beat? But guess who Jordan Love did beat? Resoundingly, he beat. No, shut the fuck up. But no, what he did beat, and the only quarterback in the league that had the best stats and numbers against the Kansas City defense. That's what he did beat. The Super Bowl champions. That's who Jordan Love did beat when it mattered. So
and he beat
miss me
But
with
he
this
lost to
nonsense.
Tommy
He
DeVito.
beat the top team.
But he lost to
He
Tommy
beat the
DeVito.
top team. He beat the top team. I don't give a shit. But when it mattered, he beat a playoff Super Bowl winning champion of the Kansas City Chiefs, and he put up great numbers against Spagnola's defense. He shredded them apart. Something no other AFC
I've
team
learned
could
my
do.
lesson, Pete, when it comes to that. Like, it's any given Sunday, a team can lose to
You're
any
right
team.
about that, Crypto.
What?
Go ahead, Anthony.
Well, I'm just saying. But I was gonna sit up here. What I really was gonna say, I was gonna say the last 8 games, no quarterback put up
Came
like the
close to
numbers
Jordan
in his
Love's
final
numbers.
8 games than Jordan Love did. Just to give you example, Pete, you want to know what his last 8 games? He had a passer rating of 111.0,
Yep.
2,026 yards, 18 touchdowns versus 3 interceptions. 4 of those last 8 games came against playoff teams. I just want to put that out
Who was
there.
second on that list? Was it C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
CJ.
no, I'm talking about the total numbers.
Real quick,
Yeah,
we can
and that
actually
span. It was Love and
settle
Stroud.
this real quick. We can settle this.
No,
I
you're
just
spot on,
counted up.
Crypto.
I just counted up, okay, the number of teams in the AFC that are 500 or above in non-conference play is 10. In the NFC,
non-conference. What do you mean? Oh, playing the same conference.
Right. So I counted the number of teams that are 500 or above in non-conference games in the AFC. There's 10 last year. In the NFC, there are 5.
One of them is Green Bay, probably, right?
So that tells me there's parity. That if they were racking up wins against their own conference, that it will be a much higher number.
So
that means
wait,
there's more
does that
parity
mean that
in their
AFC is not
I see what you're saying. In other words, yeah. So in other words, that just suggests that the AFC does better out of conference than the NFC does, but that doesn't mean they do as good in conference as each does.
That's what I was going to ask.
Right.
Color. That's what I was going to ask. Color and Crypto. Does that mean what Color just pointed out? Does that mean that AFC is not as great as people made it out to be last year?
No, I'm
maybe
just arguing.
not. It just means that the AFC is better playing the other conference than the NFC is.
Mm-hmm.
They better in playing their own because you said they got a higher record against themselves, right?
No, they got a higher record. They got a higher number of teams 500 or above against the NFC.
Oh, so AFC is the dominant house.
And the NFC has 5 teams that are 500 or above against the AFC.
And you know
how you feel about that now, Color? I mean, Crypto. How you feel about that now, Crypto?
No, he's saying the total teams. But once again, we talking about the team, the conference record. I'm talking about division versus division, first place versus first place, and second place versus second place.
I'm simply talking about non-conference records.
Within
so
conference.
In other words, the Baltimore Ravens were 5-0 last year against the NFC, right? So
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right. So I counted the number of teams that are 500 or above against the NFC last year, and the number is 10. In the NFC, I counted how many teams are above 500 or above against the AFC, and the number is 5. So there's half as many teams in the NFC that win against the opposite conference than there are in the AFC.
Yeah, once again, the Carolina Panthers skew the whole thing because they only won 1 game.
And of course, the Ravens and Chiefs skew it the other way. Sure.
Right. So you have an unbalanced. You have an unbalanced thing.
I mean, the Ravens are 5-0.
So, but whose fault is that, Crypto?
How about this? You're only as strong as your weakest link. How about this? You only judge a chain as strong as its weakest link. Did the worst team in the AFC beat the best team in the NFC? I'll wait.
I think so. Yes, I think. I can't remember who was the worst.
Yeah,
no, because San Francisco had the best record in the conference. Who did San Francisco lose to in the AFC that was the bottom feeder of the worst in the conference?
Crypto, you're
Nobody.
and you know what's crazy? The Kansas City
But
Chiefs,
on the
that
other hand, a
powerhouse
playoff
team that
team
you
like
keep
the
talking about,
Titans, like the
had their worst
Texans,
year last year.
lost to the Carolina Panthers. You're only as strong as your weakest link.
Yeah,
and the two highest offensive points per game teams played each other and didn't score nothing but field goals.
You talking about women in defense points per game?
Miami and Dallas.
Yep. It went into a field
Oh,
goal.
okay, yeah, Miami
We're
versus
number
Dallas.
one
Yeah.
and number two in points per game, and we couldn't even score touchdowns against each other.
See, for me, that whole
Well, that's an example of pure parity because it was only a 2-point spread in the game, and there was one touchdown that fumble on the goal line that was made the difference.
Yeah, and for me,
So this
when it came
notion
to
that they're whole much better because Dallas is just like on par with Miami, and as far as they standings in their own conference respectively, and it was only a 2-point spread. So this notion that would they just that much better when you talk about putting them on the same level is nonsense.
Yeah, no, and when it comes to me,
do Super Bowls matter, Crypto?
For these teams, to me, the points per game.
They matter because they once again that was a 3-point spread too, and San Fran. I can't help that San Fran blew a double-digit lead both times they played the Chiefs. It could have been the other way.
Yeah, it's any given day that like.
So did Kansas City really just outmaster class the 49ers?
No, but if we go off
Super Bowl,
Super Bowl wins in the last 5 years,
bro, the game was kind of boring. The game was so evenly matched. There was two West Coast offenses that were being either perfectly run each or both were making the same mistakes because it was like it looked like a team playing themselves.
Now, if it wasn't for Jones putting that last pressure on Brock Purdy to make him throw that errant pass and miss that touchdown, we would have a different outcome.
And if it wasn't for Dan Campbell being aggressive and going for it on 4th downs, we'll have Jared Goff in a Super Bowl.
They blew a 14. They blew a 14-point lead, right? Possibility of that.
No. Yeah, and for me, with Dan Campbell,
I'm glad you brought up Dan Campbell. Oh, lo and behold, the very opening, the very opening week of the freaking season started out with Detroit beating the Chiefs.
It sure did. It sure did. That's what I was telling you. You're categorizing the Chiefs as this dominant powerhouse, like if they went 15-1 last year. They lost 6 games. They're beatable. I've been telling people Mahomes is
right.
Good,
that's what we say.
But he's not what these
difference
professionals are making him out to be, like some sort of Superman.
Well, that's
he
why
ain't no Superman.
That's why Spags just inked his name into the Hall of Fame.
Well, yeah. As a coordinator, he'd be the first coordinator to go. Yeah, he definitely inked his Hall of Fame thing.
I mean, he's been a head coach. He's been a head coach, so he'll.
My only argument is that
to an extent with Patrick,
when you talk about the best
Hall of Fame as a coordinator, what the heck is that, Crypto? You're gonna start putting coordinators in Hall of Fame now? What is that?
You have to be
a head coach for the St. Louis Rams, bro. He's not.
He's the coach before.
What did he win when he was a Ram?
It don't matter. He's got the title. No. What I'm saying, Pete, is for the Hall of Fame record keeping purposes, he's got the title of head coach.
Right, he's got coach. Yeah, he got the title. You're right.
No, but wait, are you talking about with St. Louis? I thought that was Mike Marks as the head coach.
Spags was the head coach of the Rams for like 2 seasons.
Well, under Dick Vermeil. I'm not Dick Vermeil. The other one, Fisher.
Fisher took over. Fisher replaced Spagnuolo.
Right. He was with Fisher Price. But yeah. But I'm saying my only thing is that Jordan Love and they're getting all this hate now because he's starting to carve out his little niche. But
wait a minute, Spags might have been. I'm sorry, Crypto. Spags might have been the guy that drafted Steven Jackson. I don't quote me on that.
Mm-hmm.
No, that was.
I thought that was
Spags was the one that drafted Steven Jackson.
I thought that was Dick Vermeil. They did that. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah,
I'm going back far.
No, well, Marks came after Vermeil, so it couldn't have been Vermeil.
Yeah, he had 2. Remember, he coached him twice.
Dick Vermeil built the greatest show on turf. Mike Marks just ran it after him.
Right.
So you think Vermeil should get the credit for that team, not Mike Marks?
I think
absolutely. No different than Tony Dungy should get the credit for the Bucks, even though what's his name came in and got the job done.
Hey Pete.
Yo.
You want to do a 24-hour stream when Tua signs a $60 million deal?
I think that's a mistake. That's proof of incompetence if you sign a guy who has shown that he can't perform.
I'm gonna have to be life support for Pete. I'll just be life support, Pete.
You know what I find funny? I saw the community running with that New England. You know the New England beat writer that just dropped the news yesterday? Breaking news, the Dolphins are going to extend to a 55. That New England beat writer, the whole time he was typing that little thing on Twitter, he was chuckling and laughing and making fun of us. So, and that's what people need to realize. So while the Dolphins community, they're running with that take, oh, look what this guy said. He's a beat writer. He's an insider. Tua's going to get paid. You click on his link. He's a Patriots
insider, not our insider.
He's not our insider. He's a Patriots insider. But they're running with what the Patriots want now. Now it's confirmed. The Patriots want the Dolphins to extend Tua. Since when have that ever been something? Other teams wanting a certain team to pay a quarterback. It's a weird scenario. It's like they want us to continue to be in this hellhole. And it's just going to be fans like me that are not going to be afraid to sit here and call players out when they're not what they are spoken to be about.
Was that Drake May's publicist?
What happened?
The one that wrote that article. Is that, or he just purely a Patriot guy? I want to know if he's an insider for Drake May.
Crypto, I clicked on that guy's page. As soon as you clicked it, you see a New England Patriots logo. He says New England insider, writer. Everything is New England.
That guy who he writes, he's a inside reporter for all the Boston teams. Like he writes articles for Red Sox, the Celtics, the Bruins, and the Patriots.
Man, I used to enjoy those days where Two and Ears used to drop links. Where they at?
They coming after you, Pete, man.
And Crypto, when you look at a guy, we just brought up Mike Marks. Does he run is he in the West Coast offense tree, or was he more like a spread offense, like purely a spread? Was he a West Coast guy?
But it's base is West Coast, I want to say.
Hey, Color. When is Grier, man? I'm waiting on this Grier press.
I don't know, man. We might have got sold a bill of goods. I don't know, bro. We're gonna be here for a little while. I got time. I got energy.
Because I could have sworn what I heard was Grier and McDaniel's presser was gonna be tomorrow. You got me hoping it's today now.
Well, I heard it. I mean, we didn't get a time on it. We just said we just heard he was speaking today.
So, Color, I asked Crypto this question. I want your answer. Is Mike Marks the same offense that Andy Reid runs? Kind of? Or is he more of a spread? Does he come from the Mike Leach tree where it's more of a
Who are you talking about?
Mike Marks, the guy who ran the Great Show on turf.
Oh gosh, I don't remember, man. Things, people fans didn't really concern themselves too much with that stuff.
Kurt Warner already said it was a West Coast system, bro.
Let me look real quick.
Timing and anticipation. Yeah, Kurt Warner already said it was pretty much a West Coast system with timing and anticipatory.
Right.
That's all he was.
Right.
Kurt Warner was not this elite quarterback, make things happen. He just ran Mike Marks' system. He had Isaac Bruce and Torrey Holt, who Torrey Holt was my favorite wide receiver.
What years were those in?
2001.
There we go. 99 to 2001. All right, here we go.
You like the two big guys. My favorite receiver
on
that team was Rocky.
So again, they have them listed in 2001. They have them listed as an Air Coryell, which again is kind of like, it's
Anthony, the receiver that I wanted to be.
Plenty of people consider it a variation of the West Coast.
Steve Smith.
That's who, yeah, because of my stature, my body, I wasn't tall, so I was like, damn, if Steve Smith could do it, I'm gonna be like Steve Smith. That's who I am. That's how I was on the football field. I was mouthy. I would tell you straight up, you can't stop me. Line up right here, do this, do that. I was just like Steve Smith. Because that's who I wanted to play like. That's who I wanted to be, and I was confident in my skill set.
Yeah, no, and to me, well, when I look at those teams, everybody talks about Isaac Bruce and Torrey Holt. The guy that that doesn't get talked about is Rocket Ishmael on those teams.
Yeah. And real quick, I just want to say, yeah, Sea Devil, it is apart. You're right. It is apart from the West Coast, but there's a lot of similar concepts. So some people conflate the two. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying I get what I know that it's not a West Coast system.
Yeah, no. The reason
again,
why
a lot of
brought
people
up Andy
conflate
Reid
it
is
and
because
such
when you
because
look
there's
at
similar concepts.
See, I brought up Andy Reid because when he got Patrick Mahomes, he brought in more of that
And besides, wait a minute, real quick, Anthony. And besides, didn't Pete just say that was Kurt Warner that said that? I thought we were supposed to trust Kurt Warner. I thought Kurt Warner was the greatest quarterback mind that anybody ever heard speak.
I don't know.
I like Kurt, but some of the stuff he says is wrong.
I didn't even like the Rams those years either.
You know what I mean? Like
we actually had good teams. I wanted to win a Super Bowl those 2000, 2001, 2002 years.
We didn't have a good quarterback.
I mean, all I'm saying is, who am I to challenge Kurt Warner as to what he labeled the offense he ran? You know what I mean?
Jason Taylor actually said in an interview recently,
all I can
he
do is
blames
look
Jay
at Pro
Fiedler for
Football
not
Reference.
getting a Super Bowl that year.
All I could do is look at the Pro Football Reference and say, but that's what they say they were listed as, Eric Oriel. And yeah, who says that? Sal says Mark stole the hurry up K gun from the Bills. Yeah, it was a lot similar to a K gun. Kind of what we run is very similar to a K gun. I mentioned that last off season and throughout the season. I've actually made that take. Even what we run is a very similar to a lot of what that Buffalo K gun was doing.
Yeah, no, and to me, when I look at Andy Reid's offense, it's not a traditional West Coast like people think it is, because he actually mixes a lot of that Mike Leach, what is it called, air raid with.
He could do what? Do you not see? First of all, Anthony, I don't want Mahomes' offense to. It's not even a system. It's called Mahomes. Do you see the way that guy spins his players before a goal line touchdown? He just does the spin-a-rooney. What do you call that? Where do you get that play out of? In what system?
No.
It's a backyard quarterback. He could draw a play on the grass, right on the floor. Hey, you guys do this right here. Boom, boom, boom. There's just players like that. There's no system for
I understand
Mahomes.
that,
He
but
can
what
do
I'm
it
saying,
all.
I'm talking about
system quarterbacks are not good quarterbacks. When you have a system
Right, but it's all. But remember,
Pete.
But remember,
then
Pete,
we're stuck.
It's all encompassing. So when they say that Kansas City runs a West Coast, okay. What
yeah,
you're
but
talking
what I'm trying
about
to say, you hear Anthony
no,
up
but wait
here,
a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute.
Anthony up here talking about Mike Martz
wait
and
a
Kurt
minute,
Warner.
bro.
Well,
wait
Mike
a minute.
Martz with Patrick Mahomes would not
Wait
be
a minute,
doing this
Pete.
greatest show on
Wait
turf
a minute,
type
Pete.
playbook.
What I'm saying is it encompasses the whole offense. So there's not every play that the Chiefs run is a broken backyard play. When they hand the ball off, when he tosses out to a running back in the flat, when he drops back to throw and the hot read is there and he throws it, that's all West Coast is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, and Pete, what I was saying is that people think they say it's a West Coast offense, but
they don't say anything. Pro Football Reference officially lists their system as a West Coast.
Yeah,
nobody says it.
But
it's not they say anything. It's what the NFL officially has them listed as.
Yeah, no, I understand what the NFL has it listed at, but when I look at it, it's not a traditional West Coast offense, is what I'm trying to say.
None of them. There is no such thing as a traditional West Coast offense.
If that's not what you're trying to say, then please explain to me what you're trying to say.
It's a concept. There is no traditional West Coast offense.
Exactly, Color. No, you got it straight. I'm with you on that, Color.
Yeah, no. But what I'm saying by traditional is what you saw the offense that Bill Walsh ran. What I'm talking about with
Again,
Andy
right out
Reid.
of
This
Bill
man
Walsh's
goes to
words,
Bill
right out of
Walsh.
Bill Walsh's mouth, it is a concept. It's a philosophy.
Okay. No.
And the
But
only reason why Bill Walsh ran that was because he was dealing with limitations. I guarantee it. So he had to find a measure of success using the weaknesses and strength of his quarterback in those days. Who was his quarterback?
Montana.
Weak arm Joe Montana. Short. Weak compared to the other guys. Dan Marino's status. Dan Marino was taking the league by storm in those years. And the 49ers were sitting here trying to matriculate a plan how to win with a weak arm, small, mobile quarterback. And it worked.
And Montana will be the first one to tell you that.
100%.
No, but what I'm talking about with Andy Reid specifically is he has West Coast concepts, but he's actually making it a hybrid with the Mike Leach air raid. It's not traditional West Coast concepts, is what I'm saying. Well, when you see him running the offense, you see a lot of air raid from Mike Leach when Patrick was at Texas Tech. That's what I was saying, Color.
Well, I mean, again, people can call things whatever they want. It's not really. I mean, if somebody doesn't conform to, certain concepts, and then you don't call it a West Coast system. I mean, I could argue an Earhart Perkins system is a West Coast, but it's officially listed as separate.
What system, Color, has 3 wide receiver sets out wide? Well, you got the one in the slot and 2 tight ends, 5 receiver sets, but 2 of them are tight ends. One tight end all the way.
All that is a spread formation that can be found in any offensive concept.
Okay.
That's just a spread formation. What you're trying to do is open up gaps. You're trying to make the defense widen their gaps.
I don't know. That's the type of offense I saw with Skyler, and it looked like it could be air raid. It looked like it could be pass heavy, and I loved it. So that's why I think
fundamental. If you want to talk about X's and O's in a West Coast, the fundamental principle is simply that you're not moving the ball north and south. You're generally trying to move it east and west to outflank the defense, because you don't have the ability to push the ball hard down the field north and south.
You don't really have a lot of speed receivers in that offense, is what you're saying.
You could almost say that finesse is a trope to mean West Coast.
Well, what Anthony said is true, though. You can have an elite quarterback, but if you don't have the weapons to run a downfield threat, then you have to change up to your receiver's strength. So having bad receivers can strict the coach's playbook as well.
The point being that West Coast doesn't mean it was invented on the West Coast of the United States. It's called the West Coast because it generally operates east and west, not north and south.
Yeah, Pete, what I mean by, like, Jerry Rice, we know he's a great receiver, but he wasn't really known for his speed. Who was more of a technical receiver. You would agree, Color?
Yeah, everybody knows who Jerry Rice is.
No, I'm saying the style of receiver he is. I'm saying he was really not known for the receivers that you saw on the West Coast in general were guys who were not that quick, like not fat. Tyreek is rare in this offense, is what I'm saying. You never saw a speed receiver. Was Isaac Bruce or Torrey Holt really?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, Torrey Holt, Isaac Bruce has some speed, but I see what you're kind of saying to an extent when you brought up that name of receiver.
I don't know what.
Look at Michael Thomas. Look at Michael Thomas with Drew Brees in the Saints.
I don't know what Oakland used to run, but Tim Brown used to be the fastest, man alive in the NFL for a long time.
No.
Well, that's shocking to hear because I grew up with late Tim Brown and he was slow as dirt, just like Jerry Rice.
No. That's what I'm saying.
But it's not true. Hey, hold on. I gotta correct Sea Devil in chat. That is absolutely wrong. Sea Devil, look it up.
The guys in the chat are usually wrong.
It was invented by Bill Walsh in Cincinnati. It wasn't even invented in San Francisco. It was invented in Cincinnati.
It was invented in
It has
Cincinnati?
nothing to do with it being from San Francisco. It has to do with the way the plays are oriented,
Going
east and west, not north and south.
Yeah, EM is saying, EM in the chat joking around. He's like, I'm losing my brain cells listening to this conversation.
Well, EM, you got to come up here and get educated.
Right?
Maybe you don't understand in the chat. You come up on the panel, you might be able to understand a little
color.
more.
Rewrite our brain patterns. You know,
and color. What I was trying to say is, I'm talking about the type of receivers. There was rare cases that you saw speed receivers in that West Coast offense, but in general, the receivers that you saw were more elite route runners and stuff like that.
Runners.
Huh?
John Taylor, Brent Jones.
Yeah, John Taylor, Jerry
Yeah,
Rice,
but Anthony, speed doesn't make you a great receiver. It's actually the route running. So that's the most important thing when it comes to being a wide receiver.
That's what I'm saying. In general, when
Tom
you look
Waddle
at the
was a master of getting open, but he was a slow guy.
Hilarious. You're the guy you hate so much, Crypto, in DVP. He would have been a perfect West Coast type of receiver.
I don't know. Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm gonna read. Hold on, guys, real quick. I'm gonna read what I just Googled in Google. Put in Google. Why is the West Coast offense called that? And here's the answer from Google. The West Coast.
So now
offense,
Google knows football color.
The West Coast offense is named, and this is gonna bridge to what I was saying earlier about the Air Coryell. The West Coast offense is named after the offensive system developed by Bill Walsh while he was the offensive coordinator for the Cincinnati Bengals in the 1960s. The term was originally used to refer to the Air Coryell system, which was popularized by Don Coryell with the San Diego Chargers. However, when former NFL quarterback Bernie Kosar used the term to describe the Air Coryell system, a reporter mistakenly thought he was referring to Walsh's system, and the name stuck. Walsh himself has said that he doesn't think the offense should be called the West Coast offense. The West Coast offense is a pass-first system that emphasizes short throws and yards after the catch. It's designed to stretch the field horizontally and control the tempo of the game while giving the potential for big plays. The system also uses running backs in the short passing game to spread defenses out and then later take deep shots and run the ball. Other characteristics of the West Coast include significant use of motion, timing dropbacks executed by quarterbacks, option routes that have up to 20 different patterns built in based off the leverage of the defender.
So we definitely don't have. So that confirms that we don't even run a West Coast color. That's what that just confirmed, that ending. We do not run a West Coast. Our offense under Mike McDaniel, in fact, is actually run first. It's been run first. It's all play action, color. Go put up some clips of the Dolphins and put only Tua passes, and you're going to see like 78% of those passes we see, Tua's doing a play action.
No offense. We're non-conventional.
So how are we considered a West Coast when we don't even do like what you just mentioned?
Again, Sea Devil, you can argue with it all you want. You go to the Wikipedia page and edit it and see how long it takes for them to re-edit. Because he was offensive coordinator of the Cincinnati Bengals from 1968 to 1975. So yes, it was developed in the 60s in Cincinnati.
Color, what you just read off Google, does that determine that we're not running a West Coast offense like it just stated right there?
No, everything we do is exactly like that.
What? Repeat what you just said.
Short timing route.
You said pass first.
Passes
we're
to
not
the
a
running
pass
backs
first.
in the flat.
Everybody passes to the running backs.
That's because everybody runs the West Coast.
Oh, so now everybody runs the West Coast.
80%, bro. Go
Wow.
look at the teams. 80%, bro. Give me a team right
Yeah,
now.
my
Off the top of
80%
your head,
numbers.
tell me an NFL team.
I already know every team is a copycat.
Just tell me
league,
one
fella.
NFL team right now. Just off the top of your head, just give me an NFL team. It doesn't matter which one.
Arizona Cardinals.
Arizona Cardinals. All right. I thought you would have picked the Bears. That's usually the go-to. Because they don't pass for
well, this year they not with Caleb Williams. They're gonna be West Coast probably.
But every team is West Coast. They're gonna run plays like that. You see what I'm saying?
Here we go. Here we go.
Playbooks are the playbooks.
2000. Let's see.
The playbook.
2023 Arizona Cardinals offensive scheme West Coast. You want me to look up the Chicago Bears? Let me look up the Chicago Bears with Justin Fields last year. Shall I do that? Let's see. 2023 Chicago Bears with Justin Fields offensive scheme West Coast.
Wow. So Mike McDaniel can't design a perfect system around those quarterbacks, even though the base of it is West Coast. Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm sorry?
No, you just named two teams and two quarterbacks that get scolded by people in our fan base. But yet, Mike McDaniel is not genius enough.
Only Tua can run the West Coast. Right. I know.
But Mike McDaniel is not genius enough to tweak the offense so it can be tailored to them type of quarterbacks using the West Coast as a base.
They're insulting Mike McDaniel when they say that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Jordan Love, Green Bay Packers, offensive coordinator Adam Stenovich, head coach Matt LaFleur. Offensive scheme, West Coast.
Yeah.
Let's go with the Houston Texans. How about the Houston Texans? What are you guessing, Crypto?
I'm definitely
CJ Stroud. Stroud, rookie year, 2023.
The whole San Francisco
offensive scheme
went over there, right?
Offensive scheme, West Coast. Shall I continue?
Right, you already got it. You're working at 100% clip now, even with the Bears.
Hey, how about this one? Dallas Cowboys.
Wow, if that's West Coast,
2023. You might be right. Let's see.
Break the mold.
Damn, Crypto, you nailed it. Eric Coryell.
That was just my intuition, Color. Sometimes it's spot on, man.
And I do know the Ravens running Eric Coryell as well. Pittsburgh Steelers, Crypto, what do you think? I already know the answer to this. I don't even have to look it up.
Trubisky was
by the way, C-Devil, this ain't Wikipedia. This is Pro Football Reference, which aggregates off of the NFL. So you can sit here and go back and forth and try to discredit me all you want, but I've done the research.
You don't think they run the West Coast? Oh, he don't think the West Coast is vertical?
Pittsburgh does not run the West Coast, no.
Right, he don't. Yeah, so he thinking.
And by the way, Crypto, they've run the same offensive scheme for since Chuck Noll, even.
Right. Yeah.
I didn't check all the way back to check Chuck Noll, but I checked all the way back to just after Chuck Noll.
Yes,
and they've run the same offensive scheme throughout the Ben Roethlisberger era.
Yeah,
the bust, Jerome Bettis, the bust, all of that.
Yeah,
single year.
Probably through the Booby Brickster years too.
Guess what it is?
It's probably the same.
Take a guess.
Is it Eric Coryell or Perkins?
Earhart Perkins. They've been running New England's system since Mike Tomlin has been there.
Damn.
And who's been back and forth challenging each other for Super Bowls throughout all those years? The Patriots and the Steelers.
Sounds like we got a bid for a change of offensive scheme, huh?
Well, Crypto, what do you think Brian Flores ran for 3 years?
He ran that same system of Perkins, right?
In 2021, when Tua, to his credit, was spreading the ball around quite well in 2021. Go look.
Right.
He were running Earhart Perkins.
Yeah, he had a better distribution of the ball on the floors than he do now. Yeah, he distributed more. So yeah, given the talent and upgrade we have at receiver, that will be the best approach to go back to the Brian Flores offense. Just saying.
Or Chan Gailey. It was Chan Gailey that brought it here, baby.
Yeah, Chan Gailey. Yeah. Yeah.
I can't, but you know that I'm still shocked that Tua actually is doing what he's doing to us. Like, people might not want to talk about it, and I get it, and it's exhausting, but at least can you guys admit that it is actually shocking Tua is doing what he's doing, knowing what type of player he is? Does Tua actually think he's Drew Brees? You see what I'm saying?
Shaq Money. Yeah. Well, Shaq Money said the Pittsburgh runs the Midwest offense. There you go.
The Midwest Coast. The Midwest Coast.
The Midwest offense. Oh, man. Pittsburgh, Cleveland, and Detroit.
It was designed by the Patriots back in the 70s. We could call it the Dunkin' Donuts offense.
Hey, Color, so let me ask you a question. What system did we run under Flores?
Earhart Perkins.
Perkins. He brought it straight from New England. Yeah.
So all of that extension to the run. Hold on, because this is why it gets confusing. We didn't have a run game, but Flores used the quick passing game to the running backs in the flat as an
because the concept
to the run. So what is that
the
considered?
Concepts of the EP are very similar to the West Coast, kind of inverted. You know what I mean? And that's why it emphasizes a little bit more of the inside zone run than the outside zone run. You know what I mean? So it's just kind of like a West Coast, but inverted.
So it just gets too confusing, because I go back to the part where this is why I say I feel like
but the fact that it's inverted might be why Tua was able to find more guys open in 2021.
Yeah, but the West Coast offense, you said receivers have like 20 different routes.
Up to it could get to and basically
when do we see that with ours?
Hold on, real quick, Pete. In a West Coast system, a receiver is defined by any skill position that touches the ball. Running back, tight end, wide receiver. Those are all considered receivers in a West Coast. So that's why they can line up anywhere. A running back could be in the slot. The tight end could be in the slot. A running back could be on the edge, on the wing. Like
a fullback could go out wide.
You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly.
The famous wheel route that's incorporated in about 30% of our offense.
When everything gets lined up, there's pretty much the quarterback reads the defense, determines which receiver is now the hot on that play, calls out one of two words, and every receiver on the field knows what their route is based on one of those two words.
Now, Color, let me ask you.
And everybody also knows who the hot is now based on one of those two words.
So let me ask you guys the question here. That pick offense that the Patriots were famous for that year, where they were just picking corners.
Real quick.
What is that bunch pick offense called?
Yes, there's only one wide receiver tree. That's correct. There's only one wide receiver tree. What the 20 routes means is that you could have the same formation 1, 2, 3 plays in a row, and those 3 to 5 receivers could all be running different routes depending on what the defense is doing on any one of those given 3 plays. So multiplied, that's 9 times up to 5 receivers with 9 potential routes each. That's 45 potential routes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
On any given play out of the same formation you just ran. Gotcha. So the defense has no clue that a change has been made or what the change is, because you're running the same formation most of the time. You're running you're not all the time, but it's like you have a couple different formations and everything's run out of those. And you could be running the same formation with 5 different route concepts, depending on what the defense shows you at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
Look at this. I'm on Twitter. You got Deshaun.
It does take a highly intelligent quarterback. It favors intelligence over arm strength.
Deshaun Watson is over here showing up to camp, showing off pictures. He's good with his team. Browns are probably all put together well right now, despite even though they're down on Deshaun. I feel like the Browns have a high chance.
You ever notice how, and the Earhart Perkins is like this too. You ever notice how Jerry Rice always seemed to be open? You never notice how Wes Welker always seemed to be open? You're like, how are they not triple teaming this guy?
No, you don't triple team that. And you remember
Wes
Welker?
It has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with who the defense is leaving open. It has to do with the quarterback manipulating the play at the line of scrimmage to cause that with his brain instead of his arm.
Didn't you guys hate Welker and Edelman when he played us, bro? Always playing underneath Gronkowski.
And you're like, nobody's that good. How is this guy open every play? Same with when he went to the Broncos with Peyton Manning. You're like, how the hell is this guy always open?
Yeah. Part of his route running and Peyton Manning.
And the reason being is because it's not that he's more open than everybody else. It's that the quarterback doesn't throw to him unless he is.
The quarterback puts him in an open position. Peyton Manning will go up to the line, read zone, and put him in an open spot in the zone.
That's when Peyton Manning would yell out, Omaha. Every receiver got a signal as to what route they were going to run now and who the hot was.
Patrick Mahomes just point out your defensive personnel. 45 is coming. 45 is coming. Oh, man. 45 is coming. Who was that, Fred?
Yeah, what's up, everybody?
No, you're misunderstanding me, Harris. I'm not saying that it doesn't take raw ability for a receiver to get separation and to be Jerry Rice. I'm saying that the reason it seemed like nothing could be done about it was because of what Montana was doing.
Fred, what's going on, man? Come up with some Dolphins thoughts. What's going on, bro?
Like when you're sitting there going, nobody's that good, that's because of what the quarterback is doing.
Fred, you hearing the latest on the Dolphins, bro?
You talk about the Shaq Barrett move?
The latest to me is that Jordan Love is about to sign a deal today or tomorrow, and we have the only quarterback on a rookie contract out of the 2020 draft. That's just a slap.
By the way, Jerry Rice is my favorite receiver of all time, so I am nobody throwing shade on Jerry Rice. Don't even put that on me.
What I got to say about that, Pete, man, it shows me that, hey, the Packers, man, think very highly of Jordan Love, man. You know what I'm saying? And I was listening earlier, like Crypto said, man, hey, man, this guy had a great second half season, bro. Great second half season. And they see upside in Jordan Love, man, and his capabilities, bro. And they're good with that.
Here's the thing, Pete, and this is I'm gonna come at Pete a little bit here. Hold on, I'm gonna come at Pete a little bit here because I never got a word in edgewise every time you're arguing with people about this. This notion of spot throwing is literally caused by the West Coast. It is a feature of the system.
Yeah.
It's not something Tua is having to do or can only.
See, that's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong at right now.
Well,
I'm telling you right now, fella.
I've witnessed him throw outside of the confines of the single X receiver. So
consistently, like these other quarterbacks are trying to do.
Not consistently, no, but I've seen him do it
in an instant. In a play here and there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll give you inconsistency.
Rare instance.
Okay, but I had to correct this whole notion about the spot throwing altogether.
That's why when you're Tua, you don't like that spot throwing narrative, because if you pay attention to our offense, is all about the timing. And the timing, which is good. That's what you want to do, Color. Let's not get that misconstrued. The coach McDaniel is drawing up plays specifically for his quarterback to do them on time. But unfortunately,
that's not to say that it's because of Tua.
It is because
that
of Tua.
A feature of the system.
But it is because of Tua, because of the fact that coach does not let him draw up plays and call his own plays. He could only
Okay,
work
fair enough.
under what he could only work with what McDaniel calls correct. Remember, there are
Okay, fair
defensive
enough,
coordinators that are
Okay,
paid to
fair
stop
enough.
the
Fair
offense as
enough.
well.
Fair enough. But what I'm saying is, if Tua is changing the X at the line of scrimmage, then wouldn't it always look like he's throwing to the X?
Actually, okay, but I'm glad you said if, because on film we've gotten the opposite. We've seen Tyreek tell Tua to switch up the plate.
You might be right about all that. I'm simply talking about the pure definition when we have these arguments about spot throwing.
He called
There is no way for us to know because
Everybody
the
does
West
it.
Coast system is designed to change the X at the line of scrimmage. So it's always going to look like he's throwing to the X.
Color,
Hey,
are you not aware about
ask a
our
question?
like what you're saying? I get it, but when you base it on based on what we know, bro, we get to the line of scrimmage with 9 seconds left. This guy don't even have time to adjust or call audibles or anything like that. It's
Hey, can I ask something?
It's not an audible. No, it's not an audible. It's a check. And it's one word. It's one word or one signal. It's not a whole play. He doesn't have to call out a whole string of words. It's one signal.
Based on the defensive cornerback look on that wide receiver.
And there's only 2 words.
Well, yeah.
In other words, if I yell out this word, then everybody runs this. If I yell out this word, then everybody runs this. There's only 2
100%. 100%. You're spot on, Color. You're spot on.
If you have commanded offense, that's what you do with Mike McDaniel and call it in at the last second.
Right. And
but even if you don't have full control of the offense, you can still do what Color just said as well. An example of that
command would be Tom Brady and the Earhart Perkins.
But Crypto, even if you don't have full concept of the offense, you can still do what Color just said pre-snap.
Do that, you're gonna automatically because you don't know what to call if you don't have full
control. Because it's like a hot route. You're basing it off the look of the defense. If it's no safeties high and they're crowding the box, you just say a word and make the receiver go for it.
But it's not just up to the brain of the quarterback. It's up to the brain of all the receivers too. They have to memorize the language and know what route to be running when he calls out that certain word based on the defensive formation and their formation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but Color, what this is why
they all have to be as smart as the quarterback.
They have to be, but this is what you'll have an answer receiver see both safeties drop in the box, making the defense anticipate is going to be run. The receivers lined up out wide. He sees that. He's like antsy, jumpy, waiting for the quarterback to tell him, "Let's do this fly route." You know what I'm saying?
Can I ask a question? Man, did we ran this offense? We ran this offense with Brian Flores, didn't we?
No,
we didn't run this offense with Flores.
I'll tell you when. We did. We did, Fred.
But was the offense set up to hurry up and get the ball out of Tua's hands with Flores?
I would say that 2021 season, Fred, that 2021 season, I believe, when we had Jakeem Grant and he started, like in the beginning of the season, we were leaving Grant flat. He wasn't moving. Then towards like the middle of the season, I even called it out because this is how I remember this, Fred. I said, why are we playing Jakeem Grant and we're not motioning him? And out of nowhere, like 2-3 weeks later, we saw Jakeem Grant being in motion on almost every snap. So yeah, I do believe we ran this style offense under Flores.
I believe we got it. We got at a point where the coaches understood, like, to me, like, look, this guy is, he doesn't have the biggest arm. Okay, well, we need to do something, set something up to where he gets it out quick and try to get timing with this quarterback because he lacks the arm strength to make up throws. You know what I'm saying? To make up for throws. So Flores and them, they knew what they had to do. You know what I'm saying? Mike McDaniel just came in and gave more chances for Tua to do it. And so, it is what it is, man. This is the. If you ask me, I'm sorry. If you ask me, this type of offense we run right now is the only offense that Tua is going to be able to work in, man. This is the only kind of offense he's going to be able to work in, simply because he doesn't have the arm strength to make up for longer throws downfield, longer routes, and for his deep ball. To me, even that's on timing. He doesn't have enough arm strength to notice a wide receiver's about to come open deep, because by the time he gets there, man, the DB's caught up to him. So everything's on timing. If he doesn't have any,
this is how you know he doesn't have a strong arm, Fred. This is how
exactly.
scouts.
Exactly.
I'm gonna give you an example.
And so hold on, Pete. Hold on. So I asked myself, man, can this guy thrive in any other kind of offense, any other way? You know what I'm saying? Any other offense?
Oh, I got you. Did you hear earlier when I told Color about the Air Coryell offense?
Does it matter?
Doesn't it sound like a spread offense?
Everybody, 80% of the league is running this.
Fred.
Yeah.
Man, is it me or is it just Fred coming up choppy?
80% is a conservative estimate on my part.
Fred, do you remember the Kyler Murray clip?
Even playoff teams run this offense.
Even Super Bowl champions run it.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's our problem with it? Why does it seem to? I don't know, man. You know what, man? I don't want to stir anything up, man. But
you're not stirring
well, this is what I gotta say. Look, with the roster that we have offensively, listen up. With the offense that we have offensively, with the weapons we have, I truly believe we will be a better offensive powerhouse if we ran that Cliff Kingsbury air raid quick, fast-paced offense. This is what I'm talking about. A fast-paced, quick pace. Quick.
Do we have
defense on their heels? It has to be quick. Run to the line of scrimmage. Have like 30 seconds on the clock. As soon as the clock, you're already running up. Y'all don't remember that, Cliff Kingsbury? High-paced offense?
That was Chip
That's
Kelly.
the style of offense we need with these
Chip
weapons,
Kelly,
bro.
You're thinking of Chip Kelly, man.
But that was Chip Kelly too. But Chip Kelly and Cliff. But you're right. Chip Kelly was first with Philly Crypto. You're actually right.
Why is it? Hold on a second. Hold on. First of all, hold on, Pete. I gotta do a reset here. First of all, everybody hit the like button. Please hit the like button. We got to get more people up in here to talk to, because for some reason, every time I hold a show during the day, in the middle of the week, or early in the week, whatever, during the week, I don't know what it is. I end up with like Fred, Pete, and Real Talk Perez. I have no idea why these guys are magnetized to me or something, man. Like, what's up, Real Talk?
Man.
Can you correct all these people in chat about the
I heard your show? What you saying, Color? I heard your show?
No, I didn't say that.
What you saying, Color? I heard your show. Me and Real Talk.
I didn't say that. I enjoy having you all around.
It does sound.
That's what you said.
This is the smartest panel, and I appreciate Real Talk Perez coming up. This is the smartest panel TFTG has had in a long time with us five up here.
So I wanted
this
to
is the
speak on what
smartest panelist that the panelist has ever had.
That happened when the show started.
I wanted to
right now at the 2:27 mark.
I wanted to speak on what Tuitus was speaking about. How he asked, "Why are you guys having a problem with the system?" And other people are thriving. I think the problem is that people are not giving Mike McDaniels enough credit. Everyone's thinks it's as simple as, oh, it's a West Coast offense. Everybody runs this. Or if you narrow it down more, because it should be, it's not just a basic West Coast offense. It's a very unique type of offense. Oh, Kyle Shanahan and Mike McVay, they run this type of offense. It narrows it down even more of how many people actually run the offense. And not only that, but Mike McDaniels runs his own way of that type of specific offense. So it's not like a lot of people are running that offense. No. Color, the way you speak about you just said 80% people run the offense.
When I started this conversation, I made it clear that the West Coast was a concept.
I understand, but a little while ago, you
can be run an infinite number of ways depending on the personality of the coach and the fingerprint of the coach. You're talking about the fingerprint of the coach.
When Twitter said, "Oh, a lot of people run this offense," you're like, "Yeah, a lot of people run this offense," and that's not giving your offense the respect it should get because there's not a lot of people running this specific offense. It's not. And even the people.
Right, that's because
even the people that
our roster.
It's not just your roster. It's just because certain coaches run
our roster.
Color. Let me speak. Certain coaches.
I guarantee you, if our roster was different, Mike McDaniel would be doing something different. His wrinkle would be different.
I'm not saying he wouldn't. All I'm saying, but it goes back to what.
So what are you really arguing about then?
Let me speak, and you'll understand. Again, by you saying other people run this offense is a lie. You can't say, "Oh, if
he's starting to sound like Lewis, Color." They want to speak, but they don't say much.
You can't say
offense.
You can't say that everyone runs that offense, bro. Mike McDaniel has
the West Coast as a
base because nobody has stolen McDaniel's playbook.
The point is, bro, you guys gotta stop acting like everybody.
Nobody has broken in and burglarized the facility to steal McDaniel's playbook. You're right. Nobody else can run it. You're right.
So stop acting like 80% of the league runs your guys' team. Because it's not true.
The West Coast offense as a
real
base
talk. You know what?
Yeah.
Hold on, because this is what happens. People start jumping people when they don't know. Real talk. Let me tell you something. Real talk. I'm gonna tell you real talk. Can you listen? Real talk. You're absolutely correct. You are absolutely spot on when you say that because all we have to do is bring up the motion numbers, the way our offense does motion, and compare that to the rest of the league. And there's only two at the top, the 49ers and the Dolphins. The rest of the NFL ain't running a motion like that. And Color just sat up and ran up Wikipedia and started talking about motion.
Hold on. We're both driving Fords. We're both driving Fords, right? And you drive yours a different way than I do, and that makes it not a Ford anymore?
Exactly.
Well, we're talking about a high percentage of motion. You want motion, you use motion.
That's what he said.
You're driving a Ford. You're driving a Ford. Hold on. You're driving a Ford with gas. I'm driving a Ford with electricity. So there's things that I can do. There's things that's better for me that is not for you. That's the difference.
He's driving the six-cylinder Challenger, and I'll drive the Scat Pack. You can drive the six-cylinder Challenger, and I'll drive the Scat Pack. They're both
by you acting like other people are running the same shit that you're running, it's false. It's giving a bad look for your offensive coordinator, bro.
Comprehending. Well,
it's not giving him credit of all the things that he does that's unique.
You're taking his argument and twisting it. That's not what he meant.
Oh, so
I'm not twisting nothing. When you say 80% of people run your system, you're like saying
the West Coast as a concept.
That's basically,
what part don't you understand?
I never said 80% of the teams run our system. I said 80% of the teams run the West Coast concept. The West Coast offense.
And I told you not to a limit like us. And I told you, Color, not to a limit like us, and you said yes.
What is the point? What is the point? What is the point of saying that 80% people run the?
I told you not like us.
What is the point of Mike McDaniel reporting to the league that we run a West Coast when he didn't have to?
Exactly. What is the point? What is the point of saying that 80% of people run the West Coast offense? What are you making? What point are you making by saying that?
Listen to what he said.
Why did you say it? What's the point?
I wasn't trying to make a point. Somebody says that nobody else runs it, and I correct them.
Why would you correct that?
Because it's true.
If someone is saying not all people are running it, they're obviously not talking about the West Coast offense. They're talking about the scheme that you guys run.
You are giving way too much weight to the differences, bro.
Yeah, that's the point, Color. Tua is not good because it's the West Coast offense. Tua is good because of the scheme that is put in the West Coast offense. That is the whole point. It is not the West Coast offense that makes Tua good.
Okay. You just used the word scheme. Okay, fine.
Yes.
Let's do this then. You just used the word scheme. Okay. We can call it scheme. We can call it concept. We can call it whatever the hell you want to call it. Okay. We can do all of that. Okay. But if you're going to use the word scheme, which you just chose to use, okay, give me a moment to pull this up. But it's right here in black and white. Miami Dolphins offensive scheme, West Coast.
Yeah.
And it
What's
uses
your point?
the word scheme. And it uses the word.
What's your point? What is your point?
Shall I pull up the actual reference page so you can see the verbiage that it uses right there?
Like Color, like you said, you can call it scheme, you can call it concept, whatever you want. Wait, Color, let me finish. I can let you talk.
Hold on. What I'm telling you is no team or coach is obligated to report this to the NFL.
I understand, Color. That's not what we're talking about. What I am saying is when you guys talk about whatever you want to label it, when you guys talk about why Tua is good, Tua is not thriving right now because of the West Coast offense. It is what Mike McDaniels is drawing up in the West Coast offense. Yes, the concept is a West Coast offense, but the way that Mike McDaniels.
What is Mike McDaniel drawing up? Baseball plays? Is Mike McDaniel drawing up basketball plays? Is he drawing up golfing plays?
Color. There are different ways to run different schemes. However Mike McDaniels is running it is why Tua is successful. If there was to run
anything, why do we bother calling him anything then? Why don't we just call it football then?
Color. So other people run the West Coast offense differently, right? Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just like people drive cars differently.
Okay. So if Tua was in somebody else's West Coast system that ran it differently, he would not be successful. Plain and simple.
Run it differently. They would run it the way he needs it run.
That is the point.
Concept. Okay, stop right here. Because I'm only going to read this fucking article 10,000 more times before it gets into your head.
You don't need to read the article. Okay. You literally said my point.
Okay. I'm not going to be talked over on my own fucking show. Okay. And yes, I can talk over anybody the fuck I want on my own show. If you don't like it, don't join it. Okay. I have read this fucking article 5 times for this audience. Okay. This article is not from Wikipedia. Okay, it's not from the NFL. It's from a site called westcoastoffense.com. An entire website devoted to the shit.
Yeah, pretty much.
If you don't like what I'm saying or you disagree with it, you go to the proprietors of that website and waste their time about it.
Well, you can't be coming out here, Color, making it seem like that website is full gold and full throttle, and you believe it. You don't have to.
That website literally says that the system is a concept that is meant to accentuate the best qualities of every player. So if Tua went to one of these other West Coast systems, they would not be running what they're running. They would run something that accentuates Tua's abilities. That is the West Coast.
Facts, Color. No matter where Tua goes, they're going to run the West Coast to his ability.
Just like if Jordan Love came here, we'd be running something that accentuates his abilities.
So I just want to know
Are you done, Color?
has to say against
So,
that. Because I'm
Okay, now this is what I gotta say about that. I'm not disagreeing to what
I
you
don't
just
need to
said.
hear anything from you, bro. You take your
Oh
words
my
and
God.
you go to that fucking editor and publisher and you tell them.
Color, I am not
I'm
disagreeing
not
with
wasting
what you're.
one more bro, you don't get it. I'm not wasting one more second on it, bro. That is not the topic anymore. If you can't conform, I'll leave you in back. If you've got a problem with what I've said, okay, you go to the proprietors of that website and you argue with them about it. I'm done.
I am not arguing with you, Color. Did you hear that?
Stop.
Color, I'm saying I am agreeing with what you just said. Listen to what you just said. I am agreeing with what you just said. What I am saying is the version that Mike McDaniels is running is the only way that Tua is successful in the West Coast system. Other quarterbacks can use the West Coast system differently, can do different versions of it, and still be able to be productive.
You know why
I am
they're
saying,
different versions? Are you just going to ignore why they're different versions?
I'm not ignoring why there's different versions.
Then what is your point?
My point is there's only one version that Tua can be successful in it. That is it. There's only one version.
That's because Tua is Tua.
Exactly. That's my point. And I'm saying when you say that,
but that point isn't to be used to say this is the only quarterback we can have.
I never said this is the only quarterback you can have.
What are you trying to say, bro?
Who said that? What I am saying is when you sit there and say everybody runs this West Coast offense, a lot of people. I am not disagreeing. What I am telling you is, yes, everyone runs a West Coast offense. The difference is,
you know what, bro? I told you that I'm not spending one more bit of energy on it, bro. You're twisting words for some reason to make some point.
I haven't twisted your words at all. I've used every word you're using. I'm just saying there's only one way that you're using that West Coast offense, and that is giving big ups to Mike McDaniels, because it's not like what Mike McDaniels is doing, anybody else is doing. This is Mike McDaniels' version of the West Coast.
Yes,
they're not.
Yes,
no, they're not.
Yes,
That's where you're wrong, Color. No one else is running this system the way Mike McDaniels is running.
I can name at least 2 examples off the top of my head.
Who?
Matt LaFleur with what's the receiver's
name? Wrong.
Dude, Jaden, what's his last name? Damn, I can't think of his last name. Jaden something or other. Okay, and the Los Angeles Rams, Sean McVay with Tutu Atwell. So
McVay is close.
Other teams ain't doing it.
No, again, they're close, but only Mike McDaniels has the wrinkles that he has.
That's because they have different athletes with different abilities and attributes.
And what I am saying
only ever be close.
What I am saying is exactly what Mike McDaniels is doing. I don't think Sean McVay would be able to figure out how to use Tua as well as Mike McDaniel has figured out how to use Tua. That is what I am saying. The shit that Mike McDaniels is doing is genius stuff. That is what I am saying. And I think you guys are doing it.
You go take that statement to Sean McVay and leave me out of it.
Hey, did y'all just see what Tua's mom just tweeted on Twitter?
Again, you take that take, Real Talk, over to Sean McVay and the Rams channel, and you have a field day with that. Okay?
You saw what Tua's mom just tweeted on Twitter?
Leave me out of it.
I think they're doing Mike McDaniels a disservice.
Leave me out of it.
Leave me out of it.
Leave me out of it. That's
Hey,
the dumbest
Color.
thing I've ever heard in my life. That McVay can't find a way to make Tua successful. That's the
I
dumbest
did.
thing I've ever heard in my life.
I didn't say he can't. I said I don't think he would
Dude is a
do as
Super
good of
Bowl
a job as
champion.
Mike McDaniel.
Dude got to a Super Bowl with Jared Goff, and then won it with Matt Stafford. Like, dude is a Super Bowl
Tua
champion.
is worse than those two guys.
And
He is worse than those two guys.
You're comparing him to a glorified running back coach that got us awarded a title that he didn't earn.
And that's my whole point. I think they're doing a disfavor. I think they're doing a disfavor to Mike McDaniels. I think Mike McDaniels is better than you think he is. That's my whole point.
Actually, I think it's the other way around. I think you're taking away the credit from Mike McDaniel when it comes to saying that only Tua can run this shit.
Yo, this could be breaking news, man. I want to end this conversation with this. Tua's mom just tweeted, and I don't know how to take it, and I need these gentlemen up here to tell me.
Mike McDaniel can run a different offense with a different quarterback and be good. I'm not saying he needs Tua.
No shit. That's what I've been saying the whole show.
Hey,
go ahead, Pete.
Tua's mom just tweeted, and this is all she tweeted, was 4 laughing emojis. That's it. That was it. Just 4 laughing emojis.
Laughing emoji?
Laughing emojis, and everybody's under the comment section saying, yeah, this guarantees your son is paid. Yes, it's finally happening. We love your son. He's getting paid. This confirms. Like, everybody's under her tweet saying that these 4 laughing emojis confirm that Tua's about to get the bag.
Maybe you know what? Maybe she's laughing at the last offer.
That's what I was about to come up here and say, Color. I think she's laughing.
That's what I think. Laughing at somebody, yeah. Meaning that what a joke. Right. If there's no comments behind it, I mean, it'd be like,
I can even picture her saying, "You got me. You got the wrong fucking mama right here, man. You got the wrong person to be throwing that offer."
Yep, like it's a funny offer. Like, don't try me. Don't try my son with that Baker Mayfield deal. Don't disrespect my son with that Baker Mayfield deal. Exactly. Yeah. That's exactly how I took it, Color. That's crazy.
Especially if it's just open.
You know what?
No context.
You know what? With that right there, them laughing at Joe emojis. To me, the ladies. Of course I don't know the lady, man. But
hold on, Fred. I gotta address this real quick. Fred, hold on, Fred. TDR says, like Dan Orlovsky said, maybe 5 QBs could maybe match Tua in this offense. Yeah, that's right. Given that 80% of the teams run a West Coast and only 5 of them are in the mix every year, sounds right to me. That sounds right.
That don't make sense.
What do you mean it don't make sense?
Sounds like to me that Dan Orlovsky's just trying to do it.
The same 5 quarterbacks are competing with each other every year at the end, and they all run a West Coast system.
If again, I already made this point last time. The reason why they're talking about only a few people could run the system is because they're talking about the way that Mike McDaniels is running that system that Tua is in.
Few people can run any system. That's
right. Running Mike McDaniels' wrinkle. They're limiting it to that.
Exactly.
Which means they're limiting Mike McDaniels' ability to expand his horizon to adapt to other players other than what we have.
No, that's false though. I think he can adapt to other players. But they're not wrong when they're saying that only about 5 people can run.
That's what that statement entails.
Say that again?
Man, I think bigger news
whenever
is
you say that is a limiting statement by definition.
No.
This is crazy.
I get what you're saying. I am saying that when they say only 5 people can run the system, I believe that they're speaking about the system that Mike McDaniels is running right now for Tua. But that doesn't mean that I don't think that Mike McDaniels
break it and say
that's obtuse.
I see what you're saying, but they say it.
Right.
He only can run the West Coast offense. Those quarterbacks.
Like that's the only thing that Mike McDaniel can run. I get you, and I believe that's wrong.
But it would make sense, bro. That it's probably the same 5 quarterbacks he's talking about that can run any system. It's easy.
No, I get the 5 quarterbacks.
True. What Dan Orlovsky did was a truism. Of course, there's 5 quarterbacks that can run to his system because there's 5 quarterbacks that can run anything.
Right. Exactly.
That tells me 0.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right. Those 5 quarterbacks are running pretty much any system. So yeah.
Right. So it tells me 0.
What'd you say, Color?
It tells me 0.
Hey, Fred, what do you think about these 4 laughing emojis from Tua's mom?
I mean, who are the 5 quarterbacks? Mahomes, Jackson, Burrow, the same 5 ones that can run everything.
No, I don't think Lamar can run that system.
Okay, Lamar runs the damn system.
No, not that system Tua runs. Lamar does not run that system.
He doesn't need to, bro. He don't need that kind of. He don't even need that kind of system, bro.
I agree.
Ever hear are the ones out of your own.
I agree.
I'm gonna tell you like this. If you ask Lamar to just hike the ball and just throw it right there, bro, Lamar's gonna laugh at you. He's gonna laugh at this offense and say,
Fred,
"What the hell is
Fred.
this?" He's gonna say, "What the hell is
You
this?"
must have missed the timing crosser.
Wait,
hold on. You must have missed the timing crosser to Rashad Bateman that they took to the house on us. You must have missed that one.
No, it's the point of having a whole. It's the point of playing a whole game like that.
If you ask me, a system like this is a slap in
You don't
Lamar
need to play a
Jackson's
whole game
face,
like
bro.
that.
He did. His
You don't.
passer rating was perfect at halftime.
You don't need to play. You guys gotta stop taking something I'm saying and thinking I mean something else. I'm literally answering the question that we're literally talking about, and that's it. I'm not saying Lamar has to run the system. I'm not saying he has to anything. All I'm saying is for Lamar to be with the Dolphins and run that system as much as Tua has to run that system, Lamar can't do it. Does he need to? No, he can do other things.
Why would I want to?
I'm not saying.
Why even bring it up when Mike McDaniel is not going to have that kind of system for him?
Utilize in a West Coast system. Why would I do that?
I'm not saying you would want him to. I am answering the question of Lamar can do that. That's all I am saying. I'm answering the question of Lamar can do that, and it's like, no, he can't.
Hold on, let me get Fred in here because Amicus is about to flip out on me for over talking Fred. Go ahead.
Can I say one thing, man? You know what? An offense like this, to me would be a slap in Lamar Jackson's face, because Lamar Jackson has abilities to do even more things than what this offense would consist of, man. Hike the ball and throw it there. No, that ain't Lamar Jackson wouldn't even want that to be in a system like that. I don't think, bro. I think
he don't want to get rid of the ball quick. Fred,
what was the Ravens? I think they were third in scoring. What was the point per game that the Ravens scored?
I would say limiting Lamar to that would be a slap in the face. Limiting him to that would be a slap in the face.
Fred, most quarterbacks want to get the most time when they drop back, not hurry up and get rid of the ball. That's not the game. Quarterbacks want to be back there all day.
Damn, bro.
And all you're saying, real talk, is that it's harder to do donuts with fresh tires than it is with bald tires on the same Ford. That's all you're telling me.
Let's don't forget Mike McDaniel.
The guy that's used to doing donuts with bald tires is probably going to have a harder time kicking the spin on fresh tires.
Mike McDaniel created an offense to hurry up and get the ball out of Tua's fucking hands, bro. That's all he did.
That's a lot of offense. That's 90% offense.
That's all he did. That's all he did. That's what he's got to work with.
That's the part that I have a problem with, because you're saying that's all he did. Like everybody's doing that. I guess that's easy. Anybody can do that for Tua. That's false. The game plans, the routing concepts, the designs. Not anybody can do that for Tua, bro.
Anybody can hike the ball and just throw it.
Anybody. I just said Sean McVay could.
No, the RPO
he's not doing anything spectacular, bro. That's what he's not doing anything spectacular, bro.
All these people think
who's not doing anything spectacular?
Hold on, all these people think that these 30-something-year-old coaches are reinventing the wheel or something. It's so hilarious, man. Really, man.
Hey, Color, can I take you somewhere else, bro? I mean, it's
please, man. Lewis is about to jump in here and say this is some of the worst stuff we've ever heard.
Let Fred have the floor, because I want him to take it somewhere else. Sure, go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, Color. This is what I want to do, man. And if you want to go deeper into it, bro, I'm going to say, Tyreek Hill and Waddle, they make Tua, bro. They make Tua. Because anytime you got two of the fastest wide receivers, bro, all you got to do is throw the ball deep as you can. And you literally got two guys that's going to outrun defensive backs to that ball.
And
so
Lamar,
what's so hard about that? Now, hold on. I ain't quite finished, man. Now, where the problem comes is where you need a minute, another second to see if this wide receiver is about to break open, and with Tua, it's too late because his ball is going to hang too high. Now the defensive back is going to have time to catch up to that shit. That's what we got. Tua hike the ball and throw it as far as he can, and you literally got two wide receivers that can outrun anybody to that ball. That's all we got.
And if we had Lamar, we'd be winning at least three more games.
If you got Lamar doing it, Lamar is sitting there and watching the wide receiver come open, wide receiver coming open deep. Then he throws it because he can get the ball there. Not just throw it out there and hope your wide receiver can run it down. No, he's analyzing. This wide receiver is about to come open deep. Now I'm gonna throw it. Come on,
I definitely think Tyreek makes this whole offense, for sure. And even if you want to say makes Tua,
he makes the quarterback. He makes the quarterback, bro.
He makes the offense. Making the offense is worse than making the quarterback good. He makes the offense.
So you're saying our running backs?
How do you explain 30 points on the Jets without Tyreek in the ball game?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Tyreek is the guy. Tyreek is the MVP. When they were saying it was Tua MVP, it was Tyreek. Tyreek's the MVP. I think Waddle. I think Waddle makes the offense almost near unstoppable.
That's fair enough in relation to Tua, but how is Tyreek the only one that makes this offense go when we still put up 30 on the Jets without him on the field?
Because the offense, everything is like saying, how does the passing offense make the running game better? The passing game can make the run game better, just like the run game can make the passing game better. It just depends on who's your point. What are you running the offense through? That offense is going off of Tyreek. Period.
Tyreek wasn't on the field.
How did so what?
If we cannot.
Plenty of people in the NFL put up 30 points without having a Tyreek on the field. It's not.
So how does our offense depend on Tyreek?
It goes through Tyreek. Your offense is built. What do you mean? How? Your offense is built off of speed. Tyreek is the fastest guy on there. He's unstoppable.
By 0.1 second?
No, by being Tyreek. Tyreek is a one of one. There's never been anybody like that in the NFL. Period.
We didn't go through him to beat the Jets.
A lot of people don't need Tyreek to beat the Jets.
Well, a lot of people couldn't beat the Jets last year.
That's not the point. A lot of people beat the Jets without Tyreek, bro.
Yeah, and a lot of good teams didn't beat the Jets.
Yes, everybody has different ups and downs and different game plans and different things. I get it. You beating the Jets without Tyreek doesn't prove that you don't need Tyreek. Like, I don't know what you're trying to say.
Maybe it proved up to that point that Tua doesn't need Tyreek anymore.
It never proves that. When you have a whole year,
he did it.
When you have a whole year without Tyreek, then you can tell me you don't need Tyreek.
It was the first time that Tua had that good of a game without Tyreek on the field. First time.
Like I said, consistency isn't 1, 2, or 3, or 4 games or half of a season. Consistency is multiple seasons. When you can show me at least one whole year.
I hear you, Real Talk. What I'm saying is maybe that. How do we know that wasn't the start of? Hey, that's my first time I had to do it without Tyreek. How do we know that ain't a change that we're seeing?
You won't know until you don't have Tyreek no more.
And when we don't have Tyreek no more, Real Talk Perez is going to look back like a rookie too.
We proved that we don't need to go through Tyreek. That's all I was saying. For that particular
How many times we do that? When we do that?
Not many, Fred. Not many, Fred. What's your point, Fred? Not many. I just said that before I said what I said. So what's your point?
We sit here and say all of that.
How many games did we win without
Tyreek? Is right. Just say he's right, Color.
And I said it before we even started the conversation. So what is the point of bringing that up again? I know.
So what is the point of you arguing of a one-game sample
because
size
Real
that really
Talk
doesn't
said
matter?
because Real
One
Talk
game.
said that this offense goes through Tyreek, and I pointed out a recent game where it did not have to do that.
Okay, but
One
do
game.
you know what
One
happens
game.
when
Yeah,
you,
one game. That's right,
do you
Fred.
know,
One game.
Color, do you know what happens when you decide to sit here and tell us about that one very game? You know where that puts you at?
I guess it makes me a 2 in ear. I don't know.
No, it makes you, since you want to bring that point up, it makes you think that Tua can play without Tyreek Hill because of that one game.
I said that he showed
why
he
else
could
would
do
you
it.
bring that up?
All I said was he showed he could do it for a game.
So why? Okay, so he did it for a game.
That
so
could
you
be the
believe
first one of
he'll
many.
be great?
That could be the first one of many.
Oh, that
He
could
had
be.
not shown that up to that
think
point, Pete.
we have.
Are you going to tell me?
No,
Are
I'm
you
gonna
going to
tell
tell
you
me
this.
that
Let me
Tua
tell
had
you what
already
I am
shown
gonna tell
that?
you. Let me
Hold
tell
on,
you what
Pete.
I am going to tell
Are
you.
you trying
We
to
have
tell
way
me?
too many
Are you
games
trying to tell
without
me that
Tyreek
Tua had
Hill
already
for
shown
you
that?
to try to, for him to say one
Pete,
game?
answer my
No, I've
question.
seen. I
Answer my
told you mine.
question.
I told you
Are
my
you
statement.
telling me that Tua had already shown that before that?
I'm telling you, Tua,
Because
before
I'm
Tyreek
asking you a
Hill,
question,
we
yes
know
or
what he
no.
is.
Had Tua
And
shown that before that?
No, talk to me
Then
about a
when is
team
he
that he
supposed to?
Okay,
Then when
so
is he
talk to me
supposed to?
about a
Then
team
when
that
is
Tua
he
does
supposed
that
to? Hold on.
on
When
a
is he
team
supposed to if we
on
can't
above
count the
500
first
team.
time he did it?
An above 500 team.
When is he supposed to start doing that if we cannot count the first time he did
Do
it?
it against an above 500 team.
When you go into a season without counting Tyreek, that's when you can prove it.
Well, I have a feeling we're going to play a few games without Tyreek this year.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Please do, Lewis.
I see a lot of football knowledge up here on this panel. So when you get
let me get off.
Let me double check.
No. There's a lot of talented football minds up here. So I just wanted to ask a question real quick. When you go get, whether you draft, free agent, whatever, running back, receiver, offensive line, because all those things can be weapons, right? Like an offensive lineman, a top tier offensive lineman can be a weapon, right? So I just want to ask the football minds up here, when you go get one of those guys, whatever the position is, what is that to do? Why do you go get those weapons?
To help the quarterback.
To help the team, right? The overall
right,
team.
to extend your options of ways to move the football down the field.
Right. So then again, where I get confused, and I'm just asking the question, is that these players make Tua. Well, that's fine. I like to use examples, especially when we have other guys that are fans of other teams and they're up here. I'm gonna start with the Buccaneers, right? Tristan Wirfs, their starting left tackle, right? Is he a weapon for the Buccaneers offense?
Yep.
Does he help?
Certainly.
Does he help Baker Mayfield?
Certainly.
Yep.
How about Mike Evans? Does Mike Evans help out Baker Mayfield?
Probably more than anybody does.
Perfect. Yep. Now we're getting somewhere. So let me go back to Baker Mayfield now in Cleveland. Baker Mayfield had Jarvis Landry. We all know Jarvis Landry. We love him. Weapon, right?
Oh yeah.
He had Kareem Hunt and Nick
Chubb,
right?
For a minute,
that's a weapon for
both of them,
Baker
yep.
Mayfield, correct?
Yeah.
He had tight end David Njoku in Cleveland. That's a weapon, right?
The Hurricane, he has to be a weapon.
Hurricane, absolutely, Color, has to be a weapon. So when Baker Mayfield played well in Cleveland, it was because he had weapons around him. No one was saying that the weapons made Baker Mayfield. It was just Baker Mayfield was playing well. Now we go to Tampa. Tristan Wirfs, weapon. Mike Evans, weapon. Chris Godwin, weapon. The young up-and-coming running back started coming on late in the season, weapon. Nobody said that those weapons helped Baker Mayfield. Now, the only reason I bring that up is Baker Mayfield also has played in another place, and I know he played in two, actually, with the Rams, but the Rams was real short. Let's go to Carolina Panthers, right? When he had no weapons on the offensive line, in the running back room, in the wide receiver room, right? Now, I know some of my guys, my people in my fan base love Baker Mayfield. And all I'm asking is, why would Baker Mayfield, if he's that guy that can do everything, right? No limitations, why did that guy only do it in Cleveland when he had weapons around him? And now here in Tampa when he only had weapons around him? Because when he was in Carolina, it was the same Baker Mayfield. He didn't lose no arm strength when he went to Carolina. He didn't lose no mobility when he went to Carolina. The only thing he lost was the weapons around him, and he had his worst season. Why is that?
I don't know anyone.
It's only Tua, but it's only Tua.
No, it's not. No, it's
that
not.
needs weapons, though, right? It's only
No, it's
Tua
not.
that the
According to
weapons make
Fred,
him, though, right?
according to
That's
Fred,
false.
who is the one that made this statement. See, Lewis, I was away from my keyboard for a second when Fred said that, so I didn't have a chance to refute him and clearly make it known that that was his opinion about everybody making Tua.
Well, yeah, I'm not even trying to talk about anybody on the panel. I'm just saying, because I was listening, and all I'm saying is the arguments that I'm hearing for the last 15, 20 minutes about who makes who and what does what, that's fine. Y'all can play that game. It's across the league, though. We all remember when Josh Allen's first 2 years, when he didn't have a number one receiver, everybody was saying, even guys in Buffalo were saying, Josh Allen is not it. All of a sudden, Stephon Diggs walks in that door. He is the guy now, right? We all, that's a fact. We witnessed that. Me and
Real
Color
talk.
were on, Color, Pete, Crypto, we were all on panels when Josh Allen was playing like dog shit, and people would come up and say, Josh Allen ain't the guy. He ain't this. Color remembers those days, but again, when we get into these conversations, all I hear is, it's only Tua.
Real talk. Real talk. Hold on, because I let Lewis talk. He got to talk, right? You see how he went at your team, Tampa, right? Real talk. And I heard you.
Did I say anything wrong? Real talk.
I'm
yeah, you did. You said a lot wrong.
You said a lot wrong.
Really?
Oh,
Oh yeah.
I would love to know where I did was wrong. I would love to know. Fuck out of here, Pete. Let him tell me what I did wrong about Tristan Wirfs and Michael and Mike Evans. I want to hear what I'm wrong about.
Go ahead, real talk.
Yeah,
Okay,
let Real Talk spend the energy, Pete.
So for one, I don't know who was saying that Baker Mayfield was perfect. Even when he was with the Browns, everybody was saying it's the team.
Did you hear me say that people in my fan base? Did you hear me say that?
Okay, whatever. But even when he was with the Browns, everybody was saying it was the team, it wasn't Baker. Number two, I've been on here plenty of times saying that the reason why Baker had a good season last year is strictly on Mike Evans. And number three, you make a point when you're saying, dude, you know, people like, no, you asked. You said no one's saying that Mike Evans
Are you really that stupid? I was asking being fucking what's it called? Like being sarcastic. You do realize when I was saying, let me ask these questions. I came in here saying it's a lot.
So let me finish. So yes, we do talk about, because you're making it seem like no one else talks about other quarterbacks. Yeah, I know. Lewis was trying to come in here acting like nobody else talks about other weapons making other quarterbacks. We only do that with Tua, which is false, because I've talked about Baker Mayfield being made by Mike Evans and by the whole damn Cleveland Browns team. Not only that, there is a difference between a Stephon Diggs who came in and made Josh Allen better. I get that. A lot of quarterbacks need a number one wide receiver to make them better. The difference is, I'll speak for myself. When I speak about Tyreek,
you way off base on this, but keep going.
Okay, when I speak about Tyreek, that is a completely different story. A lot of people can come in and do what CeeDee Lamb did for Dak, or do what Jarvis Landry and Odell did for Baker and Cleveland Browns. There's a lot of wide receivers that could come in and do that. There has never been a wide receiver in the NFL that can do what Tyreek can do at the level that Tyreek does it, period. So when you talk about Jalen Waddle is super fast. He is nowhere near what Tyreek is as a wide receiver. I'm not talking about speed. He might be a little bit, a couple notches under Tyreek when it comes to speed, but as a wide receiver, the whole package, he cannot do what Tyreek does.
Real talk. You want me to tell you something? Mike Evans in Miami will probably retire. That type of receiver won't work out here. That's number one. And what you're failing to realize, and you're letting this slide, it's like you don't even know your own team, real talk. You let Lewis come up here and overhype your wide receiver, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, all of this, right? Tristan Wirfs. But let me explain something to you, real talk. The Dolphins were a top 3 NFL team in rushing. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers were dead last in rushing yards, bro. You guys were dead last. So explain to me, where can you compare, bro? Where can you compare the optics when the team is not even qualified to be even talked about in the same optics?
Well, Mike Evans is doing something that no one else in the league has done. And my two wide receivers
yards in a 17-game season.
Does everybody understand? Does everybody understand?
Baker Mayfield had no running game.
Does everybody understand? Color, put this fucking guy in the back.
Imagine Tua with
Put Pete in the fucking back. No one even understands what the fuck you're talking about. The simple fact of the matter is, when I came up here and said, this is what's wrong with you motherfuckers.
You talking about
none of y'all can stay on fucking topic. Hey, Pete, I'm talking. Hey, Pete, I'm talking right now. Shut the fuck up. The simple fact is, when you guys are arguing a topic, I come in here and I try to stay on topic, and then real talk, you say a bunch of dumb shit that no one even knows what the fuck you're even talking about. And Pete just wants to start screaming at the top of his lungs on some bullshit no one's talking about. You guys were talking about.
You just loud and wrong. So go ahead
and
correct the goalpost. Go ahead
and
correct
finish?
The goalpost. Could I finish? Because I wasn't finished.
Can I finish?
Could I finish? Because I wasn't
Can I
finished.
finish?
Can I finish?
Can I finish? Can I finish?
Well, Lewis got cut off earlier and had to rejoin.
Oh,
Pete,
okay,
so
go ahead
it's
and
really,
finish then, Lewis.
it's kind of still his floor, bro.
Thank you
Go ahead
again.
and finish.
Thank you again. The conversation was how weapons help Tua. And that's why I came in here and I was asking.
And you're leaving out weapons. And that's all I was doing.
Let
So the fact, I named all kinds of weapons. Offensive line, tight ends, running backs, whoever it is. Y'all wanted to label it as Tyreek Hill. All I'm saying is, right, I'm not here to debate if Tyreek Hill makes Tua better because I would sound like a fucking idiot. Of course he does. So does Jalen Waddle. So does Austin Jackson when he blocks his ass off at right tackle. It helps Tua. It makes Tua look better. All I'm saying is, though, when we have these conversations and when I walked into it again, the narrative was, well, Tua can't do it without this guy. Tua can't do it without this. This is because of this. And all I pointed out was when, again, this offseason, when people were arguing about Baker Mayfield, which I agree, he had a good season this season, right?
Right.
All I was arguing, though, Baker Mayfield, again, Cleveland, weapons, we've seen good Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield, Tampa Bay, with weapons, we've seen good Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield, the same guy, the same arm strength, the same mobility, same everything. In Carolina, bad Baker Mayfield. Why do you think that is?
And I get what you're saying.
Weapons help quarterbacks. So all I'm saying is, why do we have to, again, it's when we're shitting on Tua. Well, Tua can't do it without.
I get what you're saying, Lewis.
Fucking Mahomes.
Lewis, I get what you're saying. What
I don't understand how you get what he's saying. I don't understand nothing.
Because what he's saying is hold on. What Lewis is saying is true.
What I'm saying, Color, right? Because all I really need to hear is Color tell me he understands, and then I'll leave you rest of you fucking idiots alone.
Yeah, I mean, I got it.
What did you get out of that, Color?
Hold on. Let me explain.
He repeated the same thing he repeated 5 minutes ago, basically.
No, Lewis. This is. I get what you're saying.
You guys got to flip a coin. Hold on.
Still won his division.
Hold on, you guys got to flip a coin as to who's going to
Oh my God. So I get what you're saying, Lewis. What I am speaking on, right? I believe Chris Godwin is a top tier wide receiver. Is he top 10? There's too many good wide receivers to say he's top 10. But I do believe he could be a starting wide receiver in another team. With that said, if we did not have Mike Evans, even with Chris Godwin, who I believe is a really good wide receiver and can help out a quarterback, I still don't believe Baker Mayfield can do damage with Chris Godwin. So that's what I'm saying is the difference. There's a difference between quarterbacks need good wide receivers, which I agree with. But there's a certain level of wide receivers where it's like, yeah, they're leaning on that wide receiver because that wide receiver is like that. And there's those type of wide receivers are not easy to replace. So when you remove that wide receiver, that quarterback's going to feel the damage of removing that wide receiver.
Real talk. You know why you feel that way? Because of your running game. Remove Mike Evans and substitute
Pete,
that.
you're not on the same. You're not in the same building of what we're talking about, bro.
What about
It's not what we're talking about.
Talking about.
Let me try to
No.
What you fail to realize is you guys were the worst rushing team in the
Who
entire
cares?
league.
We're talking about quarterbacks and passing. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about passing.
So I'm gonna ask you a question. So if you be quiet and listen, you'll understand. You don't envision Baker Mayfield being much only with Chris Godwin. That's you saying that based on what you know your rushing team is. Now substitute Baker Mayfield and Chris Godwin, but now you have the top 3 rushing offense. Do you feel like you're winning something now? The answer is simple. Yes or no. Nothing else.
You're asking me if the run game
rushing offense and your running backs put up 30 rushing touchdowns with only Chris Godwin and Baker.
You're asking me if my team Pete, you're asking me if my team is better with a run game. Every team is better with a run game added onto it, of course. But that is not what we're talking about. We're talking about the production.
You're talking about.
Pete, we're talking about the production of a quarterback.
You're talking about the production in a one-dimensional pass-heavy offense with Baker Mayfield.
We're talking about a quarterback being better with weapons. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about the run game.
Can I come here? Wait, let me come here a second, man.
Panel shows. Panel shows.
Let me come in here.
Panel shows are
Let me
the
come
worst
in here a
shows
second,
ever.
bro. Can I come in here a second, bro?
There's a lot of knowledge to them, and people can't get away with the
Panel shows are the worst thing created.
Checked on panel shows.
This
was a much better show when it was just color up here. I just want to say that for the record.
I'm glad you said
that.
Can
I come here? Can I say something? Can I say something?
I tried to get
Baker
everybody
Mayfield. Baker Mayfield.
I want to know. Hey, I want to know when I can get to Tua's mama's tweet. Because I've been trying to get to Tua's mama's tweet for the longest.
Lou, so I understand. You know what I mean?
I done asked Fred 30 minutes ago about Tua's mom's tweet. Nobody wants to talk about Tua's mom's tweet. So whenever y'all done, I just want to talk about what I think about.
Don't fucking matter. What the fuck does his mom's tweet have to do anything? By her mom?
It's not your turn. That's what I want to talk about. Don't worry about it. If it don't,
we'll talk about it. We'll go ahead and talk about it then.
Don't worry about it.
That shit ain't gonna fucking matter. You loud and wrong a lot of times.
Don't worry about that. Don't even worry about what Tua mom's saying. Nobody caring about what Tua mom is tweeting, bro. It's a child's son, man. She's going to tweet good, bro. Come on, that ain't no big deal, bro.
That ain't no big deal to you? You're not thinking something now with the Jordan Love news coming out?
Let the lady do what the lady do, man. It's her child. It's her child, bro. Every woman is going to stick up for her kid. Pete, it's no big deal, bro. It's no big deal.
I'm not saying it's a big deal, but I'm asking y'all, what do y'all think that is? Why do y'all think?
Okay, she's laughing. She's laughing. You said she's tweeting. She tweeted happy face emojis. Maybe she's having a nice day.
Oh, I didn't even know what. Nice day. I didn't even know she tweeted. So she just tweeted out like laughing emojis.
Yeah, that's like 4 of them.
Hey, Fred, it's nothing right now. But what if she would have tweeted 4 money bag emojis? I bet that shit would have been running wild now. I bet that shit would have been running wild now.
I can't do it, man. I can't do it.
AP, you're right. AP, you're right. I do want to talk about this. I'm glad you brought this up. So she tweeted out 4 laughing emojis. I'm sure she heard a nice
put up 4 money bag emojis.
I'm just again.
I've been saying I don't care about it now.
I can't. I'm talking about you wanted to talk about what she tweeted. I can't worry about what she would have tweeted. Now I'm trying to address your question. You brought it up. You said you wanted to talk about it. I'm sure at the moment she tweeted that, she heard a very funny joke, and bro, when I hear funny things, I laugh. That's all it is, Pete. What are we talking about here? She tweeted out laughing emojis. She heard something funny. She tweeted out a laughing emoji.
Well, somebody also dogged her pretty hard on a political take. She could have been laughing about that. That's what some people are saying, that she was laughing about a political
It could be
tweet.
anything. Well, I think since it could be anything, I think her son's out of here. I really think her son's out of here, and she thinks it's a joke because of the offer that they gave her son, and she heard it, and she's like, "Hell no, this is hilarious. We are about to get traded," and they know they're on the move. That's what I think those laughing emojis are.
It could have been tears of joy. It could have been, hold on,
as much as she values.
It could have been tears of joy. It could have been tears of joy.
Let another organization pay that guy because he ain't worth it over here.
It could be.
That's what I think.
It could be one cry laughing emoji for tears of joy for each of the 4 years Tua is about to sign on his contract.
No, yeah. I'm glad that's what you believe it is. So just say what you believe it is.
That was her signal to know, so we all know it's going to be a 4-year contract.
Oh, okay. So you're putting numbers in okay, it's a 4-year deal. I got you. And each under that laughing, it's 100 million. So he's getting a 4-year, 400 million.
So she's got tears of joy for one for each of the 4 years.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I just think it's real funny. She would type that.
She's getting
today.
a new summer home in Hawaii.
It's like the organization called Tua. Hey, McDaniel called Tua in front of Grier, and Tua was with his mom, and she heard him. Hey, are you guys gonna show up tomorrow? And they hung up the phone. They asked Tua, "Are y'all showing up tomorrow?" And they laughing because Tua ain't showing up.
Hey, Color, maybe it's the 4 because, look. He's already given you guys 4 years, and you guys don't want to pay my son, so she's laughing at that, man. Maybe it's that.
So Louis, just to give you some more context. To give Louis more context, if he's listening or anybody else that's listening, it's not just that Tyreek is going to make Tua better because he's a good wide receiver, but I also believe having Tyreek makes the scheme that Mike McDaniel's running, it makes it way harder to stop, which means that it takes a lot of defenses.
Now you're getting to my semantics.
I think she feels disrespected.
I think you'll agree with
finish? Okay, but let me finish so you know completely what I'm saying. So because of Tyreek, it allows Mike McDaniels to run that very specific scheme that Mike McDaniels is running, and the NFL struggles to stop it, and it allows Tua to be able to run it over and over and over again.
Which adds what? Production.
Yes.
Right. This argument about who makes who has been going on for 2 off seasons now. That's why I did the production list that I showed you that I did. Remember?
Oh man.
Okay.
Yeah. The production.
And so my point was the take that I had then and the take that I still have now. No player makes any player what they are. He could only make a quarterback, or vice versa, could only make each other more productive.
I had to say something on that, Color. I wanted to say something on that.
Showing what each production was in relation to their own wide receivers, so we could all decide for ourselves, hey, is that guy making that quarterback more productive, or is that quarterback making that receiver more productive? But neither one of them are making them better or worse as a player.
Are you saying a quarterback can't make a wide receiver more or less productive?
No, what I'm saying is we confuse the semantics. We confuse the wording when we have this argument. When people say that guy makes Tua better or Tua makes that guy better, that neither one of those are true. They can.
Hey, I don't be understanding how people don't understand things, bro.
Only make each other more or less productive.
But I'm saying that it makes Tua better for a lot of reasons.
Hold up, bro.
Nobody is going to make Tua a better quarterback, but Tua. I've said it since I've known everybody. I've said it since I've known Tua. There is only one person on God's green earth that's going to make Tua better, and that's Tua.
That's false. But go ahead, Tua this.
That's false.
Two of these, bro. Two of these. It's called two of these, bro.
You're
so
talking
All
about
you gotta do is change that D to
real
an N, and you're
talk.
automatically a two-and-ear. You're on the edge, Fred. I already know it.
So, no, what you mean,
How
Pete?
the hell is
So I just
Tyreek
want to
going to
say,
make Tua's arm
man.
Tua
stronger?
gets paid. You're gonna
Hold
change
on.
that D to
Hold
an
on.
N. You're gonna be a two-and-ear.
Hold on. Last time. Hold on. I got to ask real talk this question. Is Tua bench
Fred
pressing
take off.
Tyreek?
No, but
First of all,
remember,
Simple question. Is Tua bench pressing Tyreek in the gym?
you mean out bench pressing him? Like if
No.
they lift?
No,
Tua
he literally
bench pressing Tyreek in the gym.
Well,
The answer is
ain't bench
obviously
pressing
no.
nothing.
So how
bench pressing nothing.
how does Tyreek make Tua's arm stronger?
you see, that's when they start
I can tell
spinning
you-
things. I
I
got
can
you,
tell
real
you-
talk.
I can tell you how it. I can tell you how it.
Are y'all
I can tell
asking
you
me?
how it looks like it is.
Fred, hold on. Pete, the point I'm trying to illustrate again is wordage. A player cannot make another player better. They can only make each other more or less productive. If you call that being better,
If a quarterback could make a wide receiver look bad, then a wide receiver could make a quarterback look better. Stop that.
But there is nothing going to make those players actually better but themselves.
You're playing semantics, color.
Throw himself the ball
I
last year
told
with Jimmy
you I
Garoppolo,
was
fella.
using semantics, bro.
Why? Why are you doing that?
Because they are two different arguments, and everybody conflates the words.
No.
Man, y'all be jamming stuff on that.
Everyone's talking about one thing, bro.
Look, I already explained how I think Tyreek is making, and Waddle for that matter, is making Tua better. I already gave my assessment on what it is, man.
And anyone that denies that
We
don't
can't
know what
have
they're
this
talking
argument
about.
because people don't know whether we're talking better or more productive.
It's the same thing, color.
No,
it's the same
not.
thing. Yes, it
No,
is.
it is not.
Well,
It's not
color's
even
right. It's
remotely
not
the same thing.
Color's right. It's not. The
Color.
stats don't make you win games. You can
It's
put up
the
all the
same
numbers in
thing.
the world. You don't win a game. So
You're not better. You're not better unless you have better unless you have plain and simple. You're not better unless you have better production.
Absolutely the furthest thing from the truth, bro.
Oh my God.
That is the furthest thing from the truth.
Hey, Pete, first of all, man.
You're saying Tua, because Tua threw for 4,600 yards instead of 4,300, he can throw further? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what we're saying.
Then you're wrong.
We're not saying that. No one's saying that.
Then your premise is wrong.
No, it's not. Color, again, you're trying to play semantics. It don't make sense. Just leave it alone, bro.
Come on, man. You don't understand. You don't understand.
Calling out your semantics. I'm calling out the fact that you have no clue when you argue about this guy or that guy making somebody better. Nobody makes anybody better.
So if Tua doesn't have a strong enough arm,
that's crazy, color. You can't
but
say nobody makes anybody better.
Pressing Tyreek in the gym, then Tyreek is not making Tua's arm stronger. No.
He doesn't need to make Tua's arm stronger. That's the whole point.
Exactly.
Tyreek gets open so wide, he doesn't need to have a stronger arm. That's literally the whole point.
What did he do? Did he make Tua better or did he make him more productive?
He made him better. He made him better. He made him be able to compete. He made
his results better.
He made him look better. He made
his abilities look better. He made his shortcomings not matter as much.
If he made Tua's abilities look better, then Pete would be a Tua fan.
Hey, Color, let me ask you this, Color. When they say, you like the analysts, when they say Tua's game has grown, do they say he's gotten better each year, or do they say his production has gotten better each year? Which one are they using?
His production has been literally the same.
But what do they say, Color? Do they say Tua has gotten better each year?
Just hold on a second,
Cap
Fred.
get in here.
Hold on
What's
a second,
up,
Fred.
Cap?
Let me get in here real quick because I'm holding on to this little bit of service I got.
Captain.
Couple things real quick. First of all, Color's cooking the whole panel right now. I just want to say that's number one.
Who said that?
Number two, I
man.
said that, and everybody in chat's been saying that. I'm just looking at chat. They're like, Color is right. That's all I see. Anyhow,
That's because Color don't let nobody else speak. But go ahead, Capitan.
I would say this.
God, always got to put that on me, man. Damn.
I would say this, right? When it comes to the wide receiver making a quarterback better and vice versa, right? It's a true fact that the only thing that's ever going to make anybody better is themselves. That's the facts of life. I don't care if it's football or anything. You gotta pull yourself up by your own bootstraps and put the work in to get better at anything you want. That's a fact. Now, if you want to say that a elite wide receiver can make up for deficiencies of quarterbacks, I can kind of agree with that. I would say this though, typically that's more along the lines of a quarterback that's just throwing it up for a hope and a prayer. I would say in this instance, an example with Tua Tagovailoa, not a guy to throw balls up for hopes and a prayer because he's so ingrained in him for being, protecting the football when putting it out there. I don't think that's the case. Now, if you wanted to say that a Tyreek Hill, a Jalen Waddle, and weapons like that,
Cut off. I wanted to hear that shit.
Could understand that. He pressure on the defense, the talents, and things like that. But I mean, look, you can't just throw any Tom, Dick, or Harry in there to catch balls because you got fucking great wide receivers. It's just a fact. So
great speed, bro. Great speed. That's it.
Color.
Great speed. Great speed, bro.
Yeah, because when you take that guy away, and again, what you said, Cap, was that it's about the result being better. Yeah, the result will be better. That is literally the production. And
so Cap was talking about protecting the ball.
Semantics. I'm literally calling out the semantics of people being obtuse and just saying, yeah, that guy makes somebody better. We're never going to solve the argument of who makes who better when people can't even define what better means. Are we talking about, hey, because if Tyreek makes Tua better and then you take Tyreek away, is Tua still better?
No, he's not as good as when Tyreek was in.
If not, he never got better. He only was more productive.
It would mean that Tyreek has made Tua's life easier, but it's not making someone better.
Exactly. Easier to do what, Cap?
Okay.
Produce.
Call it whatever you want to call it, Color. We're talking about the same thing, bro. I don't care what you call it. Produce, make them better, whatever. I don't give a damn, bro.
We're not even remotely talking about the same thing because Deshaun Watson threw 33 touchdowns and 7 interceptions in a 4-12 season. Was that productive? No, but it was damn good.
What does that have to do? Again, Color, when people are talking about Tyreek and Tua and who makes who better, everyone is talking about the same thing. Does one make the other one produce more?
So if Tyreek makes Tua better, is he now as good as Dan Marino?
What are you? Color, I don't know what's wrong.
He never got better. He only got more productive.
What? Okay, again, call it more productive. We don't care what you call it. We are saying we are talking about one thing.
It makes a difference when you got people yelling at each other because they think that one guy is better than the other, or they think one guy makes the other.
Color, productive then. We're saying productive then. There. We're saying productive. No one cares what you call it.
Let me ask you guys a question. Let me ask you, Color. Let me ask you guys a question because this just came to my mind right now. It hasn't really hit to like I literally thought about it right now because I'm thinking about this Jordan Love and what it's speculated to be. 5 years, $280 million, right? If Jordan Love does get that deal of 5 years, $280 million, should Tua Nears and the Tua guys that think Tua deserves to get paid, should they expect a higher number than that just based on that?
Oh, they're going to. They're
On
going to, man.
production, if we're going to
They're
go
going
production,
to.
I would say yes, because Tua
That's
has
what I'm
been more
saying.
productive in the NFL than Jordan Love. I mean, it all depends on a type, though, too. Like Jordan Love has a little bit more dynamic and size. Is that better than Tua's been producing? No. And so, I mean, look, if the market does show that it's a $280 million contract with, say, 245 guaranteed or something crazy, I'm going to be mad if that Love contract comes out like that and Tua it hasn't come out,
Yeah.
because it inevitably will be more. It inevitably will be more. And then I will be on the side of people looking at Chris Grier saying you really fumbled this situation not signing him months ago when we've been expecting this signing to come across before Trevor Lawrence. You know what I'm saying? So now that could, we could see how the contract and the language is written. I've been hearing the same thing I've been hearing. 265 with $215 million guaranteed in new money. That's
Yeah, but is
new
that the
money.
same offer you heard? Is that the same offer you heard months ago?
Addition of the $23 million he's guaranteed. So it'll be a new 5-year deal with that money and guarantees, and it puts him in the upper echelon with everybody else.
Hey, check it out, bro. Check it out, bro.
Wait, hold on, Fred. Let me go ahead and put this on the
sketchy.
plate and serve it real quick. Now that I'm done cooking, I need to put it on the plate and serve it. Okay, this is the production list of quarterbacks. This is the production rankings of quarterbacks for 2022. Patrick Mahomes, the most productive quarterback, followed by Joe Burrow, followed by Jared Goff, followed by Geno Smith, followed by Justin Herbert, Tom Brady, Josh Allen, Jalen Hurts, and tied for 9th is Tua and Kirk Cousins. Are you going to presume to tell me that because Geno Smith's receivers made him more productive in 2022, that he's better than Josh Allen?
No color.
More efficient.
I wouldn't presume
I just
you would say that.
I just want to address J.R. Black. I just got here, J.R. Black. I don't know how
Overthrow
this is my fault.
I'm sorry, Capitan. I just read a tweet right now.
And Pete and the squad rolls in and gets him. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Capitan.
And whether you agree with the metrics that I averaged, and whether you agree with the metrics that I averaged or not, they all were measured on the same metrics. So are you going to presume to tell me that Geno Smith's receivers have now made him permanently better than Josh Allen?
No color.
Hey, color.
I didn't presume you would.
Color. Remember earlier when I was saying this? Look, this is a tweet from somebody sharing Adam Schefter's Jordan Love deal, right? And this is a Dolphin fan that said this. If this happens before Tua's deal, it's an embarrassing look for the Miami Dolphins. He says Grier is eating crap with. He says Grier. Listen. Let me finish his tweet. He says Grier is eating crap with Tua at this point, and he wouldn't be shocked if Tua asks for a trade now. Wow. So it ain't crazy. So this is another fan I found on the internet that's saying that he wouldn't be shocked if Tua asks for a trade now. But yet Lewis was up here on the panel saying that's one of the dumbest things he's ever heard.
Well,
some Tuaneers just can't take the truth. That's the reality.
But
you don't need to speak for Lewis, Color. I don't need you to talk to Lewis.
I'm not speaking for Lewis. I want to get a fresh voice.
But I don't want to
get a fresh voice in here and let Rashad speak, man. He just got here.
Thank you.
What's up, Rashad?
Nothing much. Just listening to everybody's point of views. I mean, nobody's spitting no actual facts. Outside of what you were just talking about, Color, with the Josh Allen, Geno Smith thing, your receivers are who your receivers are. They're gonna make
Well, true. Well,
look
true,
better.
Rashad, that's my point. Is that we can say in 2022 that based on those metrics that I used, that Geno Smith was more productive than Josh Allen. But we'd have to go look at the receivers, which I did do that all as well, that ranking, and see how were those receivers productive relative to their quarterback. And that's what I did last year. Now it was because of this debate that I did all that.
I mean that and it also we don't know what metrics that are used as far as how productive or the QBR and all that.
No. And that's the thing, Rashad. I chose 9 categories that I thought spoke to production, and I averaged out the rankings of all of those 9 categories. And I used the same 9 categories for all quarterbacks. So relative to the list itself, comparing it against itself, it's valid. And comparing it from year to year, it's valid. Comparing it to somebody else's production ranking, no, not valid, because they might have chosen other metrics that they decided spoke to production more. You know what I mean?
What did I miss?
Hold on, one more thing, Rashad. If I would have added or subtracted 1 or 2 categories, the results are going to likely be roughly around what they were. Yeah, it's not an opinion-based ranking. I'm not saying that Geno Smith is better than Josh Allen. That's precisely what I'm trying to show. Real talk. You know what I mean?
I know. My thing is,
what are we talking about here? Production?
Whatever metrics you use that said Geno Smith is better than Josh Allen, then that's the answer. You're not that's that season.
That year he was more productive. But nobody's going to argue that Geno Smith is better than Josh Allen.
No, they're not. That's the same thing with Tua had better.
That's why we have to separate the semantics when we're having this argument. We have to separate what we're talking about.
You know, the NFL
there is no reason
really good, bro.
to separate what we are talking about, because when people talk about it, they never talk about it the way you're talking about it. That is the whole point.
I don't argue with those people.
Color, no one.
Those people.
Color, you're breaking down the 2 different ways of the difference of better and production. What I am saying is, when people talk about who's
people's energy, because they get at each other's throat when they're arguing 2 different categories.
People, nobody argues that.
Better
nobody argues that.
Production means short time.
Okay,
think of it this way.
You're not listening to me, real talk. I'm trying to do a service to the community because for the last, bro, if you're gonna ridicule me, I'm just gonna throw you in back. All right. I'm simply trying to stop this 2-year-long argument where 2 people are ready to meet each other in the streets and they're arguing 2 different categories to begin with. That's what I'm trying to stop. You can call it playing semantics all you want. They're 2 different arguments.
I have never heard anybody argue that a quarterback is now better than another quarterback. Like, as a quarterback, he is now officially better. He can now throw better because of a fucking wide receiver or another weapon. I've never heard anybody try to make that argument. I don't know who would ever try to say this quarterback has now ascended as a quarterback and is now a better quarterback, whether he has that same weapon or not.
Oh, yeah, you don't listen to our fan base long enough.
How about the entire Tua fan base?
You don't listen to our fan base long enough, cuz. Real talk. That's exactly what they're saying.
No, there
and by the way, this debate started. I'm glad EM is here because the debate was between 3 people in a Twitter space last offseason about who made who better and or more productive. So I said, you know what? People are really upset with each other over this. So I took it upon myself to find out which quarterbacks had higher or lower producing wide receivers relative to their production, so we could all look for ourselves and form our own opinion. I'm not trying to control anybody's thoughts.
Okay. Color, you did this for the community, and where did Tua land?
He was tied with Kirk Cousins in 2022 after only playing 13 games. He was tied in production with Kirk Cousins at 9th.
At night, oh shit!
9th.
Can I get
Yes,
the 8
Rashad,
quarterbacks?
9th.
Can I get the 8 quarterbacks that had more production?
That was Jalen Hurts, I believe it was. I don't have the list still up.
Okay.
See, Rashad, that's why I know that when I complete the list this year using the same metrics, I can guarantee you that Tua will probably land 6th, if not even higher, because of the fact that one of my metrics is quantitative. Okay,
right.
And since he played 5 more games or 4 more games this year, he is inherently going to go higher than he was last year.
Sorry, guys.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
This is a list I can get with, or this is a whatever it is you're doing for the community.
Well, if you
I
want,
can get with this
we
color.
still got the show up from last year when I went through what I did. I did it as a top 25 in production for both wide receivers and quarterbacks. They're 2 separate shows. And I went through it all. I explained what my metrics were, the categories I used, the fact that I averaged them together. And people can say, yeah, well, I wouldn't have used that category. But again, if you add one or take one away, the results are going to generally be the same, bro.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to
that'd be
next
cool.
year. I mean, I'm looking forward to this past season. This should be funny. And
yeah, I'm working
the
on
list is going to change dramatically from this year to last year.
Diligently, Rashad, because since I'm using the same metrics, it don't matter if it makes it more accurate or less. It is fair to compare the change from last year to this year using the same metrics. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right, and it's a peer-to-peer rating based on who's in the pool from year to year.
It's fair to compare it against itself. The change.
Yeah. Well, all I'm trying to say is, if y'all let me get it out real quick.
Sure.
I'm intrigued to hear from it and hear about it and how you came up with it and all that stuff. Only because I'm on more of we criticize Tua. We kill him for his first 2 years and blase and yada yada yada. He's not good as this quarterback. And then he gets weapons and he shows his talent and all of that. And then it's like, oh well, it's because he got these receivers. This because of Mike McDaniel and blah 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 blah. But we forget these other quarterbacks that we say are better, they came into this league with better receivers, better offensive linemen, better offensive coordinators. But we ignore that. Jalen Hurts was some poop until Brown got there, and Brown in is his name Devin? I forget the other receiver.
He progressed every year too, Rashad. What are you talking about?
Devonta Smith. Yeah, he progressed when it looked like he progressed when he got better receivers. He still looks like shit to me. If I watch him throw the ball, he's inaccurate as fuck. It's just that his receivers are making plays. They're wide.
Well, let's go to the unspoken. Let's say the quiet thing out loud then, since there's a lot of.
So then, why the hell are you complaining? Then you understand.
Well, what? Real quick. Hold on. Let me say the quiet thing out loud because it's about Jalen Hurts. His peer group ranked him 3rd out of top 100. When everybody was going through that list and when Tua ended up like 61st, people failed to realize that same year, Jalen Hurts was ranked number 3 out of his peer group in that same list.
Real quick. I want to run through real quick for Rashad.
He wants to move the goal.
So amongst his peer group, he was 3rd best player out of NFL.
Crypto, he said Jalen Hurts brings something different. You hear that?
Did you hear what I
Rashad, real quick, Rashad, I just want to run through real quick so you know.
What do you mean he brings something different?
No, it doesn't matter what he means, though, Crypto.
Real quick, for Rashad's information, I just want you to know really quick the categories that I use. So basically, I took 9 categories, looked at where each quarterback was ranked in those categories, and averaged the rankings. Okay.
Yeah.
So the categories I used were, first of all, I used 150 plus completions as a qualifier. So every one of these quarterbacks got 150 or more completions. I used completion percentage, yards total touchdowns, touchdown percentage, interception percentage, total first downs, yards per completion, yards per game. Those are the 9 categories I used.
You said touchdown percentage and total touchdown?
I probably could have added one or two or taken away one or two, but it's generally gonna those categories. I think most people can agree speak to production.
But
Now you know how I can
But
make
the
that
way this
list.
league is,
You know
I would add more. I would take away. I would only add categories, color.
There's a couple. There's
Color,
a couple.
you know how I can shake that list up?
Hold on. There's a couple qualitative stats based on percentages, and there's a couple quantitative stats. So I thought it was a good mix. You know, I mean,
That's fine.
I will only add one category based on the way the quarterback position is played now.
Color,
I
I
will
just want
add
to say
total.
this.
I will
Your
add
list,
total yards accounted for.
Go ahead. Say it again, Crypto. You
but
cut off.
I've already gone too far. In order to make it a fair comparison year over year now, Crypto, I have to stick with the same metrics.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, if I was to go back to last year
But I would
from where you
encourage
started, I would add that
I would
category.
encourage anybody to take my sheet and add some categories to it. See what you come up with. Maybe things do change a lot if you add category X, Y, or Z.
you see, the way I look at it,
yeah.
Color, and you have to understand me, is
Right.
you're going off production based on what they did with their previous team. Now, the reason why I say your list is correct, but I don't buy it, is simple. I will judge that list and assume my own assumption as a fan or a scout, like what they would say, an evaluator, and I would put all those quarterbacks in a ranking based on what I can predict what they would do in a Miami
because
Dolphins
you're talking
Mike
about a
McDaniel
subjective
system.
rank, right? Because you're talking about just a
100%.
subjective ranking.
Because that's yeah,
fine,
so
and that's fine, and that's fine. But here's the thing: the only issue, subjective, objective wise, that anybody can have with what I did is the categories that I chose. I will admit were subjective. They were my opinion. The 9 categories that I chose. If you take issue with that and say I can't buy any of it,
No, they're fine. I just don't think it's enough categories.
That's fair.
What is that list supposed to explain in the beginning?
Damn it. You guys wonder why I talk over everybody. It's because I already know I'm going to get interrupted. Okay, let me finish. Okay, if a person takes issue with that, that's fine. But if a person is going to accept those 9 categories, then they have to say that what you find inside of that is objective. You can't say that my math is wrong. I used the damn calculator.
Yeah. No,
What is the
that's
list
why I literally started.
Right,
This is
like
why
you
I
said,
literally
you only can add categories or take away categories.
But right, and that was subjective. That was those 9 categories were my opinion as to what I thought spoke to production. And it's fair if you want to take issue with that. But don't take issue with the actual results because those are controlled by
the most production quarterback.
Color, you fail to realize I started off by literally telling you your numbers are correct and you're going by those numbers, then you're spot on. And then I led to tell you why I don't buy it.
Right.
Because
if somebody
you
just
can
says,
you can count Daniel Jones
because I would have chose 9 different
you want to put
categories.
the production.
Fine.
You want to put the all right, that's fine. You want to put the production of Daniel Jones with only Darren Waller banged up all year, and that was his only weapon. And you want to put him on that list with his weapons. That's fine.
But that's okay.
But
okay,
we
can talk about
I
those
understand
things.
that.
We all
But
know
I would
that
still,
Geno Smith
even
is
though,
not better.
okay, but hear me out.
We all know that Geno Smith is not better than Josh Allen. So we can look at what I did with the wide receivers included and say, why was Geno Smith more productive than Josh Allen that year?
Exactly.
We can
So
talk
but
about that.
and I wasn't even gonna.
I'm
and
not
I was trying
afraid
to stay
to talk
with the
about the
Giants.
whys.
So did you get your answer?
To say that I think what you call it in New York would be a better quarterback for us than Tua.
Well, real talk, I
Daniel
didn't look
Jones.
at Geno.
Well, we'll never have that experiment, though, Pete. That's why it's a flawed
I didn't look at
premise.
Geno relative to others to find out why, but I I did look at comparisons like Tua to Justin Herbert and say, okay, well, Tua had the 2nd most productive wide receiver and the 10th most productive wide receiver, whereas Justin Herbert had the 21st and the 27th. Yet Justin Herbert was what, 4th in the rankings, 5th in the rankings, production-wise, and Tua was 9th.
So what's that supposed to mean?
Who's the better quarterback?
That just means that
who's making
who's more dependent to get into the top 10 more than the other. That's what it says.
Hold on. Because them receivers wasn't his 1 and 2 option.
No,
That
his
running
third
back,
was 35th. Josh
that
Palmer was
that
35th in
that
production.
running. No, wait, color,
Well, I know what you're about to say. You're about to bring up
because
Austin
what's the
Eckler's
name
pass
led
catching. You're about to bring up Austin
there
Eckler's
you
pass
go.
catching.
Color,
I'm
you know
aware
what
of
your
that.
list tells me? You know what
Again,
your
Right.
list
That
Rashad,
means
Color, you
he's
know what your
spreading it
list
to
Rashad,
tells
somebody
me,
else
to
that
be
can catch
honest
the
with
ball
you.
out the
I need to
field.
address Rashad
Geno
real quick.
Smith in Miami
Hold
would
on,
have won
Pete.
Hold on,
MVP.
Pete.
Rashad, what you're saying is fair. That's the conversations I was trying to actually invoke. Why? The whys. One of the things that somebody brought up on my show last year was the fact that Patrick Mahomes' best receiver was Juju Smith at 20th. Okay. So somebody said, well, he's got Travis Kelce. And I thought, that's fair. So what I did on the fly during the show was I factored in Travis
Right. He
Kelce
ended up being
based on
7th
those
or
same
8th.
metrics and found out fairly that Travis Kelce, if he had a WR next to his name, would have been 7th in production.
I don't
So
need
what
none
would
of
that
So
that.
he's a
tell
weapon
what
that's
would
7th
that
because
tell
of
me
that.
about? Hold on. But what does
Justin
that
Herbert's a
tell
better
us about?
quarterback than Tua,
Hey,
bro.
and I'm not trying
I
to
don't need
answer
none
the
of that.
question. I'm not trying to answer the question. What I'm saying is, what could that tell a person about how Mahomes plays his games and utilizes his receivers based on how other quarterback does or doesn't? You know what I mean?
I don't think it tells you anything.
Well, then you're just stupid, bro. I don't know what to tell you, man.
What do you mean it don't tell you anything? That tells you a whole lot.
Did you get an answer?
Yeah, I got plenty of answers.
So what was the answers?
I don't know. What's the
That Tyreek
question?
Hill makes Tua better.
I don't pick one of the questions that you got all the answers to.
All
I
that
don't-
tells me,
I
Color,
don't
is
understand
Tyreek
what you're
makes
talking
Tua
about.
better.
Show. I already did a show to give you all my answers.
Okay, so I'm just asking for one.
I am not here for you.
Oh
You don't
my
understand
God.
how Patrick Mahomes uses weapons, real talk?
Yeah,
What kind of
that's
question
crazy,
is that?
Color.
I understand how Patrick Mahomes uses his weapons.
Just give an example. What it tells me is that Patrick Mahomes relies heavily on Travis Kelce since Tyreek left. That's what it tells me.
But you needed that formula to tell you that?
Did I say I needed it to tell me that?
So that's what I'm trying to get. Tell me what the formula.
Did I even ask the question? No, you forced me to.
So what
But
answer
him
did that
relying on
formula
Travis
give you
Kelce
is my
since
question.
Tyreek left is a moot point because he still won the Super Bowl.
Right. So I'm asking.
It's funny how somebody can sit here and shit all over some work that somebody does. Where's your
Color.
work, real talk?
I'm not shitting on your work. I am asking you to.
Nah, where's your fucking work? Answer it for your goddamn self. Do the work.
Hey, let me say this then.
I don't understand what you're talking about with
Hey,
Kelce,
hold on,
though.
man, because this can't be going back like that.
Kelce does
Let
not
me say
run.
this.
What's his
Can I
40
just
time?
change
I just
Color,
want to
man?
put
When
that
is
out
it going to
there.
be my turn? Because I
What's
got something to
Kelce's
talk
40
about, bro.
time? I just want to put that out
This is
there. So y'all
crazy,
make
man.
it so
You just going
make
back
it
and
like
forth.
it's real
One person
difficult
keeps
to
saying he
cover
ain't
him.
going to answer no question.
I've had
And then
enough
this
with it.
person
Go
keeps
ahead,
trying to
Pete.
talk. Real talk, you keep trying to talk to Color and he keeps telling you he ain't answering nothing, bro. Move on, bro. Just learn, bro. Stop messing up the panel
I
right
want
now.
to know what's Kelce's
I'm on a
40
different
time,
state of
goddammit.
mindset. Crypto, I'm on a different state of mindset, man. And I need y'all to be with me right now,
sit
please.
here and examine the ranking system that I did. That wasn't the point.
Because I'm
the
so
point
confused.
was to show
I need this off
somebody
my
has
chest.
done the work to answer these questions. If you don't want to look at it, don't.
I need
What
this off my
questions
chest,
with
man.
answers?
Can we get into this topic, please? Because I need to get this off my chest, okay?
60 million for Tua.
No. Tomorrow, training camp opens. Tua is sitting out. This is not helping out right now, bro. And I want to know what you guys think, how the locker room feels
What did I
about
miss?
this. Let's say
This is what I
Tyreek
think,
Hill.
bro.
Tomorrow, no,
Let me
I'm going to
tell
give
you
you
what
an
I think.
example. Fred, but can I finish with one example, please? So you could understand what I'm trying to get to? Let's say tomorrow's practice, Tyreek Hill, and I'm going to say it, let's say Mike White and Skylar Thompson and Gavin Hardison are bumming it out. It's looking terrible. How do you think Tyreek Hill is going to feel, Jalen Waddle, and this offense, based on the last year's end results and now moving forward with this? How do you think the rest of the locker room
He's
is going
not
to
going to
feel?
feel any kind of way.
Can I go? Can I go?
Yes, Fred, please, because you're the first one. Please.
I say if Tua's not and can't, so what? You do your job. You do your job. Worry about you.
Yep. That sounds like McDaniel. What
That's all.
McDaniel would
That's
Okay,
the only
but
way.
Fred.
What about
That's
you?
the
Yeah.
only thing.
Okay.
That's the only thing.
And if you
That's the
don't,
only
then
thing you.
Can I
That's
there's
the only
gonna be
option you
issues if you
have.
don't.
can I
That's the only
say
option you have.
something?
You
Can
do
I
your job and
all
worry
right,
about
Yeah,
we
I
you.
got
want
you.
all of
Let me
y'all to
Let,
say
worry
let,
something.
about
let
who's
Rashad get
doing
a
the
word in.
quarterback.
Let Rashad get a word in.
I want to reply to what Fred just said. That might have been the dumbest shit I've ever heard you say. I respect
You
you for
Yeah,
see,
that.
okay.
man, can you just
That was
answer
just
the
dumb.
question instead of
See,
replying to what he
No,
said?
see, that's
Like,
I gotta
bring
reply.
something, bro.
I gotta reply to Fred because it's a good point. You want your players to do their job. You
do
want
their
your
job.
players to
That's what.
perform. You wait. You want them to perform at their best. That's not happening with Skylar Thompson and Mike White. That's happening with two. Not saying two.
Ah,
Look,
wait a
wait a minute.
minute. Wait a
Not
Hold
minute.
on,
saying
man.
that.
Wait
Hold
a
up.
minute.
Man.
Not saying
Hold
Yes,
that
on.
it
Tua is the
absolutely
only
can
one,
Hold
happen.
on.
or
Their
Tua,
results
or
might
there's
not
Let
be
me
nobody
very
better
good,
than
Can
but
Tua.
I
they're
go?
going to
Can
do
I
their
go?
job.
All I'm saying
Can I
is the
go?
options
Can I
that's
go?
at practice.
So Rashad.
Fred.
So
Wait,
Rashad.
Fred. Hold on. Let me finish real
Hold
quick.
on,
I'm
hold
not
on,
saying that
because
there's
I'm
no
gonna
one
forget this,
better.
bro.
No, I'm
Because I'm
almost
gonna
done.
forget this.
I'm almost done. I'm not saying that there's nobody better than Tua. I'm saying the options in camp aren't better than Tua. That's it. Go ahead, Fred.
Oh, okay, that's different. Yeah.
So
But
I
what you
just
Right.
just
wanted to
said
say.
flies in the
I,
face of
I just
everything
Okay,
wanted
you're
to
trying to
say.
tell
so
everybody,
Can I
Rashad.
go?
Those players,
Can I
you
go
will,
now?
just a second, Fred, you will have a decrease in production and results, but those players are still going to be Tyreek Hill, regardless of who's behind center.
Oh, so let me say this, Rashad. Okay, so if Tua's not there, so what does Tyreek Waddle do? So what do y'all stop
They
running
do
y'all
what they do
routes
every
harder?
practice, bro. That's
Do
what I'm trying
you
to
do,
say.
do you
you
stop
know what?
running your routes harder? Do you stop running
I'm,
faster?
yeah,
I mean, do you stop
I'm
trying to
gonna
make plays? No,
Why?
bro.
I'm going to
Why?
assume
No, they're professionals.
I'm going to assume y'all haven't watched this wide receiver special that's on Netflix right now. When your quarterback suck, you get frustrated. You get pissed and it throws you
But I
off your
didn't
fucking
stop
game.
doing my job. I played with
Exactly.
tough
No,
No,
no, no,
quarterbacks.
no,
hey,
no,
Rashad,
no.
this
Right.
is
Hold
where I
on,
That's
was
let
trying
him
to
fucking
get to.
go.
dumb.
Rashad is
I
on
can
it.
speak from
Rashad is on it.
experience.
Let him
I
finish.
can speak. No, I can speak from experience. I
Oh
played with
my
bad
god.
quarterbacks all throughout high school, and I still did my job to the best of my ability,
No,
regardless
but
of whether I
Rashad,
was
no,
frustrated
yeah,
or
but
not.
this is football. Football is an emotional
Regardless of
sport,
whether I
color.
was frustrated or not.
It's an emotional sport.
Exactly.
I don't care if
Rashad,
it's
he
an
was on
emotional
it.
sport,
And
Pete.
and,
You
and
don't get
let me
paid for
finish.
your emotions.
Okay, but Crypto, understand this, right? We saw receivers like he brought up, Devontae Adams slamming helmets, calling Jimmy Garoppolo trash, right? That's how I feel, right? If these Skyler haters are right and our offense in training camp is sputtering, I need y'all to hear me out, right? Because I'm going to get back to how Tua will get traded. Because if Tyreek Hill is mad at these quarterbacks,
It's
Tua's
not
still
the
holding in,
Dolphins' fault
and it's
that somebody
starting,
becomes a
okay,
petulant child, Pete.
but Tyreek Hill can walk up to Chris Grier. Remember, Grier went before we signed Eli Apple. Chris Grier went to Tyreek Hill and says, "Do you want Eli Apple on this team?" And Cheetah said yes. That's why we did it. The Cheetah has power. He can turn around and say, "Grier, I need this quarterback over here right now in this
Man.
instance, whoever that may be." And he
But
will
you really
force
Man,
think he's
Grier
going to
to
say
trade
that?
for a
Hey,
quarterback.
hey,
I
Rashad, do
think
you
he
got
has the
your
power,
tickets to the
yeah,
Rams,
because of his
Rashad, yet?
frustration. I think, look, Color, I think Devontae Adams' frustration, he led with the power to bench Jimmy Garoppolo and they forced Aiden O'Connell. Yes, I
no,
think that
bro.
happened over there.
Let me say
Receivers
this,
have
Aiden
Pete.
power when
O'Connell
they're
is a
better than the
starter. What are you
quarterback.
talking about?
Hey,
Receivers
Pete.
have power when they're
Hey,
better than
Pete.
the quarterback.
You missed where my disagreement was. I'm not disagreeing that Tyreek has that sort of power. I'm asking you if you think he'll use it.
I
No,
think
You're
he
crazy
he
will
if
would.
you
because
don't.
look, check
He
this out.
Absolutely
would.
not.
Look,
He can't
not
afford
only
He
to.
would.
Tyreek, I'm
Not
gonna
if he
bring
wants
up
to get
other names.
paid.
I'm gonna
Y'all
bring
live
up
in a
other names.
fantasy
Color.
world,
Look,
bro.
check this out.
He
Check
would.
this out.
Absolutely
Check this out.
not.
I'm
He
gonna give
will
you the
not use
list.
the color to answer your
Bro,
question.
real talk. The
Can I
word sport.
color?
Hold on. I
Oh
gotta
my
I gotta
God.
suss this out for real talk. The word sport comes from the word spirit, which comes from the word ghost, guest, host, whatever.
Gok.
Okay.
Yes.
Of course, it's a fantasy land. It's sports, bro.
No, I mean you guys are not realistic. You guys don't live in reality.
This is
neither do
this is
spirits.
realistic.
Reality. No
Neither
one's
do
dreaming.
spirits.
Oh my god.
Neither do spirits.
Spirits do live in reality, but
This guy
for
doesn't
you to
get it.
think
Well,
that
that depends on what
Tyreek
you
will
that
not
depends on what you believe, but I'll give you that. Okay, I'll give you that.
Tyreek to think that Tyreek will not use any power or say anything is crazy.
He can't afford
He
to.
wouldn't.
He wants to get the
He
bag
wouldn't.
himself. He can't afford it.
What do you mean he can't afford it?
He
He
can't
won't
afford
say
it.
nothing to management if he gets questioned during
So
any of
let me ask you guys this then.
Let me
You got your hold on.
finish so
You
y'all
got
can
your
understand. I'm not
quarterback
gonna
that's
hold on.
demanding money
Because y'all not gonna
and
derail
your
this
number one
conversation because I'm
weapon
not done
option,
when
and you think nobody has power?
That's the problem. That's why they demanded money, because they don't have power. They have power. They can just go and beat the
If you
owner over the
don't
head.
let me finish, you don't understand real talk. This is
If they had power, the deal would be over with and signed for whatever they
Oh
wanted.
my God! What you
Right.
fail to
They would
realize
just
is,
folded and
look,
relented.
Y'all do
Toronto.
not
Look,
again, y'all don't live in the
listen,
real
let
world.
me finish. This is the real world, bro, and let me explain so you could understand before you open it up, bro. Teron Armstead, Jalen Ramsey, Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Javon Holland, and more players came out and says pay Tua, right? They all said pay Tua. That means the whole locker room, the stars, the leaders of this team are behind Tua. Don't forget that. But if Tua is not behind the team and he's not showing up and the team is looking bad in training camp right now and Tua is insisting that he's going to hold out, the team, those guys that I just named already did their due diligence. They already gave a good word.
By the way,
Now they want to go in and win games. If in camp it's looking bad and Tua is still holding out and he's not showing support and playing, all of these guys will be quick to flip and say, hey, our football season is on the line, and Tua's not in. We need to trade him. Yes,
by the
Grier,
way, real
trade
talk.
him.
By the way, real
False
talk.
and
By the way,
not
real talk.
real.
That contract,
You better
that
believe it.
That
contract
is not
power.
real.
Oh, hold
That's
on.
reality,
That
and
contract
you
is
better
not
believe
power.
it.
That's paper.
It's not.
Power is a rainstorm. Okay, power is that river over there, right there, bro. That piece of paper ain't no power, man.
Saying you can't win without me is power. Saying you don't have a successful season without me is power. Period.
See, there's where the power is gone. You're saying if you
Jeez, it's like you guys don't watch football.
You can't win without me is the power. What? You
Yes.
can't win with what?
That's
what?
ridiculous. Yeah.
You can't
That's
have a
called
winning season
petulant.
without me. You can't have a winning season
I'm
without
sorry,
me. That's power.
Because Tua is the only quarterback that's ever lived. I know. You're right. We can never win again.
You realize the owners can outlast the players, right?
And Tyreek.
Hey, bro, you're not
But you
even a
do
Dolphin
realize the
fan. You don't
owners
even
can
understand
outlast the players,
Hold on,
right? You do
Crypto,
know
this
that,
guy's
right?
not even a Dolphin fan. He don't even really understand. If our offense is
That's the
doing
reason why
bad in
players
camp
don't have the power. They
versus
can
this
outlast the player.
regressed defense, right?
No, they don't.
And the defense is shining out their color. How do you think the offense is going to be frustrated, color? With Weaver, all these new names, and the defense is shining in camp. You think that's going to be a good look?
Come on, man. Now, you know what? Look, fuck all that. Look, fuck all that. This is where we would be at. If Tua doesn't show up, it's up to Tyreek to be a fucking leader and be like, look, our quarterback's not here. We still got to go out there and perform as a team. I ain't trying to hear Tyreek with this. No, you got to pay him. You got to pay him, or we're not going to be.
Right, what do you think the coach is?
When has Tyreek ever showed you he's not selfish?
What do you think the coach is going to say?
That's telling me that you're not. That's telling me that you're not going to give your. It's telling me that you're not going to give your 100% because the certain quarterback is not on the fucking team.
No, Fred, you're wrong.
The fifth time. Let me try to help here, okay? The coach is going to go out there, tell the media, and tell all the players that he can only coach whoever's in the building.
That's right.
That's standard coach speak.
Right.
So he is going to expect every one of those players to play and practice as if the quarterback that's taking snaps is the guy that's going to take them through the season.
We're not talking about every other player. We're talking about Tyreek, and we're talking about Tua.
Well, then you're questioning Tyreek's professionality then.
Hold on, let me ask this question.
And again, when has Tyreek ever showed you that he's a team player over himself?
Hey,
one quick question.
That's fine. That's your opinion.
That's fine. How many people on this panel has refused to go to work because their supervisor didn't get a pay raise?
Right.
What does that have to do with anything?
That has a lot to do with it.
What you mean? What are you talking about?
What Crypto's trying to say is just because the players say they want Tua to get paid, doesn't mean they're going to say anything else.
Oh no, I'm not talking about the players. Talking about Tua.
What you guys
I'm
are
talking
realizing this twist, because y'all could keep on going, but y'all just off. Y'all doing bad if you actually.
Okay, you fail to go to work and report to work and punch the clock because your supervisor didn't get his pay raise.
No, Crypto. I'm talking about Tua doing what Tua's doing because he wants his contract, and then they don't have Tua, and now also Tyreek is like, let's talk about my contract, and I'm gonna do what I want to do based on my contract. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about players.
No, you were talking about players not showing up for work because another player didn't get paid.
No, I'm talking about Tyreek.
Right.
Tyreek not showing up because you need me more than ever because Tua's not understander.
We heard
so now you need me more than ever.
What Chris Grier's going to do at that point, and what Chris Grier is going to do at that point is take a big old pill of a drug called fuck-it-all.
Fred, you can sit here and say it don't matter
and take the season.
The next man up, right? But you can't say that when I already.
What can he do, bro?
You can't say
you
that.
suggest he go down to the field and play himself.
This is why you ruined the whole thing, and Fred, you ruined it from the jump.
Pete, what are you talking
you ruined
about,
it
bro?
from the jump. I'm trying to tell you that Tyreek Hill will demand for a new quarterback based on this scenario. Listen up. We go into camp. Tua is sitting out. He's not there practicing with the team. And our backups are doing terrible. Meaning it's gone. They went practice. Preseason is about to perform. It's been going bad. You don't think the frustration of Tyreek and Tua, them not coming into demand. It don't matter if they said pay Tua, but the season is here.
I know they got a blue check. Oh wait, they got the Sun Sentinel logo, bro. Is this real? Is this a real?
I'll tell you like this, Pete. I'll tell you like this, Pete. If we have to go into if we go into training camp, Tyreek's not looking like he's running his routes hard and trying to get in sync with somebody else.
It's about the quarterback.
With Tyreek, Tyreek is just not giving his 100 all, bro. I'm telling you, I'm like, look.
I'll let the
audience. If I'm McDaniel, if I'm Grier,
hold on, Fred.
if you're not going to give me your 100%.
Fred. We got some news here, and I want to let the audience decide because I don't know. This account is Sun Sentinel Dolphins at SS Miami Dolphins. They got a little Sun Sentinel logo and 21,000 followers. Says Sun Sentinel Dolphins reporters.
Is it good news? Tua's traded? Tell me the good news. Tua's getting traded.
It says at Dave Hyde Sports, Miami Dolphins holding line on Tua Tagovailoa's contract shows they need more answers, just as they should.
Fucked up my whole talk.
Oh,
for
yeah.
that. I knew that.
Yes, that is right.
That's weird.
Say it again, Say it again,
Hold on, Fred. Verified. This is from, let me pull it up. This is from the actual Sun Sentinel website article right here with the headline.
And what did it say, Color? What did it say?
Dave Hyde. Miami Dolphins holding line on Tua's contract shows they need more answers, just as they should.
That's right. That's right. So
that sounds like you got to play on your 5th year.
Can I go now?
Deal.
Can I go
down? Doesn't Tyreek want a contract extension?
Oh, no, true talk. So look, so the team already knows that this is a possibility that Tua won't be there. Okay, then this should be even more inspiration for you to pick up your game and help the team. Don't give me that bullshit like you ain't gonna give me your 100%.
Doesn't Tyreek want a contract extension?
Fred, let me read some of this article. Fred, let me read some of this article
for the team.
For the audience members that are only listening, let me read some of this article because it's very interesting. This was posted 3:51 p.m. today, so that was about 20 minutes ago. The article reads, let's give the Miami Dolphins front office some credit on the edge of training camp. They didn't take the easy way out with Tua's contract negotiations when the easy way beckoned. They've allowed the number one question of the offseason more uncomfortably into the number one question of training camp to hopefully get it right. They're also this is the important part. They're also confessing in the most transparent of ways they are like a lot of us in not knowing exactly what they have in Tua, at least not yet. Maybe a fifth year with him will decide things. Maybe this third season of Tua in Coach McDaniel's system will provide the necessary answers about big gameplay and, yes, continued health.
It sounds like everything I've been telling everybody.
Hold on, Pete. I just said this on the panel the other day. Said this on the panel the other day. We still don't even know if we have a franchise dude. We still don't even know if he's the dude.
You know what's funny?
I just said
this is what's funny. Hey, Fred, no, and I agree with that. Fred, I was listening to the Big O earlier. You know, I don't know if y'all know, but Big O is moonwalking on the contract extension now. That which is huge news. First, it was guaranteed. Now he's saying he don't know, whatever the case may be. But what he also said up there, right? He said, the last playoff Dan Marino played in, we lost to the Jaguars 62-7. And that Tua will never lose a game like that in his career. He said Tua will never lose a 62-7 playoff game. And you know what was funny? What was the score with the Baltimore Ravens last year for the number one conference?
57-13 or something.
Yeah, 50. Yeah, 56 to 19.
So Tua lost that type of game.
By 37.
Effectively the same type of game. Exactly. Effectively the same type of game. I don't know why people want to, you know.
Yeah.
So that's all I pretty much. It's just crazy.
Again, this was from Dave Hyde, and people are rightly pointing out it's his opinion, but I think it's a very rational opinion. Based on what he said. I mean, you know, the question becomes, are they going to be able to have enough answers to satisfy themselves with just training camp? That's the question now. Are they going to be able to see enough in camp to change their mind or to see what they're waiting on seeing? You know what I mean?
That's not the question I really have.
Hold on. If he's including the big games, then no. We'll have to wait till the season.
Listen, guys, if David Hyde is anywhere close to the truth, then the decision is probably already made that Tua will play on his fifth-year option. And we're all just wasting a lot of hot air.
And KP, that decision was likely made on Monday morning after the playoff game.
Absolutely. It's too close to training camp to be playing around with this. Because just for the function of harmony on the team and getting things running, Tua has already been told, and this is an opinion, he's probably already been told you got to play on your fifth year contract. And he's probably huffing and puffing and pissed and mad, but he's got to shut up and show what he got. Period.
Why do you feel like he has to shut up? He doesn't have to shut up.
You're right. No. You're right. He can do that.
Technically,
I have a question. Dollars too doesn't mean he's going to get it.
He's liberated. He doesn't have to do anything. You're right.
Here's the question I have to you guys.
Does Tyreek have any guarantee in 2025?
No.
No. That's why he's starting to knock the door for new money.
So you don't think he'll hold out?
He doesn't have the gravitas for holdout. Holdout based on what leverage, what playoff games, what big wins does he have to back out? When you hold out, it's because you have some value to the team.
Yeah,
and you don't think Tyreek has value to the team?
Sorry. I thought you were talking about Tua. My bad. I thought you were talking about Tua. My bad.
Right. To KP's point about Tyreek, though, even it applies to Tyreek because isn't one of the biggest excuses that's made for Tua is that Tyreek dropped a couple sure touchdown passes?
Only idiots make that claim.
What does that matter for him?
My point is, though, KP, if I were to concede that claim, then that means Tyreek has no leverage to be saying.
No. Here it is, right here. I'll tell you right here. One, he doesn't have a contract next year, which or any guarantee next year, which means you guys can let him go. If you guys let him go, that means he has to be a free agent and go somewhere else. He won't get money if Tua's not the quarterback and doesn't put his numbers up the way it usually is. Whether he believes he's the reason or not, it doesn't make sense for him to go and take that chance and go end up in the free market with bad numbers because of a backup quarterback. So if Tua is holding out, he's going to be like, well, let's talk contract talk because
Tyreek Hill is.
Okay, so that was my whole point. Why would you think that Tyreek is not
real talk? Don't
he don't need good numbers to go elsewhere to get paid.
So this is my biggest concern.
You per se, but I think there's enough teams out there that disagree with that take. I'm not saying you're wrong.
No, the numbers that he could demand goes down if he has a backup quarterback that's not getting him the ball like he usually does.
Wrong. That's just presumption. That is pure presumption, real talk.
Why?
Listen,
Why?
Tyreek put up numbers. He'll put up numbers with anybody behind who's throwing him a 5-yard hitch.
Exactly.
Come on,
Any
now.
starting quarterback, yes. Starting quarterback, yes. We're talking about Skylar Thompson. We're talking about backup quarterbacks. That's different.
At this point, you don't know what the Dolphins are going to do.
But I'm talking about the
that's why I am saying if Tua holds out, there is no way Tyreek is going to sit there and say, hey, let me look bad.
The leverage to hold out. He will kill his career if he holds out.
No, he won't.
Y'all continue to live.
He's been extended to a 5th year. He has to play on that.
I was also talking about the perspective of other teams. Other teams are look at a guy like Tyreek and they say, I don't care what the Dolphins are doing with this guy or have done with this guy. I know what I do with this guy.
It has nothing to do with I don't care what the Dolphins are doing. I am talking about if he goes out. Because if he goes out.
You act like all 32 teams see the things exactly the way you do.
Yeah, he does.
If Tyreek goes out in 2024 and has a slow season because of his quarterback, people are going to say, well, was it the quarterback? It's not going to affect him not one bit because Tyreek is who he is. Oh, my God. Y'all don't live in reality, bro.
Hold on. If they think that Skylar is bad as you think he is, then they're going to excuse Tyreek for that. So what are you talking about?
Because Tyreek is an old. If Tyreek was in the prime of his career, yes, but he's not. He's already an aging wide receiver. This is going to put a lot of people's doubt in their mind. Period.
I can think of one team inside of Florida that would jump all over Tyreek. And
I'm not saying no team would jump on Tyreek. That's not what I'm saying.
The signs of aging in Tyreek Hill and his performance are not dependent on his numbers alone, dude.
It does when you're an aging wide receiver.
You're stuck on numbers validating a player's ability, and you're wrong about that, guy.
No, I am not.
If you force him to go with Tyreek, he's going to have numbers. That doesn't mean he might not have slipped a little bit in his athletic ability, in his ability to be a top-level receiver. If you force him to go, he's going to get his numbers. Yes, you are.
No, I am saying a team that talks to his agent is going to say, how do we know it's not age deteriorating him? We don't know.
They don't say anything in the damn universe.
Because
teams don't have to listen. They don't have to
right now and do just as good as
It's not a debate. It's not a question. It's not a debate. It's reality. That's what happens. I'm not asking for your opinion. That is what happens.
What agents demand is irrelevant. It's what the team agrees to pay.
Wow.
Okay?
No shit. It's what a team agrees to pay.
What the agent is demanding.
Because what Tyreek can demand, coming off of 1,200, 1,500 yard game,
in his contract negotiation, he could demand $1 billion and 12 more concubines to make 24 more babies. The Miami Dolphins do not have to grant that to him.
You're not understanding. I am not saying Tyreek can't go anywhere. Let me talk, bro. I'm not saying Tyreek can't go anywhere he wants to go. I'm not saying they're not going to negotiate to a deal. Of course, he's going to have another team outside the Dolphins. Obviously, what I am saying is the next team he goes to, the number that they put out to start negotiating is going to vary on his last season because he is an aging wide receiver. So if he goes out there with a
not
that
much
the
at all.
NFL professional
Oh my God.
scouts, the people
It's
who know
about the next
football,
guy
are
up.
not
You
as
know this.
shallow as you, dude. They're not just looking at numbers. They're looking at reaction time. They're looking at his ability to see the ball. They're looking at a bunch of other things beyond just numbers. You, the fan, are stuck on numbers because that's what we fans do. But now let me tell you, NFL scouts and people in NFL are looking beyond just the numbers. There's
So why
context behind numbers.
why didn't the Chiefs pay Tyreek?
Hold on, real talk.
Because Mahomes don't need him.
To call that before Tua got here, we used to call that eye test before everybody got their eye test insulted, and nobody uses that anymore. You know what I mean?
Real talk. Sorry for getting too animated, real talk. But listen, your takes are usually pretty good, but your takes are buried in their overall
reality.
Stats. No. It's reality to you. It's reality to you and most of us fans.
This is the league.
Well, let me finish what I'm saying. Who believe that stats legitimate contracts? They don't. Sometimes players get contracts based on potential, on how they are forecast to become. You're not playing on
eye test.
You successfully.
I think you can go to Atlanta Falcons and get top dollar.
Right, you've already pointed out that Tyreek's age is going to come into the negotiation, right?
Of course it is.
Why?
Because of his age. He is an aging quarterback. Aging wide receiver.
No, we're talking Tyreek. So what is the relevance of age? Let me tell you. The relevance of age has to do with a wide receiver's attributes. After 30 years old, he will start to slow down. Everyone does. Laymen and professional athletes, right?
Right.
And the thing that made Tyreek elite, right? The things that make him one of the top receivers, they will be looking for signs of that ebbing and slowing down, and that's going to play a part in his
not running routes precisely,
just as much as any stats. If we throw him 50 more times this year, his stats may be in the ballpark, even if it's Mike White. So his stats alone are not going to determine his next contract.
You guys even
yes, it is.
Here, bro.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not, dude.
Hey, Manny, how come you never come by around on Shake's panel, bro?
Dude, I just got out of work, bro. My schedule really, I don't be on. I don't got notifications turned on. You know what I'm saying?
We just did the same thing. Matter of fact, we just did the same thing with Mike Evans. Mike Evans just had one of his best seasons.
So, Cutler, can I get back to that article that I wanted to respond on?
Well, hold on, Pete. I have to accept it. I guess you guys are my crew, man. I mean, you guys are the only ones that ever show up when I'm doing a show anymore. And Manny don't show up at anybody else's show. So I guess y'all are my crew, man. I don't know. Welcome, man. I appreciate y'all.
Nice, relaxing picture, Manny. I like it. It's an improvement.
Everybody hit the like button. We got, man, across all three platforms, we got 400 people watching, man. So appreciate y'all.
Can I ask what's happening?
Hold on, Fred. Let Manny get a take in. He'll probably cause us all to start arguing with him. So go ahead.
I keep on hearing. I see a lot of things popping up about Tua on his contract. Was the latest? What's happening? I'm missing out.
The latest is an article released about 30 minutes ago by Dave Hyde, claiming in his opinion that the Dolphins have to be standing their ground, and that they obviously, in his opinion, want more answers on Tua, which means he's.
Well, that's what I wanted to answer.
But Grier says the title says something about Grier is going to talk or something like that.
Oh yeah, well we were told by community insiders that Grier was going to hold a press conference today. We still have we're 4.5 hours in, and we still have yet to see one. So that may be. So I might have press release.
Let me ask you guys a question on this panel: is football on Sundays played 7-on-7s or 11-on-11s?
That would be 11-on-11, Pete.
Thank you, KP. So, based on what we know, because KP is the one that says he's not worried, that he thinks
not unless you're playing Tecmo Bowl.
Yeah. So, now that we know, based on what Tua's results are showing, and based on this article that just came out 20 minutes ago, like Color pointed out, we know Tua already said he doesn't want to play without the new deal, right? He's showing signs of holding in, not participating on 11s on 11s. Sunday football is played on 11 on 11s. This
Yeah,
can
it is.
easily extend
They might
into
change
the
that though,
season.
Pete.
Yes, but people think it's impossible that he's just going to come in week 1 and just show up because he has to play. If he really wants to, he can sit in and not play. That's the truth, bro. That's why this is so that's why this is so worrisome right now, because the Dolphins are set in stone on what they believe their offer is. And it also sounds like Tua and his agency are set in stone on what they believe Tua should be worth the market. So if we're so far apart, that's a huge problem, dude. It's not like they're near, they're far apart. So that's what's telling me right now, as of today. It might not make y'all feel like that.
That sounds like a
But don't
verse in
sit
the
here
Celine Dion
like
song,
don't be
Pete.
someone like Lewis and be like it's impossible for someone like me to
and
feel
according to
that Tua
what
could
Nene
get
was saying
traded
earlier,
soon,
Pete, to further
and
that,
he could demand a trade and all of that
Pete, to
other stuff.
further that, what Nene was saying earlier, I believe it was Schefter that said that they are further apart than Jordan Love and the Packers are.
And they expect Jordan Love to get the deal done first.
I mean, that Jordan Love deal. That's
Hey,
crazy.
Color, is there any way you can read the Dave Hyde article again? I didn't hear it.
Listen, guys, Tua will be committing career suicide
You guys are
if he
scared
thinks
to
he's
ask
done
Color
enough
to repeat
to
something?
earn the power to hold out at this stage,
I wouldn't
especially
dare
since
ask
he's
Color to
already
repeat
signed to a
something.
50-year extension. He would be a total idiot, an emotional clown if he was to sit out. He may be angry Tua, but he's got to play in his 5th year. And I'm sure that is why Grier and the Finns are playing hardball with him.
No, he don't.
You're right. He doesn't. He could kill his career. You're right. He can kill his
That
career.
won't get his. That won't
You're right.
kill
He
his
doesn't
career.
have to. He can kill his career.
KP.
He'd be
So
dumb to do it, though.
let me ask
That's
you.
his
No,
best decision. That's his best decision.
but this is why me and you, just like Grier and the agency of Tua, are far apart on different angles on this. You see, Tua's play, don't you agree that is elevated by the team around him more so than what he could bring onto the table? Yes or no?
Listen, that's the kind of before I answer yes or no, because you know my opinion on this, right? Let me say yes, his play is elevated by the people around him, but that's the kind of argument that's never ending because it's too opinion based, right? There's no way to prove it one way or the other. The reality is that Tua is just a 4-year player in this league. He's an ascending player based on his production alone, right? So he was given a 5th-year extension. Based on that, he has to play on the 5th-year extension, and if he does, and it continues to ascend, he will hit the bag. And listen, he's going to be angry about that. What you're hearing with the grumbling from Tua is about Tua's attitude, right? About the way he thinks about himself, and he could be angry and pissed. He won't be the first NFL player to be angry and pissed off about their contract situation, but he will be a dumbass. He will be a dumbass if he sits out.
No, he's not.
Year 4.
No, if you want me to be real, with the little way he's acting, that's actually, you know what? I'm actually liking that about Tua, if anybody was concerned of what I think about that, because that's showing that he feels confident in himself. Something that a lot of Tua doubters bring up, that he's not confident in himself. Him fighting for the bag and setting that mark is almost like, wow, Tua does have self-confidence in him. So I'll give that good part when it's due on that part.
Right,
but here's the issue. But here's the issue that I have, KP. But here's the issue. He's turning around and demanding a certain number that the Dolphins are not close to. So if he feels that way and he knows what the organization feels about him and how he's changed and he feels how he feels now about himself, this is something where once the season is now up here, it's going to be drug upon by the media, the Chris Perkins. Everybody's going to say to a contract.
Okay.
He will Le'Veon Bell himself. He will Le'Veon Bell himself if he holds out.
You got to think about.
He will make himself obsolete and irrelevant.
Nobody's done it, KP.
Okay,
no quarterback has done it.
This is the most important part, KP. This is the most important part, KP. You don't think his agency is hearing Bradley Chubb, Jalen Phillips hitting the pup list, going to be missing. New defensive coordinator, regressing defense, questionable offensive line. So all of those, because this team is not better than last year's. And all of those questions hurt Tua long term if he decides to play with a lesser talented team and he starts off the season losing games. Because it's clear, based on what we know now, and especially what this report just said, they want to wait and see before they pay Tua. So if he gives them that option to wait and see, Tua only has one option to benefit his cause to get paid by the Miami Dolphins. And that's playing at a very high level. If Tua plays mid, he's not going to get a contract. So the only thing that benefits Tua with a lesser talented and starting off the season with a banged up team, with a new defensive coordinator, is actually to sit in and not play on 11 on 11s, period, and stand tall on those 10 toes. Because if he plays, he's going to lose. And that's not going to look good on him.
Real quick. I just want to go over this real quick. Cat for Life asked me so we can all hear.
Thanks, Color.
Yeah, so we can all make sure we're hearing Hyde's words. These are his words and his opinion. The articles from Sun Sentinel, Dave Hyde, titled "Miami Dolphins Holding Line on Tua Tagovailoa's Contract Shows They Need More Answers, Just as They Should." And the first part, there's a portion of the article reads, "Let's give the Dolphins front office some credit on the edge of training camp. They didn't take the easy way out with Tua's contract negotiations when the easy way beckoned. They allowed the number one question of the offseason more uncomfortably into the number one question of training camp to hopefully get it right. They're also confessing in the most transparent of ways." Now, this is his opinion. "They're also confessing in the most transparent of ways. They're like a lot of us in not knowing exactly what they have in Tua, at least not yet. Maybe a fifth year with him will decide things. Maybe this third season of Tua in Coach McDaniel's system will provide the necessary answers about big gameplay and, yes, continued health."
And those are largely intangible things that count. Again, countering the production guy's claim.
Right. So basically, nothing has changed from this point last year to this point this year. And that's why we exercised the fifth-year option to begin with.
So you're telling me Dave Hyde and then Barry Jackson this past week and the most reputable journalists in Miami are pretty much on the same page?
Well, what Dave Hyde
yes, sir.
The opinion that Dave Hyde is articulating is this in a different way. It can be said in a different way. When he says in the most transparent of ways, what he's saying is it's obvious that they feel the way we do based on the signals they've been putting out for the last 3-4 months.
And like you said last week, Pete, a lot of us have been ridiculed for saying this for awful long time in this community. So they're just now getting on board.
But I would like to point out that there are those in the community that don't trust Dave Hyde's track record. So
what I think?
No, Dave Hyde is legit. And let me correct myself, journalist or columnist. I'm sorry, I don't know which it is.
I know he's legit. There's just people that believe he's more wrong than right.
You know what I think? I think Tua's going to hold out.
I'm just being fair as to what people think, you know.
I think Tua's going to hold out, Color. You know why I think Tua's going to hold out? Hold on, let me say this. I hear you, but this is what I think. I think they did the whole Jordan Love thing on purpose. I think Tua really doesn't want to hold out. I think Tua, whether you think maybe it's because, like you say, his belief in himself or whatever, I don't think Tua wants to hold out. I don't think he wants to say he's going to hold out. I think they leaked the whole Jordan Love's going to hold out on purpose, because why would they bring that out when they're close to a deal already? Why would they say, oh, he's going to hold out for training camp? If they're already, making moves and they're already getting a deal getting close to being done. I think they did that on purpose to say, hey,
we're close to a deal over here, and we're still going to say we're going to hold out. So imagine what Tua's going to do. I think that's like them telling the Dolphins, Tua's going to hold out without saying Tua's going to hold out.
And that's a signal from the agent. That's sure. That's possible. Absolutely.
That's what I think. And Tua doesn't want to, but the agent's telling them, hey, this is what you got to do.
It's also possible that Tua doesn't want to hold out, intends to sign whatever, but his agent is advising him at least to take it to the brink to see what happens.
So could be that. I definitely don't think Tua wants to hold out because that would have been said already. The fact that you guys are not even close, that would have been said already. He definitely doesn't want to hold out.
Now this is where Pete comes in, and I know people hate this take from Pete, but McDaniel is a coach. He's going to say, "Look, I cannot be concerned with that stuff in training camp, but I have to get my offense right, and I have to coach what I got on the field." So
exactly,
it is not out of the realm of possibility that one of the other three quarterbacks, gets to a point where McDaniel gets a little too comfortable with them. I'm not saying they're better than Tua or whatever. I'm just saying it's Mike McDaniel who has to make that, who has to think on these things. And he's got to do his job and get his offense right in the offseason. If Tua ain't there to help him get his offense right, and some other quarterback does, and he starts to gain confidence in that, it could spell the end for Tua in Miami. It absolutely could.
McDaniel just has to do what he has to do, what he's dealt with.
I hear you on that.
Where Pete and I differ is I don't think in the realm of possibility that that's going to happen.
No, that could definitely happen. I hear what you're saying. That could definitely happen. What I would say is,
I just think the probability is really low.
Right.
With Lewis,
What I would say, well, I don't even think the probability is low because, like Homeboy just said, it's in Mike McDaniel's best interest to get the team ready for whatever they have to get it ready for.
Wait a minute, real talk. The probability of that is 100%.
Right.
What I'm talking about is
working
the probability that he gets comfortable with another guy that one of these other three guys outshines. You know what I mean?
Right. Yes, agree. And then that's what I'm saying. Like the probability of him saying, well, until Tua's not holding out, I have to get, whether it's Mike White or Skyler, I have to get one of these guys ready for the regular season because I have to do my job and have this team ready to go as if he is not going to be my quarterback.
Right. And
so what happens? So does that mean he tweaks the offense more?
Right. And the risk Tua would be taking is that Mike McDaniel gets a little too confident in one of those guys.
Not only that, Color, but Color, what if one of them guys, turns out to do really, really well, man, with the offense? Then where's Tua?
Yeah, but you're talking about that's the low probability. I don't want to
right.
People.
Exactly.
Okay, you can call it. It is a low probability.
I don't care about upsetting people. I just don't want to spend the energy arguing.
It is a probability. But like I said, so does this mean?
Is the word real talk?
Obviously,
is the word you would use.
Right. So obviously he would have to tweak the offense a little bit to fit whoever he's going to say is going to be the guy until Tua comes back. So when he does that, and let's say Tua's like, all right, the season's about to start, I'm back. Does that now affect? I mean, you would think it has to affect the offense because they've been training a certain way. Now they got to go back to doing the way Tua is good at doing.
When we find out just how much McDaniel did believe in Tua over the other guys.
Yeah. I hear that part.
If he starts him right away, if he brings him right back in like nothing happened, then obviously we know Mike McDaniel has more trust in him. You know what I mean?
That's what I think. Tua can't afford to sit out, bro. He can't afford to take that chance, bro. He can't. He can't. And he should.
I mean, he could definitely afford to sit out to training camp. He can afford that for sure.
Until training camp. Yeah, he can try to push it to the brink. But long term, he has to play this year.
Yeah, of course he's going to. Yeah, of course he's going to play. Of course he's going to play.
He doesn't have enough gravitas.
As Lewis keeps pointing out, day one, contract or not, Tua is taking the snap from under center in the first game.
Absolutely. It's just a matter of, is it going to be happy Tua or angry Tua? Which is better for the team? I say angry Tua is. I say Tua with
angry Tua. and it's going to be a scared Tua. I cannot
He can't afford to play
stress
scared
that enough.
because then he won't get paid.
He's going to play scared. There's no way that man is going to leave his
Why should
body
we
out there
be
to get
signing him
hit.
anyway? If he's going to play like that, then why should any team want to sign
It'll
him anyway?
compound the problem. Real talk. It'll just
That's-
compound his problem. You know what I mean?
It's what you guys got to deal with. It's what you guys have to deal with.
No. See, that's the mistake you're making. We don't have to deal with it. We can walk away from him and draft another guy next year.
Oh yeah, you can. No. I'm saying if
these
he's
guys
playing
act
for
like
the
if we
season.
must have Tua. Come on now.
No, I'm saying if he's playing for the season.
That's how you know these guys are young football fans. They don't know what the hell they're
saying
talking
if he's
about.
playing for the season.
You want us to re-sign a mediocre young quarterback?
Real quick,
I'm not talking about re-signing anything.
Can I just ask Color a question real quick?
Sure.
Color, because again, Color is one of the only people I really want to talk to on this panel. I see KP. I don't want to mind.
So
KP
then call
neither,
Color on the goddamn phone and stop coming up on a panel with 6 people.
No, I was saying KP. I don't mind
Turn up,
talking
goddammit.
to you.
Turn up, goddammit.
I'm just saying you want to talk to Color, you can call him.
No,
you want to panel with 6 people.
Turn up.
So if I want to respond to you, I'm going to respond to you.
No. Again, KP, I don't know why you're in your feelings, bro. I was just saying that I wouldn't mind talking to you too.
Turn up, Lewis. Turn up, KP.
To quote you, Lewis, I'm tired of talking to idiots.
I hear you. I hear you. Well, you should have been left the panel a long time ago, KP, if that was the case. But
well, I was referring to you, my bro.
But just real quick, I just wanted to ask Color, what is the probability that if my grandmother would have had 2 sets of balls, she would have been my grandfather? What's the probability on that?
Very low.
50-50.
Very low.
These days it means nothing. It depends how she would identify.
We're talking about probability.
It depends on how she would identify.
No, I'm going to answer Lewis' question. Technically, it's only 2 genders, so 50% chance.
Possible, however, improbable.
Oh.
I mean,
oh, man.
In a quantum universe, they could just pop out of nowhere. There is that slight possibility.
Oh, so there was a chance, is what you're telling me. There's
right.
Okay.
The probability is very, very low, bro.
I'm like this dude.
And that's the chance we have of Skylar Thompson and Mike White being anything in this offense.
To the minus 25 probability.
Hey, Crypto, I'm like this with it, man. It's obvious, man. Football isn't played, and after September, in Florida, and that's what we have with the quarterback position. He doesn't play after September either, bro.
He said after September. Wait a minute, say that again. I missed the last part.
That's right. I just look at it as there's no football being played in South Florida after September, so there's none being played with our quarterback either.
Oh, damn. So you saying we're gonna be having Skylar Thompson after September?
No,
you saying it don't matter?
What I'm saying is, man, after September, football stops being played. When it starts getting a little chilly out, it stops being played, bro.
They just playing all together.
And you know, this idea. Hold on, though. This idea.
They don't play football in November.
In the type of system we built,
they don't play football in November, and they don't play football in November in South Florida.
We heard you, man. We heard you, bro.
Earnings season is upon us, fellas. Earnings season.
I just don't understand this idea that
video recording.
Miami Dolphins of all teams are going to be derailed from a Super Bowl run because they have to change out quarterbacks. I just don't understand, because the last time I checked, we had to change out quarterbacks in an undefeated run, and we continued to go undefeated and win the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
we actually did. Yeah, we played with 2 quarterbacks.
Right now, it's like if Tua's not there,
Earl Morrall, when you talk about comparing to a guy like Tannehill in his career, Earl Morrall was the guy was like 90 billion years old, man.
Look, the bottom line is this:
he's a top 10 quarterback, Color in this team.
Whether Tua plays for $23 million or $50 million, It's irrelevant. He has to play with the expectation that he is the $50 million guy. Number
the
one,
USS
because
lose to Japan?
he'll be having to
Oh my
prove
God.
that if he doesn't sign an extension, and he will have earned that if he is paid. He has
How
to
did we
perform.
lose to Japan?
We're
Wait a
talking
minute, I gotta
about a
figure out
guy
what's going on here.
We're
Hold
talking
on, I
about a
gotta
guy
figure
that
out.
was contemplating. We're talking about a guy that was contemplating retirement
Wait a
Yeah,
minute.
2
Thing
years
right.
ago.
has no choice. He must play at the top
2
of his
years
ability,
ago.
to the best of his ability.
Yeah, man.
So, all this about holding out is irrelevant, man. If he holds out, then go ahead and Le'Veon Bell
And I
yourself
also
to
don't agree. I do not agree with Real Talk that he's going to play scared, man.
Generate private keys. All right.
If he does, it just
He already
compounds the
does
problem,
that.
bro.
He already does that.
Well,
That's what I was gonna say. He already played scared. What are you talking about?
see, Fred, that's why people come at you, bro, because you didn't have to say it that way.
No, well,
What else? What other way is there to
you know
say
what?
it?
The way
You
I
know
said
what?
it.
See,
Which is what?
this is what's wrong with this is what's wrong with the people. It's being said harshly or
Hey.
whatever, man. And that's the shit the quarterback can't take. Oh well, it is what it is.
I said if he plays scared, it'll just compound his existing problem. That was the better way
He
to
played
say he's
scared.
already playing
He
scared.
played scared. He played scared.
He played scared last year. He still put up the numbers.
I'm just telling you why people come at you. You can say it however you want, you know.
I don't care what they say, man. I don't care what they say. In my eyes, the man plays scared. The man plays scared.
Just don't come crying to me when people are coming at you.
I'm not going to cry.
So the only thing I understand, the only thing that I know
I hear
is
you
that
cry about it a lot.
everybody's done this before Tua, and they're gonna do it after Tua. You have to be a professional. You signed up for this. You know it's with the territory. You know the media is gonna come after you regardless. It's how you handle yourself moving forward. That's it. But to say that he's scared, if that's the case, then we don't need a quarterback like that. You got to handle all elements, including public relations.
I don't think Real
also.
Talk meant. I don't think Real Talk meant scared like pussy scared. I think he meant like.
No, I get what you're saying. No, but I'm saying as far as off the field too, you can't be scared either off the field. You got to take those public relation hits from the media also. You can't be scared.
I'm talking about he's going to be protecting his body at all costs.
1,000% cap.
He's going to be protecting his body at all costs, bro. That's what I mean. He's going to throw away past
Real talk. Sometimes you get us in a rabbit hole, bro.
Cap. The way I interpreted what Real Talk said was that he would be making more business decisions. Not that he's actually.
Yeah, I get that, but let's make simple. Let's make
You know what I
simple
mean?
not difficult. Like I get you, but let's not make simple difficult. Sometimes Real Talk makes it very difficult to understand him.
No, but sometimes the simple does make it difficult.
It is.
Now we're arguing. Now we're going to argue about whether he's a scared guy or not, or whether he's
Exactly.
a pussy or
That's
not.
my point.
No, I'm not going to do that.
That's my point. I agree with you. I don't
How
need to
about
hear
this
that
one?
either.
How about this one, Cat? How about this one?
It's not that hard to understand what I was saying.
I believe Mike McDaniel is scared for him. I believe Mike McDaniel is scared for him, bro. That's why he developed his offense to get this ball out quick. Don't make business decisions. I believe your coach is scared for you. How about that?
But all coaches do that though. No coach is trying to put an offense out there that's going to take forever.
No,
they want the ball to come out.
Yeah, Brian Flores is scared for him. Brian Flores says he wouldn't play if he was my son.
All coaches are not dumbing down their offense to hurry up and get this ball out in a second, bro. Second and fucking half. When they're doing that, bro, it's because we want to keep you off.
Dumbing down and trying to get the ball out fast are two different things.
Right. I bet you they all try. I don't think there's any coach out there going, please take longer to throw the ball.
Right.
But these coaches are saying, let's hurry up and get this ball out so you don't get hit.
Right.
They're not saying it. They're not saying it. They're not saying it. But it's the offense.
All I know. Look, all I know, Fred, is we signed up. We got a good tight end. We got off in free agency. We got a good running game that's top 5. I don't care what anybody says. This offensive line gave those numbers that got the protection, and they're not even getting credit for it. Bro, they went heavy on the offense to get OBJ also. I mean, let's give credit a little bit to Grier, at least when it comes to us having this window to take opportunity now.
I'll give credit to that when I see it produced on the field. Because let me tell you something. Jonnu Smith, if Jonnu Smith was so great, he wouldn't be on the Miami Dolphins today, okay? We are his fourth team, okay? And number three, OBJ is long on the tooth, and it's yet to be seen. I know he had a pretty good season relatively last year, but it's yet to be seen how much has worn off of them legs and those hands and that concentration in South Beach this year. So I ain't gonna make those mistakes that people keep on making and give these guys the blessing before they actually put it on the field.
No, you're right.
Okay?
You're right.
The only thing I will bless OBJ's hands though. Age don't stop your ability to actually catch. So that I will still give him 100% credit for. But I guess
it's not like Tua's gonna break his fingers off either.
Well, that's true. I guess his fingers could be a little more brittle. Yeah.
I got one more. How about
I know mine are.
Okay, let's do this now. Let's do this now. Come on, let's hurry up and get the ball out so we can give you a whole season. We can get rid of that narrative that you can't play a whole season. So we'll just get the ball out your fucking hand and we can say you played a whole season. How about that?
That's the point. Hey, you guys see that Connor's gonna visit Seattle?
But apparently that question, according to Dave Hyde, that question still lingers about his health. So it did nothing.
Right. But that's the point of me saying that he's going to play scared, because whether the coach is asking him to do that or not, he's going to get rid of that ball, whether it's in the dirt or out of bounds. He's going to get rid of that ball fast and not letting him develop.
Real talk. Think about what you're saying, dog. Even at the Pop Warner level. Even at the Pop Warner level, if a player plays scared, the player sits on the bench.
I'm sorry, KP. I'm sorry to interrupt. Real talk. This is an important point because it's something that goes back to this whole discussion. Okay, that is what the haters are referring to when they talk about spot throwing.
No.
If X isn't open, it goes in the dirt or I take a sack. That's what they're talking about. I'm not saying they're right. I'm not saying they're right for using the term spot throwing, but that's what they're meaning.
Thank you.
Again, they could be completely wrong for using that terminology. But I wish people understood that that's what you just said was what they are talking about. If X ain't open, it either gets forced there, it goes in the dirt, or it's a sack.
And again, I just like to push back against this silly concept of playing scared, okay? On every level of football, even in flag football, if you play scared, you sit on the freaking bench, okay? There's no such thing as stepping onto an NFL field and playing scared. Yeah, there are decisions. There are business decisions that are made. A guy slides. A guy goes out of bounds, right? Those things are part of the game. This idea, playing scared, it's a
what's the difference?
It's a non.
So what's the difference of what you just said and throwing to the ground? What's the difference?
No.
Everything you just said is the same thing.
You just ignored what I just said. Then you didn't understand what I just said.
I did. I said, what's the difference between
those kinds of decisions are part of the game? But you need to reframe. You need to reframe what you're saying. Then you need to reframe what you're saying. Playing scared is the first thing that will get you on the wood in any level of football. So you need to reframe that. You need to reframe.
Can you run out of bounds because you got scared?
It's not a matter of being scared, is what I'm trying to explain to you, bro. It's a part of football.
Can you run out of bounds because you're scared? Can you slide and not take a hit because you're scared?
No. Let me answer you blatantly. No. If you're doing that because
you don't know what you're talking about.
No. You don't know what you're talking about. I played football, dude. I played football. If you are legitimately scared to step on a football field, you do not belong on a football field.
Correct.
No one said he's scared like the boogeyman's out there. We're talking about protecting himself.
I've already asked you to rephrase what you said a million times. I was trying to be nice, but now I'm just going to call your insistence on calling players scared dumb. It's dumb. I asked you to do it the nice way. Now I'm just going to call you dumb because you insist on suggesting that players are scared on the field.
He don't get it. He don't get it, KP. He don't get it. He don't get it.
This is why
I tried to play nice.
This is why you always force me into playing semantics. because what you're talking about is cautious, not scared. They're two different things.
Is cautious a better word for you? Whoever was yelling a little while ago?
A person that is cautious is not a coward for being cautious.
Is cautious a better word for whoever that guy was saying?
You said scared. You keep saying scared.
I already asked you to rephrase it. If you want to rephrase it to cautious,
I am asking you: is cautious a better word for you?
No, I actually still don't agree with the word cautious.
It's more accurate.
Then you're wrong. Then
Describe
you're
an
wrong.
NFL professional football player. To describe an NFL football player who puts his life on the line, even stepping onto the field. Yes, cautious is a more accurate term than scared.
I agree with you. I agree with you. Again, I'm not into the whole semantic shit, but I agree with you. He doesn't agree with you. That's why I'm saying he doesn't know what he's talking about then.
No. Why? Because I don't agree with color? I don't know what I'm talking about?
No, because you don't believe that players are out there playing cautious.
Listen, if a coach, listen, I've done this before, okay? If you are showing
You've never done it for millions.
Can you let me finish, please? If you as a player are on the field and you show signs of being more concerned with self-preservation than helping the team win, it is the coach's responsibility to every other guy on the field to pull your ass and put you on the bench. Any coach at every level worth their salt will agree with me, okay?
So KP, does it happen?
So let me finish. So I'm going to ask you kindly. I'm going to ask you kindly to refrain your usage of scared and cautious. Both are non sequitur. They don't fit on the football field.
KP, does it? KP, does that?
Ignore real talk for a second because he's just going to talk over everybody. I want to speak to you about my usage of the word cautious because when I say cautious, I'm trying to reinforce what you were saying about aspects of the game.
No, I get that, Color. I wasn't coming at you, Color. He says I was coming at you.
Oh, hold on. No, I don't think you are. I'm just saying that there are times when self-preservation itself is part of the game because you need your quarterback.
That's what I said earlier. That's what I said earlier. That's part of the game. Emmett Smith would get his 10 yards and then go down rather than take the big hit.
And that was my purpose of differentiating scared and cautious. What you were referring to,
and I agree with that,
as an aspect of the game.
Well, that's why I asked you 5 minutes ago to refrain.
I did. I said cautious. Cautious. That's the word.
Cautious is not the same.
You also insulted my intelligence as if I was being petty for requiring you to use the word cautious.
No one was trying to be slick or petty or anything, Color. I said cautious. You said cautious. I said, yeah, cautious. That's the right word.
I disagree with the word cautious.
Then you're just lying then because you can't tell me that there's players out there that are cautious.
I disagree with you.
Tell me that.
There's no way. Hey, listen to me, bro. There's no way you can get on no fucking football field and try to play cautious.
Let me give you some inside info. When a running back plays cautiously, they say the running back is tipping and the coach pulls you off the field. When a linebacker is cautious and not filling the hole, the linebacker gets removed for not being physical.
So you're saying that happens.
And then that player gets removed.
But if I'm already angling towards the sideline and there's no hope for another yard, I'm not going to put my head down into the safety.
That's not called being cautious, Color. That's called being smart. That's called being smart.
The argument is not whether should Tua do it, is Tua going to do it. The argument is, does it happen? You're saying it doesn't. I'm saying it does, and that's what Tua's going to do. That's the difference.
Okay,
I'm not saying that, he's not going to get benched. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying that's what he's going to do.
Okay, real talk. Okay, so let's get past this now, okay? So if your quarterback is constantly making cautious decisions, using your word, not mine, right? Mm-hmm. Why should we pay that cautious player?
I don't know. That's your guys' problem. That's not my problem.
You damn right. And that's why we shouldn't pay his ass.
Okay, I'm not saying you should or shouldn't pay him. I'm telling you the predicament you're putting yourself in.
Nailed it, bro. Shake on the internet with this. He says I disagree with this disagreement.
That means he agrees, but go ahead.
Right.
Cancel out his disagreement.
Yep.
Anyway, listen, if I'm getting loud and animated, guys, it's just because I'm eating some excellent curry chicken that my wife just made. But it's got
everybody, JP.
The curry chicken got me going, man.
He forces you to
You
use
100%.
semantics and then accuses you of being semantical.
I try to play nice on these panels, man. I try to play nice on these shows, man. But at some point, things got to be challenged, especially when it comes to the babying, the nonstop babying and excuse making for none other than Tua Tagovailoa. That's what's enabled him and made him such a crybaby now. Be a man, Tua, and show KP that he's wrong. Put his take in the dirt. And ball out on your 5th year and get paid $300 million for a 5-year extension. That's all you got to do, Tua. Period.
Cautious. That's a new one now, bro. That's a new one now. Cautious. That's a new one now. That's a new one now.
I wish. What was that name? The guy who got knocked out on the sideline.
We just came up with a new. We just came up with another goddamn excuse or whatever. Cautious.
Well, here's the thing, Fred.
How is that an excuse?
Well, here's the thing, Fred.
How is that an excuse?
When I used to be walking on an 8-inch wide tie beam, doing construction work, yeah, you kind of were afraid. You felt scared, but you have to channel that into some idea of being cautious, because simply, if you look before you put your foot down, you have nothing to worry about. So being cautious would be not underestimating how important your eyes are when you're standing on an 8-inch wide beam 30 feet in the air. That would be being cautious, not scared.
Whether you want to call it cautious or scared, the point is he played like it last year to show that he can stay healthy, and because you're not giving him a contract this year that sets his future up, he's going to play like that again so he doesn't get hurt again.
So
that's the whole point. I don't
that guy.
If he plays like that again, he hasn't proven anything to me, bro. If he plays like that again, he hasn't proven anything to me, bro. So why would I give you this big contract?
Check this out. Whether he was healthy and he never played cautious, I still wouldn't pay him. I don't like him as a quarterback. I don't think he's good as a quarterback. You guys keep making it seem like I'm trying to give you reasons why you should pay him. I don't care if you pay him. I wouldn't pay him.
You make
I am answering how he's going to play. He's going to play cautious. It has nothing to do with if I think he's good or if I think he's bad. I'm telling you, he's going to play cautious because he's going to be on the field without a contract. Period. That's simple.
So I'm confused. So what is your agenda here today?
I don't have an agenda. I'm just talking football and telling you what's going to happen based on the circumstances you're in.
Oh, so you better tell us what's going to happen, right?
If you want to use cautious, he's been playing cautious, bro, since he's been here, bro.
So really, this is all about you, Real Talk Perez. You want us to know that you are a football guru and that you're going to tell us what's going to happen. Okay, I get you.
No,
thank you.
It has nothing to do with me being a football guru. All I said was the man's going to play cautious because you don't have a contract, and you guys got riled up like I was trying to prove a point or something. I don't understand why you guys can't just go, yeah, that makes sense. He doesn't have a contract. He doesn't want to get hurt. He's going to play cautious. It's just reality.
Playing scared is detriment to Tua and any other player that decides to be cautious and scared in a league with the acronym NFL, meaning not for long. When you're in the NFL, you play balls to the wall. When Dan Marino told Tua, pick a guy and let it fly, he wasn't telling Tua to be cautious. Okay? He wasn't telling him to be scared. So the attribute that you're assigning to him in the past and in the future is non sequitur. It don't make no sense when it applies to the football field. Period.
It does.
Agreed.
How can you agree when he already said it happens?
You would have never been a football player, bro.
KP said it happens. Like, I don't get what's the disagreement. KP already says it happens.
Specific situations in very specific games.
Yes.
Has made a business decision before.
Yes.
We know.
Yes. Yes. Like not having a contract and not wanting to get hurt. Yes.
Is that what Bobby Wagner did? Is that what Bobby Wagner did when he broke his leg and lost his contract?
I'm not saying all players do that.
Playing smart is not the same as being cautious. There's no.
I didn't say it was. I didn't say it was.
100. My man KP. He understands. He understands. He
Fred, it's
understands.
because we play football, man.
Thank you,
Your
KP.
coaches tell you to sit
Thank
on.
you.
I was a running back, okay? When my coach saw that I hesitated, I mean, I don't want to take all the time, but I once had when I got pulled up to varsity, man, I had a 14-yard run and thought I was the shit. My coach came up to me and put his forearm in my face. You know why? Because he saw that I was scared as a 10th grader moving up to play with the 12th graders. He saw that I was cautious. It didn't matter that I had a first down. It didn't matter that I had a nice spin move. It was matter that he saw that I was playing, quote, unquote, cautious. And he kicked my ass for that. Okay?
Let me ask you 3 questions.
Hold on, let me finish. This is a lesson that is not unique to me, okay? At the top level, this is the the idea that coaches are trying to drill into their players. At the high school level, you develop more skills, but essential to your upward trajectory is that you play with caution to the wind. You play all fucking out, okay? At no stage in football is caution or fear.
KP, I got scolded in a similar fashion after I caught a touchdown.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you 3 questions, KP. Do you think I am saying that every player on the field plays cautious? Yes or no?
Well, before I answer that, I will answer you yes or no. But see, the mistake you're making is you're assuming that we haven't had that critique of Tua already for years now.
No, I'm not assuming none of that.
Okay, that he needs to hang in there and take the hit and deliver the ball.
Real talk. The only way to mitigate fear on a football field is focus. Period.
Okay, so KP, answer the question.
So what's the question? So repeat that again.
The question is, do you believe that what I am saying is every player on the field is cautious? Do you believe that's what I'm saying?
That's the word you're using, dude.
No. Listen to what I am asking you. Do you think what I am saying is every player that's on the field is playing cautious?
No.
Do you think that's what I'm saying? Okay, now, do you think that I am saying that every player on the field plays with no fear?
Yes.
No, I'm not saying that.
No, sorry. Exactly. You're saying you're right. You're saying 180 degrees against that. Right.
No, I didn't say 100 because that would have been the first question, right? Which is why I asked you the way I asked you. I'm not saying every player plays scared. I'm not saying every player is fearless. You even said that there's still players that make this.
Oh, bang! I'm sorry, dude. Nene understands the rules around here and has asked for Real Talk to be booted. Thank you for the $2 dono. Nene, can we boot Real Talk Perez, please? So that is $2, dollar for dollar. You get Real Talk for 2 minutes. It is 5:07. I will bring him back up in exactly 2 minutes. Thank you, Nene. Sorry, Real Talk, but that's the rules, man. 2 minutes, bro. That's it. Nene paid for it.
And again, no disrespect to you, Real Talk, if you're still listening, dude, but we're talking about basic fundamental football ethics, okay? You cannot be cautious or scared, your words, on a football field. And if Tua's going to be that, then he doesn't deserve to get a contract. And guess what? I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if at the end of the last season, when he was told, and this was reported, not me making it up, that you need to work on these 4 to 5 things, Tua, before next season, that one of them was be more brave on the football field. Learn how to stand in the goddamn pocket and deliver when we need you to. And stop just giving away the play.
He's already playing scared.
Real quick,
He's
Fred,
already
hold
playing
on, Fred. Let me
scared.
reset. Let me reset real quick, Fred. Everybody, please hit the like button. We still got 400 of you watching. Appreciate every one of you that are tuning in. Timeouts are now in effect because Nene initiated it. Timeouts are in effect, and it's been a long time. So let me go ahead and go over the rules here. Dollar for dollar, $1, $2, $5, or $10 donos get you 1, 2, or 5 or 10 minutes off. Whoever
I'm about to make Ab broke. Come on, Ab.
And
Come with it.
if somebody matches that donation, it cancels it out. So somebody can bail Real Talk out for $2 right now if they wanted to. Or they can wait about another 45 seconds and he'll be back up.
Come on, Ab, give up your hard-won money.
Listen, it's all in good fun. You know, it's just a way for our audience to be able to control a little bit the conversation without us having to gatekeep people and all that. Don't
Great
don't
show,
take it
brother. Great
personal.
show, bro.
I know Real Talk won't take it personal,
This is
but
Project Bankrupt Ab. Let's bankrupt
yeah,
that motherfucker.
you know. So, and again, if somebody gets booted for 10 minutes and you want them back on, then you certainly can bail them out for the matching amount. Oh, dang. Nene, thank you so much, Nene, for the $20 donation. Now, more time for Real Talk, please. So you might want to go have a cigarette, Real Talk. Maybe smoke a joint or something. 'Cause Nene's got you out for 20 minutes now, bro. So it's 5:10 right now. You got all the way to 5:30, bro. I'll try to keep it going that long. We got so many people watching. I don't have to see any reason to shut down the panel right at the moment.
Great show, man. Great show, man.
The link is pinned at the top of the chat. So anybody else wants to join the conversation, have at it. Somebody disagrees. The person is I disagree, and that would be Shake Money. How's it going, Shake?
I disagree.
You disagree? All right. Thank you, Marino's Goat, for the $2 donation. Says I stand with Nene. So, dang, that's 22 minutes now. 5:32.
Damn.
And then, of course, Jess. Thank you, Jess. Completely understands the game. Jess is kind of new around the YouTube streets, at least for the Finns tailgate. Completely following right into the game with another $20 donation. Appreciate you, Jess. Extend that MF for time. Yeah. All right.
KP, you gonna be up to an hour soon enough.
Damn, now we got Timothy Washington, $5 donation. Add that to Real Talk. I've lost count now. I need help with the math here. So 22, 20.
No, it's up. It's like 29 minutes.
42, 47 minutes. Is that what we're looking at, Crypto?
You're
No,
looking at
somebody
almost 6 o'clock.
Yeah. It's pretty much a wrap, Real Talk.
Yeah, you're almost looking at 6 o'clock. You might as well go have dinner. Go to a Chick-fil-A or something like that. Go have a dinner.
Yeah.
You go smoke a pack of cigarettes, bro.
He's probably still back there giving his takes.
How's everybody doing today?
Pretty good, Craig. How about yourself?
All right.
Just wanted to chime in a bit. I think they should let him play out. I don't think they should give him a deal yet. Not yet. See maybe how the season starts or where this even goes.
Yeah.
You know, and what if they have? I hope I'm wrong. What if they have a crappy season? Then I think basically McDaniel could be gone and he could be gone.
Yeah.
And real quick, KP, I see through you, man. You didn't catch any fish this weekend, and you're taking it out on the Tourniers.
You got it straight. I've been unable to go fishing for the last couple of days, and I'm pissed.
All right,
you're 100% correct.
So real quick, if anybody wants to know, TD Fins Talk admin says, thanks for the $10 donation. Says, well, I'll be damned to miss out. Go ahead and beat the traffic, Real Talk. Add another 10 minutes to that. Now, keep in mind, everybody, as the clock ticks down, we're looking at 6:07. So however much time is left from now till 6:07 is the amount of time you would need to bail him out. So let's say it gets down to 15 minutes left. Somebody can donate $15 and get him out. You know, just to let you know. I don't foresee anybody doing that, but you know.
At this point, he'll be banned till August. Well done. Well done.
And by the way, Miss Fins, it's Real Talk that's on timeout till 6:07, not Pete. I know a lot of people confuse the two.
Hey, KP.
Yo, what's up?
Can I ask you a question, bro?
Real Talk is never
always. What's up, man? Go ahead, bro.
Now, this is me to you, bro. You seen Tua's play, bro. You know what I'm saying? Do you see any scared or cautiousness in there, bro?
Listen, when the pressure gets hot and Tua's forced to sit in the pocket.
When the pressure gets hot, what's it look like, KP?
Like many young quarterbacks, it's not just him. Like many young quarterbacks, his footwork falls apart, his accuracy fails, he sails the ball, all of these things. I'm not saying he won't get better. He is still an ascending player. The thing is, the NFL pro scouts and NFL personnel are making assessments long term. They're speculating about his ceiling as a quarterback, and if they agree that his ceiling is not going to be that of a quarterback that can lead a team to the promised land, I would agree with that. That's kind of where I'm at when it comes to Tua. I'm not saying he hasn't improved. I'm not saying he's not still ascending. I'm not saying he cannot get better. But I think that it's an issue of his ceiling as a quarterback. In other words, when Tyreek Hill leaves, is this a guy who's going to be able to pull guys to make them better? I have my doubts. This is why I'm not a Tua guy. I don't know how to express it any clearer than that.
So Red, White, and Bills is asking, Color, what if I time out the whole panel? Then what happens? Well, we do have overrides. We do have fail-safes around here. We do have fail-safes around here. So I could just make an executive decision and say that the game doesn't apply to Bills fans. We'll just go with that one. And then while we're at it, we can thank Nene for another $10 donation for another 10 minutes towards Real Talk's timeout. We the people have spoken. I know Nene's really big on democracy and speaking as a people. So yes, we the people have spoke, and there it is. So now we're looking at 6:17, unless anybody wants to bail them out.
So with me, KP, I'm saying like this defensive tackle was up in somebody done whipped on a block in the middle, and here comes this defensive tackle. I'm throwing this shit quick. I'm not being cautious. It's because I'm being scared. Shit. Simple as that, bro.
With the scenario you just spelled out, I hope that Tua would throw the ball away quickly. In fact, that's one of the complaints. In the early part of his career, in the first 2 years, he didn't. And then he would try to make the play, and it would turn into disaster. So that's one of the things that he's improved on a little bit. I won't give him. I won't call him a master yet. But it's.
And I say KP. I said not only Tua, KP, man, but I say, man, Mike McDaniel and the organization was somewhat scared of him because how they did the offense and getting this ball out quick. I say Mike McDaniel and them are scared for him, bro. I really do.
Well, I don't know if I would agree with that take, but I would say this: the offense is designed for him to get the ball out quickly. We have the kind of personnel on the outside that lends to that kind of approach, right? It is based on getting the ball out quickly to those quicker, faster receivers, right? Now, just to clarify, because Trey brought up a good counterpoint. I'm giving you props, Trey, in the chat. He said that Tua has a very high rating. I think he said number 1 or a very high rating against the blitz, right? That is true, but that is a result of the design of the offense we run. It does nullify most blitzes. That's why most teams don't even blitz us at all. This is why they drop and cover the middle of the field, because one way to frustrate our offense is by covering all the gaps in the zones, right? And so that's more than often than not the approach of the opposing defense, right? But when you do see Tua face organic pressure, in other words, when the first read is not there, that is what I was referring to when you see the signs of panicking and not being able.
Not sure of anything. Not sure of anything.
But that was a good counterpoint, Trey. In a debate, that's an excellent counterpoint, bro. I got to give you credit.
Hey,
but you can't beat KP with that. You can't beat old KP with that.
Hey, KP, the one thing if I may piggyback, if you look at the Denver game, he was playing against the Vance Joseph defense, and they create organic pressure, and he struggled against that Denver defense.
Yeah, okay, Shaq.
No, I'm being serious. In his rookie year,
his rookie year. Oh, I thought you were talking about last season when we put up 70 points.
No, I'm talking about the Denver defense. I'm talking about the Vangio Denver defense.
Oh, yeah, Vangio.
Right.
Okay. Right.
Welcome back, Pete. What do you think about them just tearing up Real Talk like that, bro, for an hour, man? It's like, dang, I kind of feel bad for the guy.
I might have missed it. I don't know what happened.
Nene started the ball rolling. She says, man, she gave $10 or $2, and she's like, "Man, can I get Real Talk out of here?" And it just reminded me that we do have the timeout policy here at the Fins
Hey,
tailgate.
Nene for president, man. Nene for president.
Nene
of the United States.
initiated it, and then everybody just started pouring in the donations, dude. He's up this. He won't be back till after 6 o'clock, bro.
When you run for
Unless somebody
president,
bails him
Nene,
out.
make sure you put that
That's how
down on
you know.
your policy achievements. That's policy achievement number 1. She championed that
Right,
policy.
right,
She authored
right.
that legislation and got it passed. Well
Right.
done, Nene.
It's currently at $57 to bail him out.
Hey, Nene, I may go dig. I may go try to dig up those 40-year-old highlights, man. You were talking about, sweetheart. I may go try to find them just for that now.
Now, keep in mind though, we do appreciate the donations. It is, I mean, aside from the whole timeout game, we do certainly appreciate the donations. We'd take anything. We'd love anything we can get.
Pouring in with the,
You know,
wow,
just
Nene even came up with the slogan, "Get him out
just
of
to
here."
keep them out.
That's a campaign
But
slogan.
that being
Get him
said,
out of here. Get
that
him
being-
out of here. Get
well,
him out of there. We're going to say that at the convention.
right? But that being said, though, fair is fair, and if somebody does bail him out, then I'll just say again, we appreciate the donation.
I wish you
About
would have
the
never
old-
brought
We
the
have to bring him
timeout
back if somebody
conversation when
bails
I
him
got
out.
back
You know
up.
what I mean?
Somebody
How
bring
about the
Real
old
Talk
man?
at a timeout, man. Pay that quick 100 real quick.
About the
Somebody
old
pay
Vince
100.
McMahon
I was like,
Get
slogan.
Real Talk out of
record-breaking
that
numbers
timeout,
what
man.
Harris got. Goodness.
How about the old
No,
Vince McMahon
but
slogan?
I
You're
I
fired.
do want to
If somebody
say
bails
this.
him out, that would not diminish the appreciation for the original donation, is what I'm saying.
Real talk.
I do gotta
He's a
say
lightning
this, right?
rod.
As a Dolphin fan, with everything that's
Real
going
talk.
on right now, I'm actually happy about it. I know it's bad news to most of the fans, but I think it's good news. Like if you really dig deep into what's going on, what we're dealing with is actually good. So in case any Dolphin fan is out
Christopher
there
Greer's
hurt,
gonna lose his job
broken,
because of it.
that's fine. That will be good. Chris Grier is involved in passing on Herbert to get Tua. That might be a moving step to being good.
Man, Chris Greer ain't going nowhere.
I think
No,
all
Chris
of this is
Greer's
just
there.
like good news to
job.
me. I love everything that's going on.
You know
I
what,
love
Pete?
the fact that
You
Tua
know what,
going
Pete?
in,
You know
that's
what I
gonna
think
give
was
our
on
other
that yacht?
quarterbacks more
You know
reps.
what I think was on that yacht? I think whatever deal Cat Williams was talking about was on that yacht.
Was Diddy involved? Was Diddy on that yacht?
That's why Grier ain't going nowhere, because Greer's probably already taken that deal, bro.
No, Epstein was on there.
Epstein and Diddy and Bernie Madoff were on that boat too.
Bernie Bernie was in
They
there.
weren't on the boat, but it's about the travel plans, the travel itinerary for the boat. You know what I mean?
No, I'm just
Has
saying,
anybody
like,
heard?
the reality of why I'm excited right now is because we know what's about to happen. Camp is gonna open up. We're gonna
Well,
get
what else would
reports of how our
what else would explain the
Camp
vitriolic
open up, I
smear
think, tomorrow.
campaign?
Wednesday, right?
Hold on.
yeah, and I'm looking
What else
forward
would
to the reports of
explain?
what the quarterbacks are doing.
Hold on,
Skylar
Pete.
Thompson, especially.
Pete, what else would explain? Okay, it doesn't explain anything could explain the smear campaign, but what else would explain the level of vitriol in the smear campaign against Flores, other than there's more to it than just Tom Brady being on the yacht? You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
Yeah, but
Just asking
moving
the
past
question.
all of that, yeah,
I know,
like the
Pete.
season outlook,
You're a
season
purist. I
outlook.
know. You just all over that ball, man.
That whole boat narrative
I
sounds a
want to
lot
keep
like a
talking about
Diddy
what
after party.
color,
So
because I'm tired of everybody acting
It
like,
was
oh my
KP.
God, this Tua news is not bad, bro. It's actually good. Let's talk about that part.
It's good news, but
Let's not act like how this guy played
Hey, what
versus
news?
500
it's,
teams.
What news?
Let's not
remember
act like
he
him
led the league in
like
passing to it. He led the
they
league in
don't. You see,
passing, Pete.
no, y'all don't want to talk about it.
Yo, wait, what news?
He led the league in
What news?
passing.
Loving it. I'm loving it,
Hey,
and I'm
what Tua
actually
news?
interested. And I'm actually interested on how our backups have been learning. You know,
He led the league in
see how it's
passing.
been.
Hold up, Crypto. He led the league in passing. So why did those NFL execs and scouts and everybody vote him like a mid-tier quarterback then, since he led the league in passing? Are
He
they
led the
wanna
league
hear
in
a funny
passing.
they
stat?
must be dumb.
They were
Don't
short-sighted, KP.
don't forget, he led the league in passing without Devontae Parker.
Hey, but here's
Yeah,
the
that's a hell of an accomplishment. We got to put him in the Hall of Fame right now.
Listen, I know fantasy football is not big, but this is the weirdest stat ever. Tua Tagovailoa is the first quarterback ever to finish as the league leader in passing yards and not be ranked top 10 in fantasy points. He was ranked 19th in fantasy points.
How
And he was
come
the
those
league
NFL
leader in
execs,
passing
Pete,
yards.
don't know as much as Ab? How
Damn,
come they don't
that's
know as much
almost
as
where the
Ab?
scouts had him at. He was 14th.
He was the
I
first
think, for the
quarterback
scouts.
to lead the league in passing and be ranked 19th in fantasy points.
Hey, real talk,
and not
real
make
talk,
top
real
10.
quick, real talk. I gotta ask you: are you doing the fantasy league again this year?
You asking me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Fantasy.
I want to do it, man, but I'm making a big move in a couple weeks, so I don't think I'm going to be able to take on that burden.
You coming up this way, right, KP?
Yeah, you letting the cat out the bag, no crypto, but yeah, that's happening in 3 weeks. Yes, sir. Yes,
Hey,
sir.
I just want to say real quick, shout out to Real Talk. He's hanging in. He's still backstage, man. He's a diehard. He ain't giving up, man. Much respect.
Somebody get that guy from back there, man. I know the
He
pain.
should go to He should just go to Baskin Robbins and get Joy those 31 flavors and come back.
There you go.
He's
And
like,
then
y'all don't know how it is.
Subway and get
He's
a
like,
hold
y'all
of
don't know how it is on in Tampa traffic, man. You're just like,
But yeah, that's
Crypto,
definitely
he should
what
stop
I'm
it and
looking
get a
for.
Subway.
Season is bright.
Cali,
I'm
by the
loving
way.
everything that's happening. I'm really excited. Like I'm
Yeah,
like
Cali,
this is one of the
Real
most
Talk is
I
from
can use some Baskin
Real
Robbins
Talk
right
is from
now.
Cali.
Expe-
You hear me?
is
Real
he in
Talk is from
Cali?
Cali. Yeah.
Hey, even
This
worse.
is probably the most exciting
What's that road out?
with
The
the news that we're
404 or
getting,
whatever it's called.
and it's
The one
perfect
that's got
timing
like
if you ask
the one
me.
that's got like 25 lanes of traffic.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, Michael Douglas and what was it, Falling Down? He's stuck in traffic.
Skylar Thompson can literally put the stamp.
How much
on
is he
Tua's
going to
payment
get,
to be
Pete?
stopped.
How much is he
hear me
getting,
out.
Pete?
You said the
Hear
right
me
thing,
out.
Pete. This could work out in the Dolphins' favor by
It really could.
forcing Tua to mature, get angry, and prove everybody wrong. Okay?
No, not only not
Go
that
ahead.
part. I'm talking about this, KP. The organization is sitting back. They have already their questions. If not, they would have paid them. So they have their questions. Our team right now in camp, you got all the beat reporters. They're gonna have to talk about what they see. You know, you got TD going. Color's gonna be there. All of the guys are gonna be there. If our offense is looking and we're getting rave reviews by all of these guys, wow, Mike White is just balling out. Skyler's balling out. That's gonna be a spot for
Great
us.
point,
That's gonna
Pete. It's
be
forcing them to be more objective. Absolutely.
Yeah,
and that's what I said earlier, Pete. Remember, Barry Hyde and Barry Jackson, they're actually behind us who've been bringing up this critique for months now, right? So
100%.
you're right. This is going to force them to be more objective in how they report.
Exactly. Now, their hope and pray is for those guys to do bad. I get it. But at the same time, no matter if they do great in this system and it's working out, the reality is Tua can't get paid. He won't get paid. And that's why this mess right now is a hot mess. But in reality, it's still benefiting us because of the timing we have with our backup quarterback.
What Hyde and Jackson have admitted is that the question has changed. The question is not will Tua get paid? It's why isn't he getting paid? This is the question as we roll in.
It's the perfect timing.
Questions. Exactly. Those reporters have to address that question. Why isn't he getting paid now? Because the abs of the world believe he should have been paid, $100 zillion upon being drafted, right? So why isn't he getting what he wants right now? This is a question that every reporter has to answer.
And here's the thing. Remember, I told you guys.
Hold on, real quick. EM, I posted the article that G is referring to. That's the link to it, in case anybody wants to read the whole thing. It's a lot more longer than what I read. The article is fairly long.
So this might gone over a lot of people's head, but I said it on my live stream months ago that what we need to pay attention to, based on what I heard, is right, and it was crazy. But at the same time, this is the reality. Tyreek Hill can say one thing out of his mouth and want Tua paid, but the
Somebody
moment
banned
Tua,
Charmaine Taylor for life.
what I heard through the grapevine was the moment Tua gets paid, Tyreek is also gonna demand the bag. He wants it immediately. So the way I feel is, if Tua gets paid and the organization is not ready to pay Tyreek, they know the hellhole they could potentially be in with now Tyreek sitting out. So in case they pay Tua, everything is all good and gravy. That's what most fans realize. But in fact, if they pay Tua, now Tyreek is the one that's going to be the next headache the next very hour. I'm not practicing. I'm not playing. Pay me now. You see that? So that's where we're at. So we need this next level Skylar Thompson or this next level Mike White to benefit us and help us and be better than our current starter, so we don't be trapped in the mess of paying Tua and lose out on all pros like a Tyreek Hill. See what I'm saying? That's how the mess is getter. I mean, I just feel like it's perfect timing. 3 years, same system, Skyler. 2 years, Mike White. Both of them have a skill set in them that is more intriguing than Tua. So why can't these guys pop? Why can't these guys pop like Tua pop? You know what I'm saying? If Tua could pop, why can't these guys pop?
Man. Oh.
That's my giggling.
Hey man,
I just heard EM giggling. Shout out to
hey
EM.
man, salute to
Disclaimer: the
everybody,
words of
man.
Pete are his and his alone.
Dave Hyde's opinion there.
Hey man, salute to the panel, man. This has been an interesting conversation to say the least. So hey man, shout out to everybody.
Hey,
Shay.
Ian, were you scared or cautious to come up on this panel?
Who's this new guy on the panel?
No. I just been
you were wrong.
I had a little break earlier. I thought maybe I could hop up a little earlier, but I've been working crazy today. So this is the first time I had an opportunity to really kind of take a break. So yeah.
Is this Elm? Is this Elm?
EM. Joe Biden quit his job, bro. Everybody should just quit. Everybody's quitting their jobs, bro. Joe Biden quit. Why not everybody else?
What you mean? What you think? Tua should quit? Is that what you're implying, Pete? Is that the implication here? You want Tua to quit? Oh, okay.
I mean,
well, yeah, that will be on the same trend. After putting up top 5 numbers, yeah, I suppose you could quit and pass the torch because Tua put up top 5 numbers, just like Joe Biden did.
I think what Pete means is that he's going to nominate Tua to be the DNC candidate going up against Donald Trump.
So that will be on the same trajectory, Pete. You might be on to something. After being the top 5 numbers, being the MVP conversations, yeah. Joe Biden had that kind of a record going out the door.
I don't understand what that. What's the big deal about that Sun Sentinel article? What about? I mean, there was nothing.
I mean, it's one man's opinion. I'm just curious what you think about Dave Hyde's opinion on it.
Yeah, hey, I mean, there was nothing groundbreaking about that article. I mean, what he? I mean, I've been one of the ones that's saying that, you know, the Dolphins should protect themselves in terms of the contract. I mean, if anybody been listening to me long enough, right? So I don't know what he's trying to imply
when
here.
When did you start saying this? Because all I know, aren't you affiliated? Like you're connected with reason, right?
And your point is what?
What?
Because my point is, I mean, we've been being told by Finside the NFL that Tua's going to get a contract damn near every day.
And where in that article it said that Tua was not going to get a contract.
But I mean, the timing of it.
Where in that article did it say the Dolphins are not going to pay Tua?
Well, it came out today. Adam Schefter, the Dolphins are far apart more than what Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers are. And then when we hear that Tua and his number is not close to Grier and his number, I mean, there's discrepancy there to discuss, if you don't mind me saying that.
Oh, okay. I say again, you know, where in that article, I don't understand. I mean, Dave Hyde didn't say they weren't, and I've listened to Dave Hyde, not only in that, you know, I saw that article, but I've heard him recently on different podcasts that he's been on, and he's been adamant about a deal gets done. It's just protections, the Dolphins want to put themselves in a situation to protect themselves. And I think personally it's more of a durability concern, i.e. concussions, right? That's what I think is what the and again, anybody that's
But
talked
here's
to me
my
private.
argument. How come
Hang
now?
on.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ian. Go ahead.
Hang on. So, in my opinion, I think it's the concussion issue. So, hey, man, I think that's where they're at, and I don't blame the Dolphins for taking a position. I don't blame the Dolphins for taking that position, bro.
I'm gonna read the part real quick that both answers your question as to what Dave Hyde was saying regarding whether he gets paid or not, and also supports what you just said about it being, really about health still. This one particular part where he says they're also confessing in the most transparent of ways. That means it's obvious that they're like a lot of us in not knowing exactly what they have into at least not yet. Maybe, and here's the part that where it's obvious it's his opinion. Maybe a fifth year with him will decide things. Maybe this third season of Tua in McDaniel's system will provide the necessary answers about big game play and, yes, continued health.
Well, my position.
That's Dave Hyde's opinion.
Hang on.
But can I say this?
Hang on. And
I wanted to say what I say before I forget. Oh, okay, go ahead.
So, my position has been consistent, right? If I think Tua and his representation, they are trying to position themselves to reset the market, which, from a business standpoint, they should, right? I don't think the Dolphins are comfortable with allowing Tua to do that. I would not allow Tua to reset the market if I'm the Dolphins as well. His play on the field hadn't reflect him being, him warrant being the highest paid player at his position. And also you got the durability concern, i.e., concussions. So I think the Dolphins, if there is uncertainty with Tua, in terms of the unknown, I think the unknown is the position that they're taking, trying to be paid like he's the best quarterback in the league. That is where the unknown is in terms of how high of a level Tua can get to. So I think the Dolphins, if Tua and his representation, remain and they take that position, they draw a line in the sand and they continue to take that position. I do think the Dolphins will and should make him play on his fifth-year option if he's trying to reset the market. But I don't
100%, Ian. That's what I said earlier. I said this is hold on. Let me just say this. Let me finish this. I said this was a matter of what Tua's long-term ceiling is, his projection. If you project him to be a Super Bowl winning quarterback, then yes, you're more inclined to gamble and pay him, projecting that he will lead you there. But if there's still some question about that, then he has another year to prove it. And that's why he has everything to play for in the fifth year, on that fifth-year deal. He can answer all the so-called questions that everybody's talking about and then become that quarterback that resets the market. This is what the fifth year means to him. And he's going to be an angry Tua, but in addition to him being an angry Tua, if he's mature and gets the right advice, should be an angry Tua that is also hungry, a hungry Tua to prove everybody wrong and to go out and earn that bag. And that's why
Tua's not trying to be a hungry Tua.
And that's why I said what you said earlier, Pete, made so much sense. This could work in the Dolphins' favor. As an institution, as an organization, this is the stance that they must take to be responsible.
I agree with that. But
for the fidelity of the whole team.
100%.
He's got to be the guy without a doubt.
But I don't have an issue with EM personally, right? But I have an issue with what he said about the injury thing, right? And hear me out, fellas. If we just rewind ourselves 3-4 months ago, we had guys questioning the guys that were telling the Tua guys that Tua is going to get paid big bucks. Guys like me were saying you can't pay a quarterback with an injury history like that. And
Yes, you
two
can.
Anniers
Yes, you
were
can.
fighting. Two Anniers were fighting that.
You can pay
Tua's
him.
not. No, wait. They were all up
You
on
can pay
panels.
him. You just
They
have to.
were all up
You
on
just have to
panels.
implement
They were
language in
saying
the
they were
contract.
wait. They were telling me
You
that
just have to
Tua
incentivize the
knocked off the
contract. You can
injury
pay him.
concerns. We were debating and arguing that only 1 year is not enough. A lot of the people were saying it's enough. Now that the season is in line, and now that almost every beat reporter is forced to use the injury excuse to make themselves look better on this Tua contract because they've been saying it for months that Tua was going to get paid every day. Now they want to throw the injury cause.
But who said he's not going to get paid, Pete?
About the injury cause for months.
When did the Dolphins say they're not going to pay him? That's what I want to know.
They didn't, but I got a question for you, Ian.
I'll tell you when
if Patrick Mahomes would have came in,
for you to be sticking your bird chest out right now, Pete, over what you supposedly said months ago about him not getting paid. Can we wait and let the Dolphins say we're not paying Tua Tagovailoa before you do that? Can we wait?
Yeah.
How?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, we can.
I just
Ian, I got
asked
a question for you.
When did the Dolphins say that? Go clip the audio, go clip the article, go get the documentation to validate what you just said about the Dolphins stipulating that they are not going to pay Tua Tagovailoa.
The moment Chris Grier was sitting in that podium,
there was nothing definitive, Ian. You're right. Let me ask you a question.
There is a definitive, Crypto, if you let me finish. The moment that
No, it's not, PM. You're going in circles.
Okay.
Hold on. The moment that Chris Grier said, I'm telling you right now.
You're going in circles.
It's no circle. I'm telling you the reality. Grier has said that he didn't speak to his agency about no money. They spoke about haircuts. They spoke about new shoes.
Man, you really believe that, bro? You really believe that, Pete?
About the reality he just made up.
For the record,
okay,
bro, you need to stop.
Hey, Ian, would you agree if the scouts and GMs, like especially the people in your room, you see the player, any particular player in practice, you should be able to tell early on, especially if they're playing clutch games throughout the season, whether or not the development of a player is warranted, regardless of how much time they put in? Would you say that, like for example, if one player plays real good over a large amount of game sample size, that to include against good teams, for say, we're not talking about two, I'm just talking about anybody. Let's say if this was Patrick Mahomes in his first year as a full-time starter, but this was his third season overall or fourth season. Wouldn't you be able to tell with Patrick Mahomes that he got the it or the goods to be a franchise guy, even though he only played one full season? Don't you think Andy Reid would have probably paid him, even though he only got only one season on record, but yeah, he was sitting behind somebody for 3 years? Would you say Andy Reid would be able to
I don't know about I don't know.
Let me ask you, can I say something real quick though? If you think
Hold
about
on,
it,
I want to answer the question.
I want to pick it back off what Crypto was saying. If you think about it, Patrick Mahomes' first year as a full-time starter, he had an MVP season and made it to the AFC Championship and lost to Tom Brady.
Right.
Well, I don't know about paying them. I don't know about that because there's so many, bro. We've seen players over the years. Crypto, you've been watching the game. All of us have been watching the game long enough, following the NFL, to where a player would come in and just have crazy season, right? And in their first couple of years in the league, and you can that you can apply that to any position, pass rusher.
Yeah, but this will be Patrick's fourth year though. That means he's been in the system for 4 years, even though he started for 1 year.
But I thought you were coming from I thought you were coming from the perspective of if they flash and if they have a big year in 1 year, would you?
No. They flash and show you all the goods, as in a fourth year being a professional. Well,
in terms of paying them, whether it's their first or fourth year, right? Like, and I'm assuming you're kind of like Jordan Love is a similar player, right? He's been in the league 4 years, but you've only got one good half a season of resume from him, right? Me personally, if I'm a GM, I don't think that's enough to make him the high, allow him definitely to reset the market. I wouldn't do that. That's too much of a gamble.
But you're going based
but
on.
I'm saying, but if a GM sees enough,
enough of you, they know what you got going forward.
Well, yeah,
Exactly,
you can risk, you can project all you want, but at the end of the day, bro,
but everybody asks the question, who's going to replace them? Everybody asks the same thing for Tua. Well, Green Bay,
Jordan Love is trying to reach. Jordan Love is again. Jordan Love is kind of like Tua.
Can I say this to you,
Ian? Hang on. I'm talking about Crypto right now. Hang on.
Because you're saying
one at a time.
Okay, so
one at a time. I want to just say that has not Justin Herbert, doesn't he fit that exact description, Ian?
Yeah, but Jordan Love is in a different situation.
No, because Herbert, Herbert has Herbert has, and again, I'm not saying
year one.
I'm not saying Herbert is the best quarterback in the league, but Herbert has 4 years worth of resume.
No,
right?
what I mean is having that crazy
he has more of a resume,
5,000 some yards and then kind of not
right. But in that situation, he flashed in year one. I'm talking about somebody who flashed in after sitting behind a Hall of Famer and then showing that they have the goods.
Well, he didn't throw for 5. He wasn't as successful in his last 2 years as his first 2 years, but his last 2 years, his most recent 2 years are still good enough, in my opinion.
Sure.
But Crypto and everybody up there.
Isn't that a case? And because they paid him, whenever they paid him, like, isn't that what they're going on to in that case? Even though he hadn't, let's say, won anything or.
Okay, he hasn't won the playoff game. He only took him to the playoffs once.
Can you guys hear me out for a second? Because Crypto was spot on. If we're a fan, we're gonna question the 1 year production. Of course, that's obvious. All we saw was 1 year. But if you're the GM of the team, like you're saying you are, EM, right? If I'm the GM, I'm not paying Love. Well, if you're the GM, you have
no. I'm not letting Love. I didn't say. I'm not paying Love. What I said was I'm not allowing him to reset the market.
Reset the market. Okay, right. Gotcha. That's different.
But from a GM,
you'll pay him. You'll give him a contract,
right?
An extension, but you wouldn't let him reset it at the highest level.
Right.
But hello, look, like 4 or 5 months ago, there was a leaked Jordan Love's rookie, sophomore, both of those years leaked of his practice footage. So it spread it out through the internet. It was like 20-something minutes long of Jordan Love.
Okay, what's the point, Pete? What's the point?
Okay, the general manager is watching Jordan Love in practice every single day. What he's doing in situational drills. They put that guy on
what's the point,
drills.
Pete? What is the point here?
Zone, so they know who they have at quarterback. So the Packers can sit here and think that, wow, we have a top 3 NFL quarterback despite us only letting him be on the field for 1 year. We know who we have. We've watched.
Okay, what's the point here, Pete? What is the point here?
The point is, you said you won't pay him based on 1 year.
I said reset the market.
You said if you were
I said he's in a similar situation like Tua, right? You know, and Tua has a little more.
He's not in a similar situation.
Can I finish? No, Tua. Can I finish? Can I please finish my point, Pete? So he's in a similar. It's not an apples to apples conversation, but it's similar because the position that I would take with Tua, again, it's all predicated on if he is positioning himself to try to reset the market and become the highest paid guy. No. If you try to do that, Tua, I'm gonna Joe Flacco you. Well, I'm gonna holler at you this time next year, right? Going to play on that 5th-year option.
So what he got a 1 year deal with Joe Flacco?
I would apply, and Jordan Love even more so. Hang on, and Jordan Love even more. Jordan Love even more so because he don't have Tua's got more of a resume than Jordan Love. So no, I would take the same position. I'm willing to pay you. I am willing to pay you. I am willing to pay you, but I am not going to allow you to reset the market because you haven't earned that yet.
Jordan Love is getting more of the Herbert treatment than he's getting than Tua, than the Tua treatment.
Jordan Love is more accomplished than Herbert.
Well, relative to his success in the playoffs, yeah, but I think the reason to pay Love would be more akin to why the Chargers paid Herbert. It isn't for any tangible success yet, but that they, like Pete just said,
they're projecting.
See him. They're projecting him to be a top talented guy going forward. They can see that in him. Their organization, whether they're right or wrong, has come to that consensus. And EM, you already pointed out why the Finns have to be more cautious is because of that additional injury question. And then some would say also you have to look at his performance at the end of the season relative to what the coach has pointed out he must improve. When the coach told him you needed those 4 or 5 things to do, you needed to know those 4 to 5 things, and we need to see proof of it before we pay you. That's the clause that wasn't added to the end of that.
Here's how flaws are there's flaws in everybody's categories when it comes to getting paid, right? Because I hear arguments, well, Tua deserves more than Jordan Love because he won more games. But what they fail to realize is, would Tua had took the Packers to the playoffs with the youngest roster in the entire NFL? Those are the questions people
We'll never know
out.
that. We can project, but we'll never know that.
We can project, but we'll never know. But we know what Tua looked like with a very young roster without leadership, where they had to demand 5 draft picks just to bring one player here to bring in leadership. You see, there's a difference, and there's a reality to everything. Jordan Love, based on like they're trying to make it. Oh, I wouldn't pay Jordan Love. You just heard EM. I can't pay Jordan Love top of the market money. We only have 1 year. Well, guess what? Jordan Love knows he only has 1 year of played film, and that didn't stop him from telling the Packers organization, "Hey, pay me or trade me, because I ain't playing without a contract." That's basically what you're telling me when you say play me or pay me or I won't play. It's pretty much saying pay me or trade me. So therefore, Jordan Love with only 1 year
Packers ain't trading. That
he's
ain't happening.
confident enough in his skill set to tell them, pay me.
He's not getting traded, Pete. Jordan Love ain't not leaving the state of Wisconsin.
If Tua was to take that stance, then you Joe Flacco his ass, and that's fair enough.
100%.
Yeah, he's not leaving the state of Wisconsin. That's wishful thinking.
Real quick, was that you I just heard say 100%? Not because I want you to say it, just because I want to ask you a follow-up question.
I'm glad you're confirming.
Hell yeah. You give him the Joe Flacco treatment. Give him the Joe Flacco. They did it to Lamar.
Would you be comfortable with that being Ryan Tannehill and not Joe Flacco?
What? No. What I mean by Joe Flacco treatment is take the position the Ravens took with him when he was in a situation like 10 years ago. Remember that? And he was trying to position himself to be the highest paid guy, and they told him, "No, fuck it. Take us to a deep playoff run or to the Super Bowl." And
okay, that's what I wanted to clear up.
He played at an extremely high level. He played at an extremely high level. I mean, he was probably
one of the greatest playoff runs.
Right. I just wanted to make sure I had the right analogy.
Key word. I don't think his regular season was good, but his playoff run was the best.
Yeah, he was phenomenal. He was the best. He was clearly the best quarterback in the postseason.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I had the right analogy that you were using. That's all.
Yeah, that's what I mean by the Joe Flacco treatment.
Hey, Fred, you want me to tell you something, Fred?
What's up, Pete? I'm here, bro.
You there? I'm glad you're there. Just a few months ago, you were saying some of these same things up here that now they're saying, and you were fighting these two-and-ears to the point where you were about to have to break jaws. But now the two-and-ears sound like they're saying some of the same things you're saying.
Wait a minute, you can't elaborate on that?
Oh shit! Who's
jaw
was Fred gonna break?
God damn! Wait a minute,
Fred, you gonna break someone's jaw?
I'ma say this, Pete. I said some things months ago, maybe a year ago.
Don't worry. No. All I'm saying, Fred, so you can understand me, because I see where you're taking it.
Damn, Fred said he gonna break somebody's jaw.
Fred, some of the same takes we're hearing today. When we were saying those same similar takes months ago, two were screaming at you to the point where it made you want to break their jaw.
100%.
But now they're saying the same thing.
Who you talking? Put a name on that, Pete.
I'm gonna say
put a name on that. Who you talking about?
I'm gonna say this.
Pete, you want to elaborate? I'm trying to figure this out. Hold on, let me write this down. Hold on. I need to write this down.
Can I answer that?
Yes, sir.
I would say this, Pete. Man, I'm not a guy. I'm not one of them guys to sit back and say, "I told you so."
But those guys are the guys that they tell you, "I told you."
No. Who said yes, you are? That's how it goes,
Fred, you need to change your name to Real Talk Fred. Because you teaching us today.
Oh, speaking of Real Talk, is still hanging him back, man. He is so
that nigga ain't got no life. That's what that is. What else is he gonna do, color?
He's gonna come in with a whole, like, he's been taking notes. He's been
He
back
ain't
there
come
with
on shit. He ain't coming with a gun. He gonna come in shooting blanks like he always do. Fuck out of here.
I just hope he doesn't come in scared or cautious.
Oh my.
Hey, Color. How about if I leave? Will he be allowed up if I leave, Color?
Hang on, Fred. So Pete. So what you're saying? I need that on wax, Pete. I need them toes on this one, right? So what you're saying is that they're not paying. Tua's not getting paid. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're telling the community?
Based on what we see, based on what we're hearing, based on what we know,
Tua is not going to get Tua is not going to get a contract from the Miami Dolphins. That's what you're saying.
100%.
Okay, all right, bet we got it on wax now.
And no, but I want this on wax.
We got it on wax.
And I want this on wax. Remember what I told y'all, the report that I got a few months ago. If Tua gets paid, the next guy is going to be Tyreek that sits. So let's not forget that either. So if we pay Tua, y'all gonna see Tyreek Hill sits and demands a check next.
Wow.
Hey, EM, let me ask you a question, EM.
What's good, bro?
Yeah, I'm glad to see you up here and everybody else for that matter. When it comes to when we have these discussions, conversations, or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
I seem to always hear the same thing. Well, I was told this about Tua, or I was told this about this team, and then they come out, and all these guys like to come out and brag about it, and to use Pete's words, break people's jaws, right? And that's real cute. But
I was wondering why Lewis showed up.
Absolutely.
He heard the jaw break. I got him on. I got to get through his
hold on, because again, that's not to get y'all in a tangent. I just want to bring up some things that I heard, right? And see if y'all would agree. Because I heard people say that Josh Rosen was the truth. And Josh Rosen ain't in the league no more. I've heard people say we should have traded for Justin Fields to take over Tua's job. And Justin Fields now is a punt returner over there in Pittsburgh. That's what I heard.
Maybe they're shelling out big bucks, yo.
I just want to know, can we start talking about what other people have said in this community? That's what I want to talk about. Can we start talking
about the past? Let's talk about what we got moving forward. Right now,
Cam Newton was supposed to be the best quarterback in the AFC East as well. Remember that?
Hold on. Before we do that, guys, Timothy Washington says we got to add more time. Let him sit back there a little longer.
Oh, hell yeah. And look at Nene. Look at Nene, Color.
I'm getting there. Thank you for the $5, Timothy.
Hell yeah.
That would make it 6:25 p.m. And then, of course, Nene coming in as he always does. Keep him in back. Real Talk Perez, $19.99 donation. That's another $20. Man, we're talking about quarter to 7.
Hell yeah, shout out to Nate. Get his ass up out of here. I'm glad he's back there because he can see exactly. Hey, real quick, Color. I'm glad he got his ass back there. That way he can see firsthand that he is completely irrelevant, right? So, yeah.
I got one more thing that I heard. And I got one more thing that I heard, and then I'm going to let y'all get back to it. But I also heard.
Real talk.
Before you leave, I got a question, Lewis.
Okay, well, answer this before you ask this question, because maybe you heard the same thing.
Shit. Boy, they got that. Oh, my bad, Lou. Go ahead.
No, I was just wondering, EM, did you hear last year that Skylar Thompson was going to come into the season and save the season for the Miami Dolphins?
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I believe Skylar Thompson didn't dress out a game last season. Is that correct? I don't even think he dressed out.
No. I'll do you one better. He was on the third. He was a third team guy last year. The scout team quarterback. Yeah.
Hey, thank you again to Timothy with another $20.
Yeah.
We're looking at 7:05 now for Real Talk.
Hey, Color. He ain't the only one. I don't know who this. Hey, it's another one. I don't know who this Jess.
And let me talk a little bit about Jess.
But she put another 20 piece on his ass. God damn it.
From what I understand, she's a teacher, and this is the time of the year when teachers are spending on classroom supplies and all that. She's sacrificing her classroom supplies, her teaching supplies to ban your ass. Real talk.
You see that True Talk / Real Talk because they're one and the same.
I'm
You
sorry,
see that?
Jess. Hold on, I'm sorry.
see
Jess.
that?
I skipped over that one. Jess with $20. Yeah, so we're looking at
He put a 20-piece on his goddamn ass. Hell yeah. Get him up out of here.
That is one of the
Hopefully that will discourage that motherfucker from ever coming around our platforms.
Color, what time is Real Talk timed out to?
Citizen and scholar.
Get him up out of here.
Amazing.
Oh, okay. That means you gotta be live until at least 7:27. You gotta give Real Talk a minute.
I know. I gotta give him at least a minute to say.
It sounds like a lot of people are breaking jaws out here. That's what it sounds like.
They dropping them bags on his head.
Hey, Color, this is some record shit, ain't it, bro?
Hey, I don't know. It might be, Fred. If they time him out for another 4 hours or another 6 hours, then unfortunately I'll have to end the show. Like we can only go 12 hours.
Hey, but you know what though? This is long overdue.
Football, Color. I already told you, if they keep banning him,
this shit is long overdue.
9:30, you have to keep the show rolling.
This shit is long overdue. He's fucking terrible. You know that? I know that. He's terrible. And all we need now, now see just how the community is coming together right now. We need one more motherfucker. We need to get one more motherfucker up out of here. We can get the community to turn up on Pete that way. And we can get the niggas to start dropping bags on Pete. Get him up out of here. Oh, yeah. That's going to make my year, goddammit. Because your ass, Pete, your ass, bro, you need to stop.
These 2 ears got to start getting timed out left and right. Chat knows that.
We need them bags dropped on Pete's head, goddammit.
You don't match
no more.
I just want to know why my question goes on. We always talk about what other people heard when it's on the Tua front, but why we don't talk about the bad shit people have said when it comes to all the quarterbacks they wanted in here that haven't done a fucking thing in the league?
Oh, hang on, Lou. Hang on. God damn.
Hey, Lewis.
Hey, man. Color. Bro. Yeah.
Hey, hold on, just coming in with $50 dono. I really appreciate it.
Past 8 o'clock.
Well, we're in the 8 o'clock hour now.
Seriously,
that means the show is past 8 o'clock, guaranteed.
You see that True Talk / Real Talk because they're one and the same. You see that, bro? You don't matter. I hope you don't quit your goddamn J.
It's a wrap.
Hey,
I ain't going for that much longer. So yeah, you might want to sit that one out for
I hope you don't quit his goddamn day job because this YouTube shit is not for you, bro.
Gotta keep
this YouTube shit is not for you, my friend.
Damn.
Hey, but Lewis, I got a question. Oh, well, I shouldn't even ask this question, Lewis, because I know how you feel.
We need to get Pete up out of here next. We need to get Pete up out of here next.
But let me ask you a question. Lewis, now that we know Tua's holding in, he's not going to be there in practice like that, right? You expect Skylar Thompson and Mike White to be trash in practice this upcoming week, right? Like you expect us to get bad reports, right?
I expect
because you said they're trash, so you expect it.
What I'm expecting is, right, if Tua is in the hold in, Tua will be throwing passes on 7-on-7. He'll be in meeting rooms and stuff like that. Now, he won't participate on 11-on-11. I'm not here to speculate, Pete, what Mike White or Skylar Thompson does at OTAs or training camp or none of that. What I'm telling you is,
but I'm asking you a specific question,
and I'm going, and I'm
asking you if you're going to be.
And I'm asking you
really quick, guys.
I'm asking you right now.
We're going to get bad reports.
I'm going to
guys, really quick. I just wanted to do one thing real quick. I just wanted to bring Real Talk up for a split second.
I just want that on wax
so everybody can see proof of life. He is actually still backstage. See, there he is, right there. So you all know.
I was going to say, hey, you violating your own policy.
I just wanted everybody to see we're not scamming or nothing.
Yeah. That lets you know that motherfucker ain't got no life, bro. That's what that is. What else is he gonna do?
I just want to
with another $20.
Answer the question.
Thank you, Nene. Goodbye, True Talk Perez. True Talk Perez. Go back.
Got him up out of here. That's how you bought. That's how you get a motherfucker up out the community. Goddamn it!
Oh, that's Pete.
So yeah, hopefully that
That's
shit
Pete.
lasts.
I just want to answer Pete's question real quick.
Go ahead, Lou.
It ain't gonna matter to me if Skylar Thompson completes every pass on 11 or 11, or he performs very well in the preseason, or Mike
Now
White.
it don't matter.
No, what I'm telling you is, let me answer. I'm trying to answer you. What I'm telling you is, if Tua don't perform at all in no preseason, and guess who's gonna be the week 1 starter?
He's gone.
So all that shit you talking about what
He's
Skylar
gone.
Thompson can do at practice and stuff, that's a cool story. I know week 1 against Jacksonville, barring any injury, and I'm not talking about contract or not, this could be very well on the 5th-year option. Guess who's starting week 1? That's what we're talking about lower.
Skylar
You know that?
Hey, real quick. Hey, Pete, I'm gonna tell you like real shit. This Skylar shit that you own, hey man, if I were you, I would scale a lot of that
worry
back.
about none of
If
that.
I were you,
The
my
Skylar
friend.
hate that y'all on. Y'all
No,
need to start scaling on.
Well, let me ask you this, Pete. So if the Dolphins move on from Skylar, if the Dolphins cut Skylar this offseason, this season, if they cut him, right, and they opt to go with
the safest quarterback on the roster right
I'm
now.
asking, hang on. So Pete, if they cut Skylar, what are you gonna do then? What are you gonna say then?
They're not cutting Skylar. That's why it's not even a topic of discussion. He's the safest quarterback.
I'm not saying they are. I am just asking you, what if? It's a hypothetical. What if they cut Skylar? What are you gonna do
How
then?
are you gonna ask a Skylar near that type of question? It makes no sense.
He'll be Gavin Hardison. He'll be a Gavin Hardison fan.
This is the issue, EM, right? I expect, you see, guys like Lewis that consistently try to throw out there that Skylar's trash and Mike White, everything else is trash. But
No. Skylar's numbers. Skylar's numbers
Okay,
tell you
so
Skylar's trash.
all I'm
It's
gonna
not
tell
what
you
Lewis
is
says. It's his
in
numbers.
the training
The
camp,
lowest
Ian,
rated quarterback in the last 30 years. That's Skylar Thompson.
EM. He's gonna light it up in training camp, right?
Okay,
He's
all
gonna
right.
light it up in preseason.
Okay.
And y'all gonna be sitting here saying it don't matter. It's only preseason. It's
Okay.
this. It's that. Y'all's not gonna
Okay.
give Skylar his credit of growth. I already know how it's gonna go.
Okay.
The man didn't dress last season. What growth did he have? The man didn't dress.
Jordan Love didn't dress for 3 years. Did you know what he was doing behind closed doors until
That man was a number 2 quarterback. That man was a number 2 quarterback for 4 years, bro.
Nobody
Stop.
knows
dude.
what these guys are doing behind
Stop.
closed doors.
That man was a number 2 guy behind a Hall of Fame quarterback. Stop it.
Just to make this cause, right? If that guy, if our quarterback room was
we
really
don't know.
that bad,
Pete,
if that quarterback room was really that bad, like EM and Lewis tried to make it seem, Tua would have been paid a long time ago.
This is where people left you off the hook. We do not know what Jordan Love did behind closed doors. You are absolutely 100% on that. But we know last year when the doors opened up and he was on the field, his team won 9 games. Now, the person we love to hate, Tua, his team won 11. Jordan Love's team won 9 in the NFC.
Okay.
Watered down NFC.
Well, check this out, Lewis. Skylar Thompson.
That's cap. The NFC
and all
is
they
just as
did was
good as
beat
the
the same
AFC.
team
That's
that we did.
nonsense.
We beat the Cowboys as well.
Hey, that's fine.
All they did was beat the fucking Cowboys. That's all they did. We beat the Cowboys as well.
Hey, shout out to Timothy Washington again with the $10. He's singing na 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 na.
Yeah, we beat the Cowboys at home. They beat them on the road game. They first road loss.
However the song goes. Hold on. I got to clear this up, Pete. Hold on. Timothy, just let me know who that's for. Is that to be added on to Real Talk, or is that for somebody new, like maybe you know who?
Hold on, maybe Manny. Let me make you some more money real quick, Cutter, because I'm sure I'll get kicked off pretty soon. What can I say to get you some money?
Mo was up here before you were. I want to say hi to Mo.
Just repeat what Real Talk said, then you'll be trying to get some money.
What's up, Mo?
Just agree with Real Talk and say it emphatically, then that'll get
you. Can't do that. No, I can't do that. I can't even fake that.
What was he saying?
That's how you do it if you want to get the money.
Yes, EM, it's me.
Oh,
just agree with him.
Good. Business has just picked up. What's on your mind, my friend? What's good?
Mo, you heard Tua's getting the
I ain't got
bag.
shit to say. Not on a live public platform. Not today, sir. No, sir.
You ain't got nothing breaking right now? Ain't nothing?
I don't got nothing breaking. I don't got nothing breaking.
That's disappointing.
I just think everybody needs to just hunker down and buckle up and just chill.
Mo, let me ask you a question. Did you
Way
see
to settle
Tua's mom?
matches.
Mo, did you see Tua's mom tweet 4 laughing emojis?
Yeah, laughing at you,
Yeah,
Pete. Laughing
yeah,
at your
but
motherfucking ass when you saying Tua is not going to get a
has nothing to do
contract.
with
What you
Tua.
know about that?
That
What
has
you
nothing
know
to do with
about that?
Tua. That has nothing
Oh,
to do
it
with
has
Tua.
nothing. Oh, so you
Nope.
know
might.
something about it.
She
So it
might have
has
heard
nothing.
Pete.
No, he said it has nothing to do with Tua. I want to know why he feels that way
Pete,
and why is he so
Pete.
confident to say
See,
that.
Pete, I'm gonna tell you, you're not a part of the Twitterverse like that. You're just only part of Dolphins Twitter, so you
That
don't know
man
what's
ain't a
going
part of
on.
shit. Pete ain't a part of a goddamn thing, bro.
You don't know. You don't know what goes on the Twitter streets. Okay.
Wait. Well, what are you talking about, Mo?
Do you know there was a troll that came after Tua's mom, right? Or you didn't know that?
Yeah, I saw that too, Mo.
Okay,
They
I
were
know
pretty
I know
vile
that person.
to her.
I know that person. He's an Eagles fan. That's all I'm gonna say. But still.
Oh, we got
Listen.
Eagles fans.
So it doesn't matter. So that
pretending to be
laughing shit
Dolphins
could have been towards that.
family members.
I'm not
Was
putting
it
it
Big
towards
Philly?
Tua football.
It was
Oh,
Big
the
Philly, huh?
laughing stuff. Big Philly.
No, it wasn't Big Philly. No. But that's nothing. That's neither here and there. That
Big Philly lives
people
in
taking
Miami,
some
even though
things
he's
out
never
of
been to
people
Philly.
that don't know the context of it are taking it out of context. You know what I'm trying
Well,
to say?
I'm glad, Mo.
I'll break it down for you
Well,
because you don't know what's going on out there in the Twitter street, bro.
First of all, Mo, you can't make something sound like it's a fact and then use the words like that's what I think it could be. Because now you're just assuming what you think it could be, and that's exactly
That's what
it
it's
is.
most
What he's
likely
saying is a
being.
fact
Oh,
is that
most
somebody.
likely.
What Pete? What he
Most
was
likely
saying.
never got anybody in
Pete.
prison for
What
life.
he was saying is a fact is that somebody said
Pete,
something
don't you do that
vile
though?
towards her.
Hey, hang on,
Most
color, real quick
likely
if I
has
could jump in
never
here.
incarcerated a human
Pete.
being for life in jail.
Pete,
It just doesn't
don't you
happen
do
that way.
that? Don't you do that,
No,
Pete?
you got to have beyond
I've
beyond
heard you.
reasonable doubt is the standard.
I've
To
heard
make it
you.
a fact. Thank you,
But
Crypto.
I've heard you make
you
statements
got to
that
poke
you
a
came
hole
up
in
with.
the prosecution's
Okay,
case.
You've come up with on your
No
own,
matter how many counts
and you
it
put it
is,
out there
if you
like it's
can't do
fact.
it
I've
one
heard you do.
time, you're guilty.
I've heard you do the
He was
same
saying
thing,
was
Pete.
fact was
Okay,
that
but
somebody
here's what
said
I'm saying.
something vile to her. That
I'm not
is
saying
fact.
Mo is
So
wrong
that's
for
very
believing
hypocritical.
what
That's
he.
extremely hypocritical of you to kind of check him about that, Pete, when you do the same shit.
No, I don't do the same. I don't say here and
Okay.
say something is fact when I'm assuming something. So that's
Really?
okay.
Oh,
If he's
okay.
Nah, he
assuming
don't
it
do
that
that.
way and he's taking it as a fact, that's cool. That's what he
Do you want me
believes
to give
his
you a
own
real
belief
fact,
is.
Pete? Pete, you want me to give you a
No,
real
I'm gonna
fact?
tell you what
I'm gonna
I
give you a
think
real
those.
fact because this is some bullshit. Check me out. I'm gonna give you a real fact, and you could put it down on this date right now, recording. If and when Tua does sign on the dotted line, he is going to be the highest paid quarterback. How about that?
You heard the
But not by the
question.
Miami Dolphins, though.
In
But
real
not by
money or
it's not
fake
by the
money?
Miami Dolphins. Not by the Miami
In real
Dolphins.
money or fake money, Mo?
It's probably going to be in fake money, but
Okay.
And not by the
hey,
Miami
bro,
Dolphins.
escalators and the way, bro, when they have that fake money shit, there's ways to hit it too. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is.
Yeah. A incentivized contract for him.
That's
But
how
when
you
he
know
does
that.
sign, he
When
is
you
going to
got to
be
lead on.
the highest APR, I think, in the league.
Hey, Mo, I'm gonna tell you another fact, right? When you got to lead on a conversation about a contract and it leads off with fake money, that already tells you how questionable that prospect is
I
and
am
how
talking
deserving
about, I'm
of
being
a contract.
realistic.
When do they ever talk about, oh, Mahomes is going to sign a new extension, but when he signs, Herbert is going to sign an extension, but when he signs it, it's going to have this much amount of fake money. That's
All
how
contracts
fake
have
this
fake
quarterback
money,
is.
Pete. What are you talking about?
If your simple mind cannot break down the concept of what I just said,
Oh my
then
God,
whatever, bro.
Pete.
Whatever.
Only this community
All
is bringing up
contracts have
fake
fake money in them,
contract
bro.
talk. Only this community with Tua. We didn't even bring up
Tyreek
fake
Hill
money
has
or the
fake money on
incentivized
his
money.
2 years left on his contract.
So since when has let's talk about how big
This
his
is
contract is
hilarious.
gonna be. But let's talk
Wow.
about also by the
Bro, Pete, you done hit a
You can't have a real
bro.
conversation
Oh my
with
God.
this,
And
bro.
you done
You
had
can't do
some
this.
lows in this over the years, Pete. Bro, you have hit do you not know that all contracts have fake numbers in them?
I understand that. But
No, you don't. No, it's clearly you don't understand that, bro.
Okay, Pete. Here you go, Pete. Here. How about this? Tua's going to average making $45 million a year. How about that? How about that? $45 million a year. How about that?
Your question, Color. When you hear quarterbacks talking about getting new deals, did we hear Jordan Love contract talk? Did we hear Trevor Lawrence's contract talks and how they were talking about fake money being involved on their deal? Crickets.
Did you listen to you? So you don't listen to
I don't
Omar
really
Kelly?
listen to other talk.
You
First I've
you
heard of it being
you don't
Bro, I don't even know. I
you
don't
don't
even know what
follow
he's talking
Omar
about. I ain't
Kelly?
even listening.
Dolphins, bro.
You don't follow you don't follow Omar Kelly, bro. When he broke down all these quarterbacks, Trevor Lawrence,
When he's
right?
sitting here talking
Jared
about
Goff.
Tua's gonna this big deal,
When he broke all of their
hold on,
contracts that they signed, you did.
I'm pretty sure it's
Obviously, you haven't.
Hey, do I call a $20 timeout for somebody for Pete? Can we get a $20 donation for timeout
Oh
for
my
somebody?
God, Pete, this shit is fucking ridiculous, bro.
Nene's asking. She needs a verified time on real time. I'm pretty sure it's 8:45 would be the time. And by the way, if I end the show before that happens,
8:45 for what?
Then it'll be carried over. Definitely the next time Real Talk comes up, or see the last. Like it would just depend on how do we divvy that up, but you will definitely be able to reutilize what's left on that balance because I probably ain't gonna go till 8:45.
Oh hell yeah,
So
let
let me
it
ask you a
carry
question.
over.
Hey, let me
Hell
ask you
yeah,
a question.
carry
What
that
was
shit
the
over,
situation?
caller.
It'll carry
Yo,
over.
what
Hell yeah,
was the headline saying?
carry that shit over, goddammit.
The other alternative is I split up what's left between everybody that's donated, and they have that banked to time out anybody they want for what's left. You know what I mean? That's
I like
the
that
other
option
Or
better.
you
I
can
like
just
that
slide it
option
over to
better.
Pete. You can just slide
I
some
like
of that over
that
to Pete,
option better,
goddammit.
Color. That second option you said,
You can just slide that over to Pete real quick.
slide it over.
Yo, so let me ask a real question here right quick.
And let the chat pretty much get a refund for next show, and they could pick their
Right,
own
they'll
people
have
they
it
can time
banked.
out. I
Each
like
one of
that
them will have
yeah.
whatever
Yeah.
the divvied up amount is. They'll have banked for next show to time out anybody.
So if the show ends at 8:00, they have like $45.
Right.
So
And
when is Chris Grier supposedly coming on the mic? Is this really supposed to happen?
Hold on, I can tell you how many we had. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 people donated. So that would be 5 minutes or 9 minutes per person.
That's exactly 9 minutes.
Bang.
Your math is
You know what
perfect.
I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So then y'all would have 9 minutes to time out anybody else in the future. Each.
That's a good plan.
So where's Chris Grier at?
I'm gonna tell you where Chris Grier is at, Mo. He got a shocking retirement letter in his front door. He has to worry about what the trenches are gonna be. Connor Williams is ditching him for Seattle, and right now he doesn't know where to stand at with Tua. It's a hot hellhole. It's a hell of a mess to be in right now. Our locker room is in shambles. Our players are all over the world traveling. Nobody practicing. Nobody taking lead. Nobody taking charge and
Please shut that
command.
shit up, bro. You're just making no sense at all.
It's been a bad offseason, bro. And it's getting worse. Tomorrow, we're going to get it. Tomorrow, Tua's going to show up. Oh, I'm not practicing. All the beat reporters are going to cause a hellhole with that. Then let's hope and pray our backup quarterbacks are solid enough to make the beat writers have to force us to have to pay Tua. Because if these quarterbacks start playing bad, terrible, Grier and this organization might be desperate and make a move they really don't want to do early on. Right now, our organization is standing pat. We need Tua to prove it. But if it goes bad and Tua, like I said, the only leverage Tua has is to actually see our team lose games with Mike White starting, with Skyler, so he can get paid before due time. If he plays,
I'm gonna make it take even
know.
2 ears ain't willing to make. I bet you
Y'all can
Tua
have
shows
this
up
shit.
and plays tomorrow in practice.
I'm gonna holler at y'all later.
Later, Mo. I'm gonna make the
can't
hot
handle the
take
truth.
nobody's willing to make. I bet you Tua shows up like clockwork tomorrow and practices. Full practice.
And he participates on the 11 on 11s.
Everything. Full practice.
He gives up all the leverage. Now he's there with the low ball deal. What a great job you just did, Agent Color.
All right.
I think the whole crew, everybody involved, has been sitting here laughing at us the whole offseason. And I think Tua is going to show up tomorrow, new contract or not, like clockwork, and he's going to practice.
They're making it seem like, remember Tua showed up that first day of OTA
100%,
and everybody was like, oh, Tua showed up, ha ha ha. And then the very next day, he ended up having an excused absent. Y'all remember that? Early March?
Yeah, we remember that.
Yeah, I'm not buying anything that color just finished.
I don't know, man.
I feel like he'll
you
show
know what?
up, but I don't think he's participating. He has to hold strong to his argument. He has to.
You know
can't
what?
just give in that easy.
I found it interesting that Jordan Love. So did they stipulate whether or not he was just sitting out training camp altogether, or was he going to come in and hold in?
No, they said he's coming in to do all the meetings, but it's a hold in basically.
Okay, yeah. So I don't know. You know what though? To be honest with you, bro, I don't know what Tua's going to do. At first, in the past, I was like, nah, I don't see Tua holding out, and I don't think he should, because I think if he holds in or holds out, whatever. That's definitely minimizing. That'll contribute to minimizing his whatever little leverage he has. You know what I mean? Because his goal is to get paid, long-term security. You can't do that if you are not on the field, or if you hold in, or definitely if you don't play, if you miss some regular season games. So but I'm on the fence right now, bro. I don't know what Tua's gonna do, to be honest with you. I can't blame him if he comes in and hold in to send a message. I don't blame him one bit, but I'm not so sure that Tua is gonna take one for the team, so to speak, in regards in this scenario. So,
and you know what, Ian, I'm glad you brought that up, because I was always a firm believer of that, what you said in the beginning. I always thought, and that's actually, this is what's making me happy about Tua, because if he was that guy that the Tuaneers were saying, he's a team-friendly guy, we were always told he's going to take that team-friendly deal, maybe he would have already been extended. I don't know what got out of character in this guy lately to even come out and be as greedy as he has been. So it is a tricky situation to be in with Tua, because one of my biggest fears was, of course, this guy's going to get a team-friendly deal. Look at the team we have around him. We're Super Bowl ready. We're only a quarterback away. And it's sad he doesn't see it that way. And he's thinking now the opposite of what I actually believe that he would do. You see what I'm saying? Because I always fell in line with that same thought process. Tua's always going to be here. He's that team-friendly guy. He's going to take team-friendly deals. We're going to, and I was always hearing those takes, and it made so much sense based on how he is as a player, how he talks, how he runs himself. And it's weird now, all of a sudden, that he turned his back on it. And that's how I take it. Like, he stabbed everybody. He stabbed everybody in the back.
We've seen signs.
Here we go.
We've seen signs of
That's
this
how I feel.
petulant. No. We've seen signs of this petulant, spoiled Tua from time to time. We've seen times when Tua's lashed out. We called it being salty Tua, right? And then when he switched agents halfway or at the beginning of last year, you did see, again, I've said this a number of times in public, but if you look and listen to what he says in those post-game interviews, you'll get a perfect, clear example of a defensive Tua who doesn't want to take full responsibility and admit to his own mistakes. Okay, he deflects and defers to others, and that was targeted, specific language towards this contract situation that was coming up. He couldn't afford to put those words out there publicly that he had any fault in anything, and that was being coached by his agent. Now, this is speculative talk from me. This is my interpretation of what I heard in Tua's post-game interviews, especially in the losses. But I'm telling you, this Tua has been long coming in. He's been long in the making. Okay, so it is what it is.
It is, because I see what your point. Every time we lost, he always said communication, and that communication could only be between him and the coach.
He talked about the different players in front of him. He deflected blame on the offensive line, even in games when the offensive line kept him clean. Right? He made excuses for why things didn't work out in terms of getting a victory. Now, I'm not saying he was always wrong. Some of that stuff might deserve a little bit of merit, right? But whether it's true or not, you want your quarterback, in more cases, to be more overall responsible for the overall result. He needs to put that team on his back, or at least speak like that. But he couldn't, because he's in the midst of contract negotiations, and his words could be used against him in this offseason. And I'm sure this new agency has coached him up on what to say and how to make sure that you present your best face forward to get that bag. And that's what we've seen. We've seen a Tua who was angling for this contract for this big bucks this offseason, and it hasn't happened yet. So this is where you're getting an angry, spoiled Tua. And
I don't think he is presented. I think you might be overstating that a little bit, KP.
I would use that same word, EM. I am overstating. Again, this is just an interpretation, and it is a little bit over the top against Tua. I agree with you.
I do agree with you, though. He's clearly frustrated, right? And I do agree with that. But I don't think Tua at any point has presented, he for the most part, he's been professional, in regards to the situation when he's asked publicly about it. But, again, like I really don't have an opinion, a right or wrong opinion on either side, KP.
No, I agree. I'm not saying he's wrong to do that. I would probably angle for the bag the same way.
Yeah. I think I give Chris Grier in the front office credit for taking a position that they've taken with him, and I respect Tua for taking a position that he's taken. So I don't have a right or wrong opinion in this negotiation. I just want it done, bro. Like, because again, my focus is about wins. My focus is about the season. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck how much
the team. I get you. That's
so
you see how you say you want it done? Some of us feel like we don't want it done.
Well, for the continuity of the team in this fifth year, you kind of want things to be put together if you want the team to win. You know what I'm saying? Even if you don't believe in Tua, then your position has to be you hope to be proven wrong. Because ultimately you want the team to win this year.
Well, let me ask you this, KP. We can all agree, I think we can all agree that Tua, we're better with Tua than without him. Can we agree on that? Does Tua not give up in my end? Can we agree on that?
He offers us the best chance of doing well in this upcoming season. There's no argument against that.
I disagree with that, and I'm shocked you would
I'm
even
sure
say
you
that,
do.
KP.
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. I already know your answer, Pete.
That's because
I'm
you're
sure you do.
misinterpreting what I'm saying. That doesn't mean that I believe he's going to take us to the promised land. That just means I think he would give us the best shot at taking us to the promised land.
That's not true, and it's not even close.
I don't believe he will either, but he still gives us the best shot.
So yeah, I just don't, man. This season is already going to be tough enough as it is, and we're going to be dealing with a lot of unforeseen things that we can kind of predict and project right now because we won't. We all know the nature of any football season, right? Things pop up every single year, and now, man, and you know how massive a distraction a quarterback in a front office negotiation going back and forth is for a team, bro. And you've heard, whether you agree with them or not, you've heard multiple players and leaders on his team come out and voice their opinion and chime in on this about them, them being a proponent of paying Tua. So
real quick, pause
just with the continuity of the team.
Just for a show note, real quick, guys. First of all, everybody hit the like button. Secondly, I've written down all the names of everybody who's donated. Real Talk has left the backstage, so I'm gonna call that right here with 80 minutes left on the tab. So there are how many did I say? There are 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 5 of you. I've written all your names down, so you can just let me know in the future if you want to time somebody out. So 80 divided by 5 is 16, right? Somebody want to check my math? Should be 16. Yep, 16. So you each have 16 minutes of timeout banked for anybody you want to use it on in the future. Just remind me at a future show, and I'll probably remember the 5 of you, but if I have to, I'll check my note.
Pete, even if you like me, don't believe that Tua is the guy, objectively, you got to at least admit that this team has poured every ounce of effort and encouragement into making sure that he is the guy. And just on that basis alone, he is the best chance for us to be successful next year. Because a guy like me, a fan, 49-year-old fat guy, I could be wrong. I'm not speaking like Real Talk was with the idea that I'm 100% right. I could be totally wrong about Tua. And Tua could ball out this season and
make me look real bad. That is a possibility, right? I do not know for certain that Tua will fail and not lead us to the promised land. And this team has positioned itself like it believes that he is the guy. So, yeah, absolutely. The best chance for us to win next season would be with Tua at the helm, happy and thriving in this offense.
And that is my focus.
I question that with things that you forget based on you. Like, this is what happens to people, KP. Since you hear that every single day on every single platform that Tua is the best guy, and then you're sitting here saying the organization has shown nothing but that, that's not incorrect information. The organization, in fact, has done the opposite. And they've shown that they wanted to move off of this guy.
That's not
more
incorrect
often
information.
than they actually wanted to keep him. We lost coaches because of quarterback.
Which means it's correct information.
So, I mean,
I don't think that's what he meant on color.
I didn't hear the Chargers dip into Deshaun Watson's. I didn't hear the Packers dip into the Watson or the Tom Brady realms, even after they drafted their franchise quarterback and they didn't win a playoff and they didn't win anything.
That's fair, Pete, but the Finns failed in all those negotiations. None of those deals was actually made. They all fell through for one reason or the other.
But is that more? And again, and I'm gonna say you could be right because nobody in this realm is always right, like you're pointing out, and it could be wrong. But my opinion to that right there is Tua himself hurt our value from trading him. I don't think, as a football
I'm sure his
fan,
feelings have been hurt.
other organizations would sit here and say, yeah, that's a good trade package. Yeah, give me Tua over here. I want that quarterback. I don't see many teams wanting him. It's just not the way.
But so Tua is the bed that the Dolphins made, and they've been having to work with this guy, whether they like him or not. He's been the man for the last 4 years.
This notion that he's the best guy for the job. I mean, to be honest, I don't even think Mike McDaniel thinks that. If you want the honest opinion, I think Mike McDaniel. I think Mike McDaniel in his mind is probably thinking, if this guy wants to hold out, shoot, I already offered the Rams a 6-rounder, and I could get.
So I also changed the title because apparently Grier is not going to speak to us today. So there you go. Grier decided not to speak. Thank you for that community insider.
I forgot where I read the report at Color.
Decided to tell us he was going to have a presser today.
I read a report yesterday, Color, and in that report, I forgot where it was on Twitter, but I forgot whose article. It said Grier was going to talk on Tuesday with McDaniel. So that's why I was like, oh, Color, I thought you were going to have something special.
Well, it was somebody, that runs a popular podcast that's recently been up.
Hey, real quick, Color, can you highlight Game Boy 305's comment real quick? And I just want to say I absolutely approve that message. So with that being said, right? So Pete, since Tua is not the best option in our QB room, who do you think gives us the best chance to win? Who's the better option? I need that on wax from you, Pete.
Let me answer for Pete. Skyler Thompson.
No, let him answer.
That's one name that I have faith in that will be able to carry this roster. Skyler Thompson.
Okay,
Mike
Skyler
White is not even out of the question. We don't
know
what
so in your opinion, in your opinion, the quarterback room should be flipped, right? Tua should be the third option. Skyler 1 and Mike White QB2.
But is that what you're saying? And I was the general manager.
Simple question.
Phone calls. I will be making phone calls.
Pete, I need that on wax. I need them toes on this one. Is that what you're saying, Pete? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're telling everybody on the panel and everybody in the chat? That you think the quarterback room, the depth chart should be flipped? Skyler 1, Mike White 2, 2 or 3.
Say that, EM. You and everybody else.
I just wanted to make sure. I needed it on wax.
Our quarterbacks, in my opinion, the backup. You heard Lewis earlier, like 15 minutes ago. Pete said, "You know who I still think is better than Tua, and will take this team further." I'll say it, Jacoby Brissett, bro. Jacoby Brissett will still be a better quarterback, in my opinion, on this team with this roster.
He's begging for timeout.
Real talk.
Thank you, Pete. He's trying to earn the Fence Tailgate some more money. Way to
Pete really can't be. Listen, man. I know we've all listened to Pete over the years.
Is trash.
Hey, we've listened to Pete over the years. I've always questioned: does Pete actually believe a lot of the things that's coming out of his mouth? I mean, Pete. Every time I listen to you speak, I have to pose that question to myself.
What Tua would have looked like?
Does Pete really believe the things that comes out of your mouth, bro? Wow.
Jacoby Brissett is better than Tua. Yes, I firmly believe that. 1,000%.
All right. Okay.
And so that's what I'm saying. Those guys that sit here and try to convince other people, we can't win without Tua. Our best option is with Tua. If that's the best option, then you know what? Based on history, we have no option of getting to a Super Bowl. Think about that. Think about Tua's play late in the season.
All right, I'm gonna let you have it,
the
Pete.
last couple years. Think about Tua's play late in the season. Don't talk to me about Commanders and Giants.
Forget about Tua's play or anybody else's play. Has this offense been built on evolving year after year, adding more layers year after year? And has it been designed to build upon Tua's strengths
Expand
and
that
attributes
question,
as a player?
I could easily tell you no.
Because if your answer is yes, then
it's no. It's been repetitive, the same thing 2 years in a row.
Oh, he said no, KP. He said no. He said no. He said no, KP.
It's been repetitive, the same thing, just like Crypto pointed out earlier. We're dying off of this.
Because listen, you said Jacoby Brissett. If Jacoby Brissett is the quarterback, let's just say for imagination, right? Jacoby Brissett's delivery is slow as hell. I'm not saying he's not as accurate, and I'm not saying that he doesn't have other good traits, but he would be one of those quarterbacks who you'd have to design a different kind of offense around.
That's what you're presuming to be.
Well, no, I'm not presuming. We saw that when Brian Flores was the coach. When Jacoby Brissett came in, the style of the offense changed. When Mike McDaniel was the coach, when Teddy Bridgewater came in, the style, the way the offense was run changed, right? And it wasn't as smooth, it wasn't as efficient, there weren't as many plays built in because those guys hadn't got the level of attention that Tua did. This team is poised for Tua to be the man in the fifth year, whether he's getting $23 million or whether he's getting $55 million. Either way, Tua's got to be the man next season. And he'd be a dummy to sit out because
KP.
He's got everything to play for.
KP, this is why I say no. When we lost to the Kansas City Chiefs in the playoffs, what was one of the first things Tua came out his mouth and said? There's 5 things I need to work on to get better. And look, we know scrambling was one, right? Buying time. That means being back there longer. Being back in the pocket on our offense, it's beneficial. Jacoby Brissett could have easily been running for MVP with these weapons that he had, sitting back there, letting their routes develop. And
I'm gonna let y'all have it.
I'm just saying.
Hey man, until next time, fellas. Hey, salute to y'all.
It would be a different offense just based on Jacoby Brissett's delivery. He has a longer windup as a quarterback. He can't do what Tua does.
He could do what Tua does. It's not hard to get rid of a ball quick, bro. I've seen.
Did you see how that worked out in the end zone when he threw to Waddle?
On one pass play, look at him as check down Charlie when he was with the Indianapolis Colts. Throwing it, checking it down.
Yeah, all he does is check down.
Exactly. Jack Doyle, T.Y. Hilton. It was all quick pass. Jacoby Brissett.
I wouldn't call it quick passes.
It was quick passes. His wind is longer and different. His throwing formation. So it looks like it takes forever to get out of there, but it could probably be around the same time. He knows when to get rid of the ball if you tell him the ball needs to get rid of it in under 2 seconds. But that's the difference. You see, what you're saying, Tua in this offense, nobody could run it perfect like that. And what you fail to realize, KP, when you say that, Tua himself, based on what he said, and he didn't give it to us word for word, but based on what he said he had to work on, we know what he needed to work on. And everything he worked on pretty much gave an out to the point where they want him to be in the pocket longer. That's what it
all right, guys. I'm about to go over what's called. I'm going into the blender.
Only because McDaniel.
Right on. It's your night tonight, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're done.
Oh,
We're done.
yeah. Well, then
I'm
we'll
done
wrap
too.
it up here, man.
I'm
Everybody
done
head
too.
over. Real
Jacoby
quick, Pete.
Brissett
We got
time. Bring him back.
400 and something people watching across a couple different platforms. Appreciate every one of you. Hit the like button. We're going to go ahead and wrap this up right where it's at. We got no press conference from Grier.
Let me just respond. Let me just respond to Pete's last point.
Sure. Sure. Real quick. Crypto, we'll see you over there. Everybody hit the like button. Go ahead, KP.
Yeah, no, Pete. I just hope you respect the level of differentiation I'm making here, Pete. I'm a guy who disagrees with Lewis and those guys who say only 5 guys can run this offense, right? I'm the guy who says Lamar Jackson, with the way I've seen his mechanics work, right, could be effective in this style offense. It's that same guy who's looking at Jacoby Brissett and what I know of him. Again, I could be wrong, but I think Jacoby Brissett would struggle if in this offense, being with the demands made of the quarterback in this style. And I think we already saw evidence of that.
This is where I think you're getting it confused. I'm not disagreeing with that, KP. Yeah. I'm not sitting here trying to convince you put Jacoby Brissett in here in that quick passing game, he's going to be elite. But you let Jacoby Brissett be Jacoby Brissett in the more downfield pro-style offense that he needs to be. Right. Because Tua can't do what Brissett's offense could be.
I'm also not saying Brissett is garbage either.
That's what I'm saying. Do you think if they put Tua in a pro-style traditional drop-back offense that fits Jacoby Brissett better, you think Tua's going to be as successful?
Well, no, I agree with you there. I don't think Tua will be successful in that.
And based on what we got this offseason, though, KP, that Tua wants to work on this, wants to get slimmer, wants to be able to buy more time. That's basically leading me to believe that he needs to be a pro-style drop-back offense with these weapons. Let's not make it anything else. That's what is the most powerful.
All right, I hear you, Pete.
Thank you.
We could keep on going on and on this because I think there's a deeper level to it as well.
Why do we have to fit Jacoby Brissett into something he's not? Then I'm going to sit here and tell you, KP, let's fit Tua into something he's not.
It could, but see that movement skill that you're talking about that Tua was asked to develop. I think it boils down to a more specific ask. I think it's not just him providing more time behind the line, but him being able to execute plays that require the quarterback's movement at a higher level. Because we all know that those are plays in which his completion percentage, his success rate drop. I'm talking about rollouts, bootlegs. He did those from time to time. But I think the movement angle is there to help him increase his efficiency more specifically in that area and not more generally just to get faster or quicker. He needs to up his off-platform completion percentage.
And that number would be captured in time to throw, not pocket time. You know what I mean?
Right, exactly.
So real quick, I think 20 minutes from now, Crypto, if you want to know all there is to know about Crypto and how he fans and became a fan, you can check that out. I posted the link in the chat. That is the link to Fanatic Fury, Larry K's channel, where Shake Money will be hosting the In the Blender, and tonight's guest is Crypto Dolphin, also a member of TFTG.
Kamala Harris and Donald Trump don't have a chance, guys. Crypto's on tonight. Y'all got to pay attention. Lock it in, dog.
I'm telling you. That's about
Harris, 19. Trump. It's Crypto.
Yep. That's about 19 minutes away. I posted the link in the chat. Make sure you show out, say hi to Crypto, find out all of what you need to know about his fandom. And so that's where I'll be. 400 of you watching now, man. I'm going to go ahead and call it quits for today. We went 6 hours and 45 minutes here in about 10 seconds.
We needed a color, man. What a great show. What a great day.
Been a while.
I can't wait for tomorrow. Football is back.
Yeah,
Crypto, thank you both, guys. For
it was a lot of fun. Even Real Talk Perez, props to you, bro. Hopefully you get out of jail soon.
Real Talk.
Yep, that is bank rollover minutes for all 5 that donated. We appreciate your donations, regardless of what they're actually for. That's all in good fun. But the fact that you guys are so generous to us, we certainly do appreciate that.
Cully, you should take all the money and buy a bunch of lottery tickets, man.
What's that?
take all that cash and buy lotto tickets, man. Tickets.
Right on. So, you guys got anything in particular you'd like to get out there before we shut it down?
Yeah, I can't wait for tomorrow when all this is up in the air and it's actually clarified and we're hearing it for real live and it's not assumptions anymore. I can't wait till the two and ears to start moving the goalposts because next is going to be his deadline is the season opener. They're just going to keep moving it. And I'm here for it. It's comedy and I love it. It's entertaining and it's enjoyable. So it's important for the two and ears to understand this. I think you guys are valuable in the community and you bring a lot because that's what all that stuff that you guys bring makes me, someone like me, come out and have something to talk about because I feel like it's just the other side of it. But that's what I wanted to say. Everybody's great in this community in their own way. Y'all have a blessed night. Catch you later, Color.
You too, Pete. Appreciate you, buddy, as always. And KP, I would just reiterate sort of what Pete's saying in that, I've said it from I'm still standing on the same square, and so far that square has allowed me to predict that we would be at exactly the moment we're at right now, KP.
And Color, my last words would be that it's reassuring that is the case because honestly, that's the kind of austerity that I was hoping that our Dolphins organization would show. And I was one of those guys who was, listening to these two and ears rattle on and on and on and panel after panel. And like, what kind of universe are we in? Asking the question, this can't be true. And at least the Dolphins have given me faith that they were full of shit the whole time. So thank you, Finn's organization, for taking us to this point.
I mean, that's what I said earlier. That be the opinion of the talking heads now. They have definitely shifted gears on what they think.
The goalposts been shifted, man. They continue to shift.
Mm-hmm. And that's what had us all riled up. This is what I'm saying. Like, in reality, they want to sit here and be like, oh, Pete's the problem. Pete's this, Pete's that. No, these two are haters, not only Pete, but these other guys that will question some of these things. Let's not forget, the only reason why we have some of the takes we have and some of the things that we say against the organization and against some of these panelists and YouTubers is because of what they say. So,
and everybody sees it differently, but everybody sees it differently. But I think everybody for themselves would claim to be calling it exactly what's in front of their eyes. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and that's all we're doing.
When you have people out here saying, oh, if anybody thinks that Tua is not going to get paid, and after June 1st, Xavier Howard's money is Tua. All of those other guys are idiots. Wait till Tua gets paid. All of this. Like, they're going to get that same energy when it doesn't happen. So I don't know why they act shocked.
Right.
I don't know why they act like the other people are the problem when in reality, and it's not really a big problem. I'm just saying, like, they should feel like they deserve to get retaliated on when they've been loud and wrong because some people had questions.
No, Pete, 100%.
I hear y'all, and I certainly wouldn't have sympathy for anybody that was the other end of that.
There's no sympathy
reprisal.
because
however, I don't expect anybody to shove an apology letter in my face, and I certainly ain't gonna hand none out. You know,
but just to reiterate what Pete's saying, and I don't want to call him out because I don't like to call people out too much, at least not too much. But that guy Reason was banning people for that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? There were, you couldn't go on his show if you said those opinions. So you know what I'm saying?
I hear you. I'm more time. The only people I'd be handing out apology letters to are the ones that there's a certain segment of the fan base that literally says the most vile things to people. You know what I mean?
Hey,
up to and including violent threats, wishes of death, things like that. And it's like, those are the people that need to apologize.
All over questioning them.
No. You're right, Color. I've been embarrassed about my behavior on some of these panels.
Well,
so I have to admit to that. I've not been.
I don't think I've ever heard. I'm not sure I've ever heard you rise to the level of.
Well, I felt that
type of ad hominem. You know what I mean? But
self-policing myself. There have been times when I've been embarrassed about my performance on these panels, and I sincerely apologize to anybody that was offended. Right, but we have to. But it has been going on the other side.
Right. But regarding your underlying opinion, there's no reason to anybody should apologize for anything if you're coming from a place of education. You know what I mean? Again,
100%.
I welcome being wrong if I'm coming from a place of education. That's how science is done. You're trying to prove yourself. Real science is trying to prove yourself wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when you can't
100%.
prove
You
yourself
welcome
wrong,
being
when
wrong.
you can't
You're
prove
basically
yourself
saying,
wrong, that's when you accept the reality.
Yeah, I mean, I've entertained what people were telling me as, there's a possibility, and you know what? But, it is what it is.
Yeah. But that being said, everybody have a wonderful evening. I appreciate every one of you, especially those that, not only those that donated, but Nene, I appreciate the compliment, but you also help make that happen with contributions. So, to the conversation. So appreciate you coming up and contributing to the panel. Dolphin Don, good to see you as always. Mr. Polk, I see you there, buddy. And you all have a great evening. And as always, fins up.